Alrighty, welcome back everybody to our latest severe weather coverage. I hope everybody's having a good afternoon thus far. It is go time. We have the potential today for a tornado outbreak across the Midwest as a significant threat of severe weather exists, with multiple tornadoes being possible. We could even see multiple strong tornadoes in Iowa, Missouri, Illinois, Wisconsin, Michigan, Ohio, Indiana, even as far south as Tennessee and Arkansas. So it is going to be a very busy afternoon, and we are already beginning with our first tornado warning of the day. This one was just issued within the last couple of minutes near Allerton and as well as Corydon. This is in southern Iowa near Promise City, heading towards Plano and just to the west of Seymour. So if you are in this pink polygon, you've got to get to your safe place right now. Put as many walls between you from the outside as possible. Get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible. This tornado warning is going to be for Wayne County in Iowa. Again, just issued within the last 3 minutes, and the rotation right now is actually fairly strong. It's right now located over Hodge, and it is currently tracking to the northeast. And I would not be surprised if we have a large rotating wall cloud. There could even be a tornado on the ground, and if there is a tornado on the ground right now, it is quickly approaching Corydon in Iowa. It'll be rapidly approaching Promise City. So if you reside in either of those two locations, you've got to be getting to your safe place right now. Obviously, today is Thursday. Schools are in session, and hopefully anybody that is currently at a school is also seeking shelter immediately. Again, strong rotation though, and this is by far the most rotation that we've seen out of any storm so far today, and it's only going to continue to get more and more significant as we go throughout the afternoon hours, as our wind shear is rapidly increasing in this environment. And I fully expect that we are going to see multiple tornadoes today here across parts of Iowa, Illinois, Missouri, and then back over into parts of the Wisconsin, even over in the Great Lakes region. We could see some tornadoes. A little update: we do have a tornado watch. Obviously, this was issued about an hour ago. Many of you probably received a little alert on your phone, but there is a risk, obviously, for several tornadoes today across Missouri, Iowa, Wisconsin, and Illinois. A few tornadoes are likely anytime from now until about 8 or 9 o'clock tonight. And then there's also a risk for some scattered 2-inch sized hail, and then damaging wind gusts up to 75 miles per hour will be possible. But this is a fairly populated area that we are talking about today, and I do fully expect we'll see at least a few tornadoes. One key thing with today's severe weather setup is that we have upwards of almost 20 storm chasers that are live here today. Look at the map here. These are all storm chasers, all those little circles that you see. We have about 20 storm chasers currently out there that are covering this risk of severe weather. It's actually unbelievable. This might be the most chasers we've ever had on a live stream. We have one over in Illinois, but we got a ton over here in Iowa right now. All these circles, once again, are storm chasers. Most of them are full-time storm chasers. So it at least gives you an idea of the magnitude of what today's severe weather threat could be here across the Midwest, where there is a legitimate risk for at least a few tornadoes, and again, maybe even some strong tornadoes will also be on the table. But I am pretty concerned right now about this storm near Corydon. Again, that rotation is still fairly strong right now, right over Allerton, and it is going to be moving into Corydon over the next couple of minutes. So you've got to be getting to your safe place right now. If you are in Corydon, this is quickly going towards Bridgeport and as well as Promise City, and that is moving to the northeast. I also want to take our attention further to the east. This supercell here is out in front of our kind of messy cluster of thunderstorms that's gone up from northern Missouri back to the south there of Knoxville. This discrete cell here has a much higher potential of producing a tornado down the line. I think it's going to remain pretty discrete, and it's also starting to turn to the right. There's a lot of streamwise vorticity in this area, which basically means there's a lot of inflow and also very strong and large amounts of warm air that are starting to get sucked into the supercell. We also have cold air that's kind of wrapping around here, and we also got a hook that's attempting to form now. And as it continues to track to the east towards Bloomfield, I do think our tornado risk will be increasing on this storm. Storm Chaser Tornado Pagey is actually right now on this. They just saw a little lowering a second ago. Not anything definitive, nothing that's tornadic quite yet, but this storm is at least broadly rotating right now. But I think as it continues to track towards Drakesville and Bloomfield, that tornado threat is going to quickly increase. And you can kind of see a little bit of those the greens and reds are starting to mix together a little bit, and that should at least lead to, again, maybe an isolated tornado threat out of this cell over the next 30 minutes. But the tornado risk could be increasing as that continues to move to the north and east. Latest radar scan still showing pretty strong rotation right now near Corydon in Iowa. On our velocity scale, this is about a 6 out of 10. So again, not a tornado, we don't think right now, but there is a possibility that a tornado could be on the ground at any moment. And if there is one currently on the ground, it is going to be in Corydon. So again, if you live in Corydon, Iowa, you've got to be in your safe place immediately as this storm continues to roll to the northeast. Now, one of the big things with today's severe weather setup, and a lot of people were talking about this, including myself on today's video, is it going to be warm enough? Will it be warm enough for supercells? Are the temperatures going to increase? Are we going to have good thermodynamics? Is the environment actually going to produce tornadoes? Well, one thing we've been seeing over the last few hours is this right up here. Look at the blue sky. We have a lot of blue sky out in front of where these storms are. And if you live over in Illinois, you're probably seeing this right now. There's obviously some clouds out there. It's partly sunny, but we do have a lot of blue sky now. That's increasing instability. It's increasing our temperatures, and that should lead to a much more significant threat of severe weather as we continue to go throughout the afternoon hours. I don't think this is going to be an instant tornado outbreak either. I think this is going to be a progressively increasing tornado threat here across Iowa and Illinois, and it's only going to continue to get more and more significant as we get closer to 5 to 6 o'clock tonight. These are our significant tornado parameter values approximately right now. And notice that we have right now, in terms of our values, they are the highest south here in Des Moines. So you see those oranges and even some of those cyan blue colors all the way towards Davenport. That is increasing a higher tornado potential right now. And as our temperatures continue to increase, these values are only going to increase from here. So as we get closer to 2, 3 o'clock, or closer to 3 to 4 o'clock, excuse me, I do think our tornado threat is going to continue to increase. And a lot of the models are also showing that. This right here is the HRRR, and these are your significant tornado parameter values. It basically measures wind shear and all the ingredients that go into producing tornadoes. Storm relative velocity is also included, instability, all that good stuff. And so notice how the oranges and reds get a lot brighter by about 4 to 5 o'clock. This picture here is 4 o'clock Central Time. So notice those values are a lot higher over near Davenport, and then eventually by 5 to 6 o'clock, they are peaking over in western Illinois and far eastern Iowa. And this is probably when we'll see our peak of a tornado threat. There's also a sneaky tornado risk over near St. Louis today. So if you live over in St. Louis, we need to be staying weather aware because there is an environment down here where we definitely could see a tornado risk. So there is at least a higher chance, because of the temperatures being warmer, that we might end up seeing a strong tornado somewhere down there. But again, across the board today, we have a pretty favorable environment for tornadoes. I would also be watching southwestern Michigan and northern Indiana and northern Ohio this afternoon for a potential for an isolated tornado. And again, if a tornado were to happen, a strong tornado would be a possibility. Here are the latest few radar scans over near Corydon and Iowa. Once again, we've had some pretty strong rotation on this over the last few minutes. The rotation was the tightest when this was over in Allerton, Iowa, and it is now approaching Corydon and Bridgeport. Again, the last few scans are starting to broaden that rotation a little bit, but the rotation on the storm that is directly west of Bloomfield has begun to increase a little bit. So I am growing a little bit more concerned that this storm near Bloomfield might be trying to intensify right now, and it might try to produce a risk of a tornado. There's also a broad area of rotation developing off to the southwest of Albia in Iowa. We have storm chaser Connor Croft, who is actually currently looking at this. He is coming up on it. You can actually see out in the distance, maybe a little lowering developing. There's a little hook on this storm that is also developing. So he's going through some, I would kind of say, not great chasing terrain roads. We got a lot of mud roads out here. Obviously, Connor is notorious for getting stuck in mud when he's storm chasing. But you can see how low the clouds are here. We have very low lifting, basically a very low lifting condensation level, which means our clouds are starting pretty close to the ground. That's where they're growing from. And that's also going to help to increase that tornado threat for today. But today's setup is a little bit different from yesterday. A lot of our storms yesterday were elevated. These ones are a lot more surface-based, which basically means our threat here for significant severe weather is going to be higher. There might be something there in the middle of your screen. I can't tell. Go over to the green screen here. This right here.
I'm going to go up here.
Can't tell if that's a wall cloud or not. That's right beyond the hill. So again, this is to the west of Albia in Iowa right now. So I can't really tell what that is, but that might be something beyond the hill there. So we're going to keep an eye on that. Storm Chaser Tornado Pagey, they're currently located on this cell near Centerville, producing quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Again, this is a discrete cell that is moving to the northeast, and if it continues to take a turn to the right, which it is right now, it will be producing a more elevated tornado threat. I think across the board, when it comes to our more significant tornado threat for today, we need to keep a very close eye on that storm west of Bloomfield. We also have a severe thunderstorm warning in place for those east of Des Moines. That is going to be for Monroe, Newton, just south of Baxter for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. There is a risk of quarter-sized hail. This storm right now is moving to the northeast and is basically about to hit Interstate 80 over the next few minutes. So that storm we need to keep a very close eye on. Here's a view of this storm. Let me go over to Carmen Parmello. He is currently on this storm, which again has at least been developing a lowering. Let's go over to him. This is live in Unionville, Iowa. And so this is the discrete cell that is approaching Bloomfield. And it looks like we got a little lowering again forming there in the middle left. You got obviously the large rain shaft off here to the right side of your screen. And then there in the middle is that lowering, and it is beginning to develop. The wind shear is increasing, and again, our temperatures are also going up, which is going to help to lead to a more elevated tornado potential. So that is quite the view there. We're going to go back to him in a second. We just got a new severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag. That is going to be this right here. Corydon, Seymour, and Allerton in southern Iowa for at least 60-mile-per-hour winds and some quarter-sized hail, but there's also a risk of a tornado. So if you are in this severe thunderstorm warning, again, make sure that you're staying away from windows. We got a pretty significant hailstorm developing off to the west of Unionville in Missouri. That is also broadly rotating. And almost any storm that develops today here in Iowa, Illinois, Missouri, or even Wisconsin is going to be rotating. Almost every storm is already rotating right now. Again, none of them are actively producing a tornado, but it's only going to be a matter of time until we really start to see that tornado threat increase. And we do have some rotation again moving towards Albaya. It is fairly broad right now, but I would definitely be watching that storm really closely.
That's pretty interesting. That's real low, I will say
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, we got a little wall cloud developing. This is the other storm. Let me fix my camera. Got a little wall cloud developing right there.
Oh.
Very low clouds, obviously. Rain shaft off there to the right. Now they're getting rain as well. So this is, again, located just to the south of Albaya, near Unionville, Iowa. This is not tornado warned right now, but I think out of any storm that we have right now, this would probably be the one to really keep an eye on. The clouds are getting very low to the ground.
Yeah, about the same.
Hey, Radar for the super chat. You like the Weather Channel? Appreciate that.
Do you think it's too far away from? Can't be.
The storm that is near Albaya in Iowa is looking a bit more concerning. So that is this right here near the Melrose area. Again, you can see some broad rotation developing, and that'll be moving into Albaya, Iowa, and down the line that's heading towards Eddyville and Oskaloosa. You can see the storm motion here. It's moving northeast at about 30-40 miles per hour. That storm definitely has an interesting look to it right now. It is broadly rotating. If we go over to Storm Chaser Cannon Colton, he is looking at this storm right now. Obviously, he's looking west from Highway 5, so he's looking in the direction of Melrose. And again, you can see some of those low-hanging clouds there in the middle. I don't see a defined wall cloud right now, but this would be the area to watch for. So we're going to keep an eye on this storm. I want to go back to Tornado Pagey. Again, very interesting and ominous look to the Supercell currently near Unionville. Also, the tornado warning for Corydon, I don't think that they're going to continue that one. But we're watching the storms off to the north and east for a more elevated risk of a tornado right now in Iowa. By the way, I do want to remind you guys that, again, today is very different from yesterday. I think today is going to be a much bigger day when it comes to tornadoes.
Right now, it shows it should...
If we go over to our tornado risk for today, we have a 10% tornado threat. All right, so that's double the significance of yesterday. It's a pretty large area too, and none of these storms have entered into the 10% tornado risk yet today. I truly think we are going to have tornadoes on today's stream. Like, I think we're going to have visible tornadoes. Any storms out there are going to be a lot less rain wrapped. Yesterday was kind of messy. Today is very different. We have discrete supercells that are forming to the south and east of Des Moines. We got a surface-based low pressure system that is moving to the northeast. We have all sorts of wind shear, very strong winds all across the atmosphere that are helping to rotate these storms. Storm relative helicity is also pretty high, which is basically rotation in our atmosphere. We have instability that is also growing, and our temperatures are also increasing right now. And as our temperatures continue to increase and our cloud cover starts to decrease off to the east, that is going to lead to a much more favorable environment for not just tornadoes, but also the risk of damaging winds and large hail. So our threat of severe weather will be increasing over the next few hours. We're kind of in the early stages of today's severe weather threat, but it's only going to continue to get more and more significant, really, as we go later into the afternoon hours. If you look at the temperature trends, this is the HRRR model for temperatures. The reason why I want to show you guys this is it's pretty important. Right now, temperatures over here in southern Iowa are now into the mid 60s. This isn't honestly that great, but once we get closer to 3-4 o'clock, that is when the environment gets a lot more favorable. Notice how much the temperature is increasing over near Davenport. We're near 70 degrees near Davenport, Burlington, even some low 70s over north of Quincy, Macomb, and Galesburg. So those temperatures are going to continue to surge, and that is going to help to lead to these storms becoming more organized and more matured. Our dew points will also be increasing, which is going to create more buoyancy. While all this is happening, we also have an ice storm happening over in parts of Wisconsin. We've had actually over half of an inch of ice accumulation near Wausau and Stevens Point, and that is going to actually, after that is done with over the next few hours, there is a risk of severe weather later today. So we're going to go from ice to severe weather, it looks like, in central Wisconsin this evening, which is pretty crazy. All right, back over to live radar, southeast of Des Moines. Again, mainly looking at a damaging wind risk right now. That is moving up towards Newton. We are keeping a very close eye on this storm right now near Albia, which is currently broadly rotating. And we have, again, a few storm chasers in this general vicinity right now. Most of them are repositioning, heading up towards Eddyville. But that storm is going to be tracking essentially up 137. So if you're over in Eddyville, get ready for this. Des Moines River is also going to be in the path of that storm here that is, again, broadly rotating currently. We have some rotation again on the Unionville storm. It has not been as organized over the last few minutes, but with it being discrete, there's definitely going to be a more elevated risk of a tornado with this thing. So we're keeping an eye on that down the line. Again, we have over 15 storm chasers out there today. It's actually pretty impressive. I'm not going to lie. Like, again, all the dots that you see on this map, those are all storm chasers. Every single storm chaser, for the most part, that we work with went to this to this area today, which is honestly, again, pretty impressive. Again, all these dots. We got 3 up here near Oskaloosa. We got 4 currently north of Ottawa. We got about 7 or 8 down here north of Bloomfield. So if this doesn't give you an idea of how significant today could be, I don't know what is. This is not something you see on a typical severe weather day. So, again, we got a lot of chasers out there. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning. This one is going to be south of Oskaloosa. It is going to be for Eddyville and the La Villa and Bussy. That will be for 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. They have also issued a tornado possible severe warning. I believe it's this one right here, north of Ravenna in Missouri, north of Unionville. So 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds, quarter-sized hail, and also a risk of a tornado will exist as this storm continues to move to the east-northeast. Thank you, Sav, for the sewer chat. Yeah, we got a lot of people behind the scenes today. Thank you, DJ, for becoming a member as well. Yeah, again, today is going to be a very active day. We got a big team behind us, too, with the entire risk of severe weather here today. Obviously, a pretty significant day of severe weather is ahead, and we are expecting the risk of multiple tornadoes here across the Midwest. It should be a very active afternoon and evening. This is Storm Chaser Connor Croft right now. He's over in Albia. He is currently tracking to the north right now in Albia with a broadly rotating storm right now, which is about to enter into this town in a moment. So that's looking behind him. So that'd be looking south towards Albia. And obviously not a whole lot of sunshine anymore. The clearing is much further off to the east. And then back over there where he's now looking. So if you look directly that way beyond the tree line, that would be the area of interest. And again, maybe some sort of lowering. But all of our storm chasers are, again, currently repositioning. This storm is definitely rotating, though. I mean, look, that's a better view of the storm here. So you can see it a little bit more clearly now. And so it'd be looking middle left for some sort of potential tornado threat. Here's a really important thing with today's severe weather setup. I'm going to put Connor bottom right of your screen. So I'll put him in, it'll be slot 3. He'll be bottom right there. This is very important for today. I talked about this in the morning video. I also talked about this just a moment ago. But obviously, again, there's a lot of clearing out in front of this area of thunderstorms. Look at all that sunshine. All that sunshine is increasing our temperatures and instability right now. And there's a large pocket of it in eastern Iowa and western Illinois. So if you're north of St. Louis, you're probably beginning to see this clearing, and you're starting to probably see a little bit of some peaks of sunshine, right? So that is, again, increasing all of our ingredients for significant severe weather today. Over in like Chicago and Milwaukee, it's cloudy, milky skies. There is not really much to see right now. It's gloomy out there, and it's going to remain that way probably until about 4 o'clock, maybe 5 o'clock. And then things are going to start to brighten up a little bit, and that's going to start to lead to, again, more instability out here to the east. But I think one of the most crucial things with today is that, again, we have just so much spin in the atmosphere today. Like, again, it's quite impressive. We just have so much spin. And so it's going to be very easy as these storms continue to mature, as the temperatures are increasing, that tornado threat will ramp up. I fully expect we're going to have multiple tornado warnings within the next hour or two, especially over closer to Davenport and Burlington, right along the Mississippi River Valley, as our significant tornado parameter values will be increasing. Again, this is our significant tornado parameter values right now. They're right around 1 to 2. Very few spots are near 3. But those numbers are almost going to double as they approach the Mississippi River, and they're going to become more widespread. So any discrete cells that are taking advantage of this environment will have a much better chance of producing a tornado. And notice the instability for today. That is storm fuel. There's quite a bit of it already out there in Iowa and Missouri, but it's going to continue to increase as the storms move into Illinois, and then it'll start to decrease once the storms get closer to Chicago. But Chicago should definitely be staying weather aware today, because I do fully expect we'll have at least some level of a wind threat and maybe even a tornado threat. See what we got for our storm chasers right now. Storm chaser Edgar O'Neill is right now under that base of that discrete cell over near Unionville. You can kind of just see the edge of it here on the left. Well, it's a little blurry there, but there on the left side of your screen is that little area of interest that we're keeping an eye on. He's over here again south of Blakesburg on this discrete cell. And then storm chaser Connor Croft again is on that storm near Albia, which seems again interesting right now. There's a lot of rain falling. It's becoming a high precip supercell. Pretty high P-watt values, which means just a lot of rain's falling early. And they have gone ahead and canceled that tornado warning off to the west. So we're back down to all severe warnings. But obviously, if you see the top left there is a tornado possible severe warning. And that one is going to be, there's actually 2 right along the Iowa and Missouri border to the northwest of Unionville. This storm might be trying to cycle right now. We got a little bit of rotation, maybe developing north of Drakesville. Storm chaser Tornado Page, he's right next to this, so we're keeping an eye on them. This is that discrete cell that is heading up towards Ottawa. The one problem is it's really not taking a right turn. It's kind of going more to the north and west. So that's one struggling a little bit more. The rotation on this cell near Albia is looking interesting. Again, look at the hook echo. Look at that little shape. We got a pretty strong inflow too near Highway 5. So this thing's definitely trying to crank and rotate currently. And that is currently moving to the north and east. This is a better view of this storm that we're looking at with that hook shape. And you can see on the left, there's some scary looking clouds there developing on the left. This is storm chaser Nathan Moore. Got some little feature there on the left. That could be the beginning of a wall cloud trying to form. Bare minimum, it's scary looking clouds. Shout out to Truck with the $20 super chat. I think the tornado risk in Illinois is going to be elevated, but it's going to be definitely in the western half of the state. I think like Chicago, we could see a tornado threat, but I think Lake Michigan is going to play a factor. The temperatures are cooler there, so as the storms get closer, I think they're going to struggle a little bit more. So yeah, this is storm chaser Nathan Moore. Large shelf cloud has developed all around that little hook shape that we have northwest of Albia. We still have broad rotation, and on our velocity scale, this is about a 3 out of 10. So this isn't necessarily enough for a tornado warning yet. I think it's not far from it.
Man, this guy looks pretty dang good.
It's a really impressive look at the storm, though. I mean, he's driving right to the north into Albia. And Nathan Moore thinks this thing looks good, so if you got a storm chaser saying it.
A little bit more, because technically right now it's gonna probably.
What is CJ looking at? Where is CJ?
On 4, let's do that. Just a little bit more.
I can see CJ on the map. What is he looking at? It's over in Hedrick, Iowa. Was that slot 3? Guess some sort of lowering. I don't know where CJ is. Oh, he's over near Hedrick. Oh, he must be looking at the storm. It does look interesting there. So this is looking back towards the storm near Albia, I believe. Either that or he's looking southeast towards the one that is discrete northwest of Bloomfield. I'm not sure what direction he was looking at, but it kind of looks sketchy. We're gonna keep close tabs on him. Look at this beast of a storm right now near Albia. And broad rotation right now. This thing looks absolutely crazy. There's a new tornado possible severe warning for Ottawa in Iowa. Bottom right of your screen. Is it Alba? Albia? Is it Alba? Or Albia? Albia, Iowa? Right, this storm looks wild. If we had a tornado, it'd be kind of wrapped in that rain more than likely. Again, I don't think we have a tornado yet, but the rotation's definitely been increasing. That storm south of Ottawa is also coming together really quickly right now. So we got to watch that. The screed cell, that thing's trying to take off currently. I want to go back to live radar. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning again now for Ottawa. That is going to be for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds, but look at that rotation that's developing now. It's developing right here, just southeast of Blakesburg, and that's tracking towards US Highway 63. We have currently about 7 to 8 storm chasers that are in the proximity of this warning right now. And I want to remind you that this storm, in my opinion, is more concerning than the one near Eddyville. Now, I think both of them have concern, but the one down here near Ottawa has a much better shot. Ottawa? Okay, wait, I gotta look up the pronunciation. 1 second. I got a lot of pronunciations here.
Ottawa.
Ottawa? Am I not saying that right? Ottawa. We gotta be watching this closely. This is a discrete supercell. The one off to the north and west is more high precip. It is a bit discrete, but that one might struggle a little bit more with this supercell off to the east. So again, we do have rotation developing right now west of Florence, and it'll be approaching Agency and Bladensburg here soon. This storm in Albia is absolutely wild. Wow. Look at that blue tinge.
Should be coming up 34 here pretty shortly.
Look, they're on both. So I just muted my mic. All right. That blue tinge is usually an indicator of some large hail. Now, a lot of scary looking clouds off here to the right too. But unbelievable looking storm here in Albia.
Doing some homework, Nathan. Once you get up to Eddyville or close to it, road network's meh. So it'd be best.
That is a wild looking storm right now. And this one, again, is beginning to look more concerning. We'll have another velocity scan in a second. This thing is definitely taking, it's taking a right-hand turn, guys. Was there echo? Should hopefully be fixed now. Yeah, there's a wall cloud forming right now. Is there still an echo? Somebody confirm on my stream? Or is that just on the green screen?
Pretty good. It's crazy. This storm is...
Okay. So that is a wall cloud developing right now.
That's crazy. It's almost 30 miles away. That's almost 30 miles away right there.
Yeah, CJ, look at the map. CJ's way up here, and he's looking towards this wall cloud right now that's developing. There shouldn't be any reverb now, but that, again, is the wall cloud that's forming. Got quite the inflow going to the storm. Warm and humid air is coming into this thing. This is impressive.
That's crazy.
On this discrete cell.
She's trying. She's
no echo. Thank you.
Trying.
All right. Sorry, guys. I clicked the button on my stream deck, and for some reason it muted my mic. I think that messed things up.
Still day one enhanced. Still have a day one enhanced risk.
So again, that's the wall cloud that's developing right now. Off to the east of Blakesburg. It's coming up on Ottawa. So if you're in Ottawa, Iowa, we've got to be ready to take shelter. There is, again, rotation increasing right now. Got a wall cloud developing. That is the precursor to there being a tornado. Bladensburg and Fairfield, we got to be watching this thing too. I mean, if this thing takes that right turn, which it's trying, it's cranking, it's going to have an elevated chance of a tornado. Off to the east of Des Moines, we do have a little area of weak rotation. It's kind of a little bookend vortex over near Lake Red Rock, I believe that is, on the west side of Pella. That'll be tracking towards Montezuma, just south there of Newton. We also have some broad rotation off to the west of Centerville and another broad area of rotation that is heading towards Unionville. So we're keeping an eye on those areas. This wall cloud, though, is getting more and more organized right now. It's a storm chaser CJ Ziegler, the west of Fairfield. It's not really rapidly rotating by any means, but it is at least trying to rotate. By the way, if you guys have friends or family in today's threat of severe weather, we are live here on YouTube. Spread the word. I know a lot of people don't know this platform exists for weather coverage. We're live. We have commercial-free coverage. There's no ads, other than when you click on the stream, obviously. But during stream, there's no ads. It's commercial-free coverage.
Yeah.
There's no breaks in the action. We're live until this event's all over. So if you got friends or family in the path of today's severe weather event, make sure that they're aware of this. Significant threat of severe weather, and on top of that, we'll be live covering every single place, and whatever storms are significant, we will let you know. I do think today is going to be a very busy afternoon and evening of severe weather. Back over to live radar, we have a pretty large hail core developing now on the southwest side of Ottawa. I've seen people give me new pronunciations. I'm pretty sure that's how you pronounce it. Off to the north and west, we have a weak area of rotation near Oskaloosa and another one southwest of Eddyville. Again, I don't think either of these currently are very tornadic. They're just broadly rotating. It's just something to keep an eye on for as the storms continue to move to the north and east. We don't have any storm chasers on the storms near Centerville or Unionville, but I don't think either of those are concerning. I would be watching these storms off to the west of Quincy closely. If these storms can maintain their updraft, there could be a risk of tornadoes down the line as they move to the north and east. Here's a video that was just sent in.
Yeah.
That is a wall cloud developing. Again, this is the one over in... Where is this? I think this is the one... This is south of Hedrick. So we got a wall cloud developing. It is cycling according to storm chaser CJ Ziegler, who is again off to the north right now, watching that wall cloud closely. The one problem I think that it has right now is there's a little bit of convection out in front in that inflow. And once this convection's out of the way, that inflow is going to be game on. And there'll be plenty of warm and moist air coming into this thing. Also got a scuddy wall cloud from storm chaser John White right there on the horizon. Is also live inside of the Radar Mega app. Yeah, there's definitely a wall cloud forming, and it's definitely trying to crank. Let's see. Tornado Pagey should have a view of this too now. If somebody has Tornado Pagey, can probably go in slot 2. Tornado Pagey's driving towards this. You can see the velocities again are quickly increasing. There's no tornado warning yet.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
The timing's absolutely insane. We have a new tornado warning on this storm for Wapello County and Iowa. I think people are going to think that these streams are scripted because they're not. If you are in this tornado warning, you got to seek shelter, get away from windows, get to the lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. In all seriousness, guys, this is a very significant storm that is moving into Ottawa right now, and it's starting to really rapidly rotate. I don't think this is going to be very far away from producing a tornado as it moves towards Bladensburg, Agency, and Farson, and then Packwood, Richland will be in the path of this. I would also be watching the storm very closely if I'm in Fairfield, because this storm is trying to take a right-hand turn, and it could go in that direction. That's east of Bladensburg and west of Eldon. The timing's absolutely insane. I'm telling you guys, it's not scripted. I don't know how this happens. Like, it's not intentional at all. It's actually so funny that it does happen, though. Here's a live shot from storm chaser CJ Ziegler. Again, looking at this tornadic supercell. We had a more defined wall cloud a second ago. It looks like it's cycling right now. But what I would be watching right now is this right here. That's the area I'd be keeping an eye on.
Holy crap.
Something right there, too. What is that?
Oh, yeah.
Two different areas that we're looking at. I think the one in the middle right there is going to be a bit more interesting to watch.
It needs to wait like 10, 20 minutes.
I don't see anything.
This is Tornado Pagey. They're looking at it, too. Off to the left is that area of interest.
Still strengthening.
So if you're in Ottawa, oh yeah, look at that next scan with that hail.
The storm really, what it needs,
in the hook. Holy crap.
There's going to be some storm. There's going to be some stream-wise vorticity. It needs a little bit more of that, and it's trying to pick that up right now to the south here of Ottawa. CJ Ziegler still has a phenomenal view of this, and again, if there's a tornado, we're going to know. We got chasers all around this thing. There's about 5 chasers right next to this tornado warning, looking at it from one place or another.
I don't know where I'm supposed to be looking, but I see 2 different distinct scuds.
Or see scuds.
You know, you can just talk to me. We're right here.
We got Storm Chaser Edgar O'Neill, John White, CJ Ziegler, Nick Gorman, and Tornado Pagey, all with a view of this right now. Right now, this is by far the clearest view we have of anything. Obviously, this is honestly impressive because CJ is currently 18 miles to the northeast of
that
where
right
this
one
is.
Really rotating.
He's 18 miles away from this area of low clouds.
Funnel cloud.
Hey, Steven, for the $10 super chat. Also, Holo for the super chat.
Sideways
and
funnel
Darbro
right
for becoming a member.
It's rotating. I zoomed in with the camera. Looks like it's rotating. We are
got a little bit more rotation. You can see a little bit more spin now. It's not rapidly rotating, but there's a little bit more movement now, and it's starting to try to combine into one large wall cloud. Yes, Pettis put it in a slot. Put slot 1. So let me know when it's in slot 1.
Oh my gosh, I think it's getting close.
And this is directly on the south side of Ottawa. Listen closely. Those are tornado sirens here in Ottawa. This is live. And rotation right now is directly south of town. It is about to cross over US Highway 63. Again, I think it's only a matter of time until this thing really starts to produce a more legit tornado threat. You can see the hail also. Probably ping pong ball sized hail falling over the west side of town. Wow, that hail core is getting huge.
That's unfortunate.
This storm's getting intense, guys. Somebody put Carmen Parmello. Somebody put him in slot 1. He's driving through the hail. This hail core just got massive. We got a big time hail core on the west side of town, and then rotation to the south. Carmen Parmello is currently driving through the hail core. Hear the hail hitting his car. I don't know how large it is right now, but I would assume this is at least golf ball size, maybe even larger than that. We got a big CC drop for hail currently. Got a huge scatter spike on radar too. So he's driving through some nasty hail. Got a wall cloud forming still. It's not fully formed. It's not really rapidly rotating either. Again, I think it's a matter of time until it actually happens. Hopefully Carmen's windshield stays intact because it's gonna hit a lot of hail. I wouldn't say anything's too large yet. He's parking. All right, I think this is smart. Bro is parking under a gas station. There's some big hail coming down. I mean, that's no joke. I don't know if he's really next to the biggest of that hail, but you can see again, massive hail core, the northwest side of town. That thing is going to be dropping probably some eggs out of the sky. Egg-sized hail, maybe even larger than that. It's headed up towards Farson and Hedrick. Got a lot of storm chasers off to the northeast of the supercell too. This is a sign though that this storm is organizing. I mean, the hail core has spiked a lot over the last few minutes. So this storm, this supercell in general is getting a lot more intense now with the hail. I do think that tornado threat is definitely gonna be increasing. You can see that scatter spike from the Davenport radar site too. That is a radar feature that happens when you get really large hailstones. Tornado Pagey right now is just south of Ottawa. Got actually some traffic going into town now. Not sure if that's related to the tornado warning or not. Obviously, tornado sirens are going off in town. Still have some broad rotation over US Highway 63. We obviously have a visual of the storm from multiple angles. This is, again, that wall cloud that is developed.
The inaugural drone deployment.
Sounds like CJ's going to deploy a drone.
First.
Hey, Loop for the super chat.
If we get this tornado on the drone on stream, that'd be insane.
Why not use the 3-cam setup for storm chasers, or is use too much screen? We do sometimes. I don't always use it. We sometimes use it. We have a broad area of rotation developing south of Albia. That's going towards Blakesburg, Iowa. And also west of Centerville. We still have a massive scatter spike on this storm right now near Ottawa. This thing's producing probably upward. This might honestly, we don't know for sure what the hailstone size is right now, but this might be producing hail to the size of baseballs. I mean, this thing is no joke. Bottom left of your screen, that's storm chaser Nathan Moore. He's driving on US Highway 34. We don't have a single storm chaser right now on this highway for probably good reason. Absolutely nobody's here. And there's a reason for that. There's no reason to. I mean, you're going to be driving into tennis ball to baseball sized hail. According to radar, this is going to be about tennis ball sized hail. I think in a moment we're going to see tornado genesis on the supercell.
Oh, it has to be.
So that should increase that tornado threat pretty quickly.
Oh, okay.
This is a live shot from the south side of the supercell. It's very ominous skies all across the board.
Wow. Beast looking thing.
Yeah, you can definitely tell there's some big hail in this.
They're saying as if there's big hail in this, and that's because you can see very white skies. It's kind of milky. It's like a milky rain shaft. And a lot of the time what happens is when we get this milky rain shaft, we got big hailstorms falling. Or hailstones, excuse me, falling. And again, our wall cloud feature that we had is not as definitive as before. We've got some lower scuddy clouds kind of hanging under the base here. But there's probably tennis balls falling in here right now.
It's trying pretty hard right now. I can't get over the hail.
Got some birds flying by too. I think the birds know
I bet if you
that
were
they should
right
not be
on
here.
the edge of it, you could hear the roar of the hail.
Oh my gosh. I feel like just looking at it.
Look at all this. There's a lot of scud there, but everything's kind of just spinning a little bit. Nothing, no, rapidly rotating, but we got a lot of spin there in the clouds. Everything's just kind of spinning around.
Man. You know that's hail.
Yep. We're about to turn around up here. Wow, folks, we are right underneath this circulation.
Hey, Golden for the super chat. So he's Tornado Page, he's basically underneath that area of rotation. This is from Storm Chaser CJ Ziegler. He had a drone up just a second ago. So again, again, we got like 6 chasers right on this supercell right now. Out of any storm that's out there though, again, this thing looks awfully concerning down the line. And I want to give a little timeline for this because again, I truly think this has a high potential of a tornado within the next 30 minutes. So I want to kind of time this out a little bit so you guys have an idea of where this thing is heading. So we got some timestamps on the left side of your screen. If it continues to move northeast, which it's going to be moving east a bit, it's going to be moving north, it's going to shift directions a little bit, but it's generally moving northeast. So as it moves northeast, it could go towards Washington, Kelowna, Iowa City, West Liberty, Wilton, Tipton, and maybe even Davenport. Fairfield also I'd put in play for maybe this storm going your direction. It's going to try to turn right again, so it could turn more off to the east. But at least in the short term, this thing is moving northeast currently. So some of those timestamps are on your screen. But I also want to point out that today there is a possibility of a long track supercell, and I think this one has the potential to do so.
This is like the...
We're obviously in the 10% tornado threat right now with this supercell. And this could be a long-tracked tornadic supercell that moves across eastern Iowa, eventually into Illinois, and then tracking to southern Wisconsin. So, again, this storm has, in my opinion, there's a lot of concern for this thing to produce something big time down the line. This is a supercell that everybody needs to be really watching closely. Again, we have all sorts of shots on this thing from all of our storm chasers, and the hail core is just humongous. In the short term, the hail's the big concern. In the long term, that tornado threat's going to ramp up. I think we'll have some tornado genesis here soon occur. But big time hail still falling right now. You're near US Highway 63. None of our storm chasers are driving through that hail for good reason. I say that. I think Ken and Cointain might be. Can't really tell. Let me put Ken and Cointain in slot 1. Not sure if he's driving through the hail. Yeah, he is. All right. Well, we have a storm chaser driving through the hail. I think I jinxed it. You can hear the hail hitting his car right now. And, oh my goodness, we got shame. Guys, what are we doing? Why are we parking under an overpass?
Okay, we're getting out of
Shame.
the hail core by doing this, so...
Yeah, shame spam in the chat. It is very dangerous to park under an overpass, even if there's hail falling. If we have a tornado, it's going to be a debris filter. Like, debris is just going to go flying under the overpass, and it's going to be way more dangerous if that happens. So we drove through a little bit of the hail there. It's another view of the supercell. As CJ is currently repositioning. He's on Highway 78 near going towards Richland in Iowa, so he's actually north of the tornado warning for perspective.
Nasty. Fully open.
Here we got all 3 chasers there on the bottom of your screen on this storm right now. You can actually see with Tornado Page's view, there's some blue sky out in front of this, so instability is still going up right now. Got a couple other cells that are going up. We need to keep an eye on these. Got a couple cells going up right now southwest of Burlington. Again, none of these are nowhere near tornadic, but if they can mature and organize and become more intense, there would be a risk of a tornado with this activity as it moves up towards Burlington and western Illinois. I also want to point out today's tornado watch, the odds of tornadoes are actually pretty high. We have about a 70% chance of 2 or more tornadoes. That might not sound that high, but that's for tornado watch probabilities, that's actually relatively high. There's also at least a 40% chance of a strong EF2 plus tornado happening.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And there's also, as they've outlined here in this tornado watch, there is a risk of a few tornadoes being likely with a couple intense tornadoes possible. What intense means is that EF3 plus tornadoes are a possibility this afternoon. We have a new tornado warning. This one is going to be for Harper, Keota, Richland, Packwood, west of Washington, Iowa. We've got to get to our storm shelter, basement, closet or bathroom, get away from windows, get on the lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. Put as many walls between you from the outside as possible if you are in this new pink polygon. That is going to be for Jefferson, Keokuk, and as well as Washington counties in Iowa. I also want to bring our attention over to Chicago because we have a rotating storm right now near Woodstock. This is going towards McHenry and Grayslake. So this is off to the northwest of Chicago. And I know there's a lot of people that live in the vicinity of Chicago. We got to be watching this. We got a stronger area of rotation right now developing. That is heading towards McHenry, Round Lake Beach, and Grayslake. So that'll be heading up again into the direction of North Chicago as well. This is not tornado warned right now, but I honestly wouldn't be surprised if it got warned. There's a lot of people that live up here, for the record. I mean, obviously, Chicago is very populated, so it's not as strong on this latest scan. I'd rate this about a 4 out of 10 on our velocity scale. But either way, if you are in this area, I'd definitely be staying alert right now. And stay tuned to the stream. I'll let you know if anything happens here. But that rotation has been definitely strong here over the last few minutes. A little bit weaker on the last couple scans. That is going to be heading up towards the Wisconsin and Illinois border here momentarily. This supercell is looking crazier and crazier right now. Again, we got a big hail core right now south of Highway 78. Got a hook, and a tornado threat is going to be increasing heading towards Brighton. This is undergoing tornado genesis right now which means that the storm here is cycling.
Turn on. I'm flying my drone in a allowed space. I don't know what else, but
Maybe people are just.
So that is Storm Chaser CJ Ziegler. He's looking at the storm right now. Storm Chaser Tornado Pagey is on the back side of the Supercell right now, so we're keeping an eye on them. But we're really looking middle of your screen there for that wall cloud again. I think here in a very short amount of time, this thing is going to be producing a tornado. We got really low clouds there in the middle. I think that's going to be the area of interest. According to radar, this storm could be producing, again, this is according to radar, but the hail could be as large as 4 inches in diameter. 4. That is the size of a grapefruit that we're basically talking about. Or softball, I should say. It's almost grapefruit size. That's crazy. We're talking 4-inch sized hail potentially falling out of the storm right now. We've had no ground proof of that yet, but 4 inches is a lot. And Tornado Pagey is kind of driving towards it. Look at this right here. That right there in the middle, that is a hail shaft. That is a big hail shaft. That's not rain, guys. That is hail that's coming down.
If not 2-inch.
Oh yeah, those are big.
Yeah.
Look at this. This is all a hail shaft. That's hail that is coming down right now. That's all hail. That's insane. That's a hail core right there. That is just flying down. This is, if we have softball sized hail, it's going to be like deadly if you're outside. That's huge. You can see the sharp divide right here.
Trees everywhere.
Like, guys, that is actually wild what we're looking at here. It's all hail. I don't know. That's insane.
Oh my gosh. It looks like something you see in like South Dakota.
Look bottom right of your screen. That thing is crazy.
Maybe this is the year of the hail.
Maybe.
We haven't even got to the West Texas yet. Boy.
No storm chasers are driving through this right now, but if somebody does, their windshield is going to get busted. There might be even hail fog in the back side of the storm too. Hopefully, if you are over in like Packwood or Richland, Iowa, you're also protecting your vehicle because, oh man, the storm is producing some really nasty hail right now. And on top of that, there's obviously a risk of a tornado. We are going to be moving into a radar hole here soon, so it's going to get a lot harder to see the velocities on radar. But the good news, guys, is that we have again, an army of chasers right now on this thing. We got literally upwards of, I think there's about 15 or 16 chasers just inside of these tornado warnings right now. It's actually crazy how many chasers are on this. And our rotation, this is a bit contaminated now, but we're looking over here for our tornado risk northwest of Bladensburg. Bottom right of your screen, that's the best shot that we have of a wall cloud, and there is definitely one present. So you can see the very low-hanging clouds. It's gonna be difficult to see, but we're looking here.
oh, that hail spike is intense. Look at that hail spike.
On the low-hanging horizon.
That's like that's at least 2.5, if not maybe 3, honestly. Hello, Tomcat. Hello, Sarah.
All right, so back over to live radar again. Big time hail core right now, just south of Highway 78. We got some storm chasers that are almost driving through right now. So we put Ryan Scholl slot number 1. I think Ryan Scholl is driving through this right now. He's not in the actual hail core, but he's on the north side of the hail core.
Gotta punch through the backside.
So he's awfully close to getting hammered by like possibly up to baseball or even softball sized hail. The warning right now is for 2-inch sized hail, but we have had no ground truth yet of hail being up to 4 inches, but radar is detecting 4-inch hail. Huge shout out to Eddie with the $50 super chat. I'm at a truck stop right now off I-94, just below the Wisconsin border and glued to this. It's good to hear. So Storm Chaser Ryan Scholl punching through the north side of the hail core. A lot of tiny hail from what I'm seeing right now, but again, this is not in that white blob that we have on radar. And it will be interesting to see if any chaser punches through that white blob. I don't know if anybody is willing to take that risk, but we'll have to wait and see. That is a big time scatter spike too on radar still. We still have a monster hail core. We got to keep an eye on these little cells too near Fort Madison, as we've been alluding to. Back over to Chicago. Again, we got a little interesting tornado risk that just tried to form northwest of Chicago. There was a stronger area of rotation for a couple radar scans near Woodstock and McHenry. It has gotten broader over the last few minutes, but I would be keeping an eye to the skies right now in Chicago. We are live, obviously, and if anything is happening here, we are going to let you know. Again, no imminent tornado threat at this moment, but we are keeping an eye on this activity heading towards Kenosha, or at least an isolated tornado threat. We're also watching these little showers that are going up over northern Indiana and southwestern Michigan. We have a 5% tornado risk that does include this area now, and that is because we could see an isolated supercell right along a lifting warm frontal boundary over the next few hours. So we got to keep an eye also on Indiana and Michigan this afternoon, but obviously all eyes are on that 10% hatched tornado risk where strong tornadoes are possible, and obviously a very large hail risk has been developing too, which is making things a little bit more concerning too. All right, we're going to go back to our 3-cam view. We got a ton of storm chasers on this. Looks like Ryan Scholl is now driving through some a little bit larger hail.
Oh, goodness gracious.
Here comes the hail. He's actually driving. All right, he's driving through the hail core, guys. This is going to be the hail core. That white area where the significant hail is, he is driving through near Martinsburg. I don't know if his windshield's going to be intact in about 5 minutes, but we'll see. Got a ton of hail falling. A bunch of cars pulled off to the side of the road. You got like 3 or 4 there on the left side. A lot of quarters by the looks of it. See the wind obviously picking up too. This is Connor's view, by the way, of this storm from the east side of the hail core. So looking towards the area of rotation. And the clouds, again, are just almost scraping the ground right now. And I think Ryan Scholl may have just lost connection. Go back to them in a second. Keep Tornado Pagey on the bottom right of your screen. It's back over to live radar right now. Again, big time hail core right now over Highway 149. Go back to... let me go back to Scholl. Maybe he's not working. This is what Carmen Parmel is looking at right now. Again, we got big time hail core, obviously. Can somebody get Ryan Scholl's YouTube feed into slot 1? We have that chaser bug again. Hey, James, for the super chat. I appreciate that. Thank you for tuning in. All right, Ryan Scholl's back. We got him in slot 1. It's back over to the hail core. Look at the hail coming down. Look at the wind picking up.
Keep going east.
He is driving through a ton of hail and also a lot of wind. Might even have some golf balls and eggs falling in there right now. Got hail fog too developing. The visibility's down to maybe 100 feet at most.
Trouble seeing on the road now.
It's almost impossible to see the road right now here on this, again, Highway 78. This connects Martinsburg to Richland, Iowa.
Oh, what in the world? Part of a tree was flying.
Apparently a tree was flying.
Like a tree branch.
Hey,
was
Con,
just
for the super
freaking
chat.
flying. All right now. Maybe.
This is pretty impressive, though, what we're seeing there. I mean, it's surprising that he's even has the courage to drive through that hail core. It's not as large as a few minutes ago, but it is still producing a quite large hail right now. Now moving up towards Kyoto and as well as Washington and Iowa. So get ready if you're over in Kyoto or Washington for an increasing hail risk. And obviously, we are monitoring the threat of a tornado here as the storm continues to try to undergo tornado genesis. Look how low the clouds are right now. That's another live shot. Let me go over to Connor Croft. He has that full cam here. See the large base, very low-hanging clouds. We don't have any active tornado right now, but the storm is still very low to the ground. We did have a report of 2-inch sized hail on the north side of Ottawa.
A meaner and scarier bezo on it.
So at least 2-inch sized hail. This looking back into the Supercell here west of Richland.
I'm not too worried about being right here.
Somebody put Max Archer in slot number 3. I want to show you guys something that's crazy. This is Max Archer's vehicle. I don't know if you guys can tell what's going on here. This is like a hail prevention for a windshield. This thing up here that he just got out of the shop. That is supposed to protect hail. It is literally a big thing that goes over his windshield and is supposed to prevent any sort of like baseballs from hitting his actual windshield. Now, if you get really strong winds, it's probably chalked, but it's quite the interesting contraption. I don't know when he put that up. I don't even know if it's legal. I don't know what it is. I would just call it the hail cage, though. It might be the most random contraption I've ever seen. If it works, it works. I don't know if it's going to work for him, but maybe it does. Max Archer, bottom right of your screen, does have a view of that wall cloud. Once again, we are looking at this supercell. It is, oh, wow, that rotation's getting strong. All right, this storm might be going now. The rotation's gotten stronger from the Davenport radar site, so the mid-level rotation is getting a lot stronger over the last few scans. This is probably organizing rapidly. Look at the hook shape and the inflow. This thing might be very close to producing something. We're keeping an eye on every single storm chaser that we have right now. Again, nothing on the ground currently, but again, this might not be far from it. Somebody put Connor in slot 3. Here's a look at that storm again right now from Connor. He's looking, this is looking west towards the storm. Obviously, he's driving east. What is Carmen doing? What is he doing? Do we have him on? This is Ryan Scholl. I think he's still driving through hail.
Come on, dude, keep going. Keep going.
Oh, you know what Carmen's doing? He's not trying to get stuck in mud. So let me put Carmen in slot 1. Yeah, he's currently driving. He went down a muddy road. He probably regrets his decision because he doesn't want to get stuck.
Come on, get back in the grass.
This is literally actually bad if you get stuck. There's a reason why.
Let's go. Let's go.
Oh God, did not get stuck in the mud.
Catch up to the storm now, but
The one problem with Iowa is that there's a lot of muddy roads, especially after it rains, and they are definitely not the place to be. This is Nick Gorman's shot. That big hail core is now approaching Kyoto in Iowa. That's what the storm looks like right now. We're going to put all the chasers again, bottom of your screen. We, again, have more than 3 chasers, but those are the 3 main ones right now. They did cancel the tornado warning for the Ottawa area. So if you live there, you are no longer in a tornado warning, but you're not done with severe weather because we have more thunderstorms coming out of your west right now, producing damaging winds and a low-end tornado threat. And then further off to the east, again, that is your discrete supercell that is long-term heading towards West Liberty and Washington with a tornado threat. We have a lot of little cells going up near Burlington, and if these can mature and organize and those updrafts can grow in size, there will be, down the line, a higher risk of a tornado. And then back over near Chicago, we've been monitoring a couple of rotating storms. Nothing really near Chicago. We maybe have a little weak rotation to the west of Geneva, but not much. The storms that are now moving into Wisconsin had a little bit more rotation earlier. They're a lot less intense when it comes to rotation. So I think the tornado risk for Kenosha and Somers, at least right now, is lower, but still stay alert. We're keeping you posted in case anything does happen there off to the north of Algonquin. The storm right now west of Chicago, we got to watch there. There's a little hook trying to form on that thing. The velocity's, again, very weak, but has been broadly rotating for a few minutes, and that might try to become something tornadic. You can see the hook echo and that inflow, though, coming in the storm on the southwest side there of Elburn. They'll be moving towards Schwamberg here soon. All right, let's see what we got here. We got Connor Croft once again. Looking at this cell, we can switch out chasers. Get CJ in slot 2.
Here it is behind us, moving slightly north.
It's good, but like it's not like intense and crazy.
CJ's view here. This is from the north side of Richland, Iowa. Thank you, Frog, for the super chat. I'm a science teacher. Just got done teaching my students about weather. For 2 weeks, we've been watching our videos and learned about pressure systems and severe weather. They loved it. That's awesome.
Viewing area.
All right, everybody's positioning right now. The chaser convergence is actually quite insane. Almost every chaser that we have is inside of this tornado warning. Let me go to the one cam view for a second. If you guys look here at Spotter Network, these are all the green dots that you guys see. These are chasers. Almost every single one of them is on this supercell. This is one of the more crazy chaser convergence signatures I've seen. I would call this a signature. I don't know how many dots there are here, but that's like 50 to 60. There's literally a train of chasers right now, all around this thing. If there's a tornado, we're going to know. And we got a lot more out to the northeast, probably awaiting this storm. We got a couple down near Burlington. Got a couple near St. Louis, too, if something happens later today. I'd say it's a very low chance, but we could see a strong tornado risk down near St. Louis later today. That is a crazy amount of chasers, though. So let me put Connor in slot 1. This is the most chasers we've ever had live on Radar Omega. There is 3, 6, 9, 12, 15. I think there's 16 chasers today. 16 chasers. No, there's actually 17. My apologies. There are 17 chasers. These are all the chasers out there today. Honestly, quite impressive how many people are live right now. And 14 of them are inside of some level of a warning. Almost all of them are in a tornado warning. Here's another view of the storm here from Storm Chaser CJ Ziegler on the north side of Richmond. Or Richland.
Regardless, that part we can say for sure. It'll be coming up to Highway 92 here shortly. Oh, is this no. Oh,
hey, Tony, for the super chat.
Hey, CJ, stop now, CJ, stop now. We got a funnel, big funnel. It's coming down, Wait, we got a funnel cloud? There's a chaser reporting a funnel cloud coming down. So we get Ryan Schull in slot 1. Ryan Schull is a little bit closer to Richland. Can't see anything from that angle.
Are you saying to the left?
It's right there.
The left? Okay, so that's a yes.
So again, he's going to zoom in with his camera here in a second. There's reportedly a funnel cloud. So we put Nick Gorman in slot 3.
It's gonna be it looks like about to be a rope or something.
Yeah, we got a really...
I think that's just Scud, honestly.
It doesn't look like it's rotating. Looks like Scud to me. If that is a funnel cloud, it'd be the weakest funnel cloud I've ever seen. I think that's just Scud.
Yes. This is the rest of the mezzo.
Look at Nick Gorman. Somebody put Nick Gorman in slot 3. That's the rest of the storm. Obviously, it's a beast.
Yeah.
Oh, Nick Gorman doesn't have the view anymore.
Rotation, but...
All right, there's just Scud.
Yeah, well, we gotta
It is
go
starting to
north
organize.
4 more miles.
Though, if you look at radar here, look at the hook echo that is developing. We've had a lot of convection that has been in that inflow notch for quite some time that has kind of been basically not allowing this storm to pull in warm and moist air. But over the last few scans, you can see how it's clearing out now. And so we're starting to see that inflow actually ramp up, and the velocities are matching up with that. We are starting to see a stronger area of rotation now that's rapidly developing. And this could definitely lead to a tornado here soon. All right. And we got a lot of chasers near this. Again, the latest scan showing much stronger rotation. You are in this tornado warning. Again, you gotta be in your safe place right now. This thing's getting a lot more dangerous. We also got a lot of storms going up right now near Burlington. These ones here we gotta keep an eye on. Those could also produce the risk of a tornado down the line. Somebody put Tornado Pagey in slot 2. This is Tornado Pagey's view looking towards the storm. Little Scuddy feature there on the left. If they shift their camera and they move it, we'll see a little bit more of the storm. What we're looking at there on the left is what we would call a shear funnel,
Like the front half.
but it's not tornadic. There's a little shear funnel that's developed on the left. We've got a lot of wind shear, obviously, today, so it's very easy for features like that to develop. What I'm talking about is this right here. Down here.
So
That's what the teleprompter on.
we are right here, coming into Richland, Iowa. It's like a pretty tight couplet on this tornado warning right now. It kind of has like 2 updrafts or something. There's like 2 little hail forms.
Let's back over to live radar.
Sure, what's
And so once again, what we're looking at here is a strengthening area of rotation. It's definitely getting stronger. It's more organized. You can see the inflow that is now coming into our supercell. We got a hook echo that is now developed, and it is quickly going towards Chester and Washington. So I do think a tornado risk is definitely on the rise here. Somebody put Ryan Scholl. We got Ryan Scholl. Let me go to Ryan Scholl. He has a pretty good view of this now.
At the moment.
This is looking directly into that hook echo now.
Right there, literally looking right there. That's going to be exactly where it is.
This is the feature that we need to look at right here.
Right there. That stupid thing.
Got hail back in here. That's the hail right there. That white stuff that's coming down. This right here is the area of interest.
No tornado. Just keep blasting north on this road, though. Keep blasting north on it.
Labrador made it out of hailstorm. Hey, I had faith in him. Hey, Peach for the super chat.
It might be wrapped in rain, actually.
You recently, and you're better than the Weather Channel, which is great for me because I have severe weather anxiety. I live in Texas. If I could help. Off the record, we did have an EF0 tornado today in Texas. It was northwest of Houston. It was around, I think, about 12 o'clock. I think it was 12 o'clock. We had a EF0 tornado that happened. So, I believe that was today. Yeah. We had a tornado at or confirmed by the Austin and San Antonio National Weather Service at 10:35 a.m. So it was actually a bit earlier in the day. Here's another view of this supercell. This is storm chaser Edgar O'Neill. Storm is still attempting to produce, again, a tornado right now. It's been rotating this entire time. A lot of storm chasers are quickly shifting east. Got a lot of little areas of rotation now developing near Burlington. Got a lot of cells going up over near Burlington and Fort Madison. I would be watching these storms like a hawk here. And these things could end up producing something down the line that are more significant. But right now, it's early stages. But all of these are now organizing. We're actually starting to get some lightning strikes. So right there in western Illinois and even near Davenport, this is the activity we need to be keeping an eye on. Got a new velocity scan coming in a second. And still pretty strong mid-level rotation. We don't have a really close-by radar site. But we have been seeing that hook echo becoming more defined and a stronger inflow. That warm and humid air is all pulling into the storm now. While we wait for the velocity scan, Tornado Pagey now driving through the town of Richmond, or Richland. This is Ryan Shoal. Not this. This right here. Looks pretty wild. Oh, he's right next to this. Thank you, Larry, for the $10 super chat.
Iowa is so back.
Larry, it comes down to the size of the hail. And obviously, the larger hail is, the exponentially more significant it's going to come when it comes to damage because of the speed it's falling at. A lot to do with physics more than anything.
Man, this thing's a freaking monster storm. I can't even believe it, dude. Look at the view in front of us right now.
This tornado warning goes for 12 more minutes, so it goes until 4 o'clock Central Time. I would expect they will issue a new tornado warning going towards Kelowna, Washington.
Goodness gracious, man.
And
This
maybe
thing is a
Wellman in
monster
Iowa here soon.
Storm.
We put Cannon Calls in slot 3, unless he's already there. Nope, he is not. It's Tornado Pagey's view. Again, the same view there on the left. Cannon's also pretty much underneath this thing. Again, not really seeing a whole lot of spin right now, visually. But that white that you see, that really bright white there on the left, is that big hail core that has been producing some large to very large hail for over an hour now. And some people are asking, like, if this tornado warning cell is going towards, like, Davenport, for example. It's going to be heading more in the direction, I think, of West Liberty and Kelowna, but the storm's down to your south, I think, is what we really got to watch for. We just got a new mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. This one's pretty important. This is going to be for eastern Iowa, northeast Missouri, and western Illinois, where a threat for tornadoes, hail, and severe gusts will spread eastward through late afternoon, with the most probable peak intensity for tornadoes being 130 miles per hour. That would classify as a strong tornado. Up to 80 mile per hour winds, and then up to a tennis ball sized hail is also on the table. And we also have another mesoscale discussion, and we'll be talking about that here in a second. This is, again, that tornadic supercell that we're looking at right now. Still quite a bit of mid-level rotation. Has not gotten to the ground yet. It's moving now towards West Chester. So if you're in West Chester, Iowa, I'd be going over that tornado action plan. This is Storm Chaser Tornado TRX looking at the storm. If you guys don't know who Tornado TRX is, he is a very popular tornado documentary YouTuber who's now teamed up with us here for this severe weather season. And also, we have a new mesoscale discussion along the Mississippi River Valley. This one is going to be for southern Illinois, down towards Memphis. where developing thunderstorms could evolve into a supercell, a few supercell structures, posing the risk for a tornado into the early evening hours. There's about a 40% chance of a watch down there. Strong tornadoes also possible in that area. Back to Tornado Pagey.
So you are looking at a tornado warning storm right now?
That right there. That white area, that is probably golf ball sized hail that is falling right now inside of this storm. And don't really see a defined wall cloud anywhere or anything like that. Big time hail. There's still mid-level rotation, just nothing's correlated quite yet to the ground. But if you're in Westchester or Washington, Iowa, I would at least be getting ready right now. Have your tornado action plan set and protect your vehicle. Very important right now. We got big time hail coming.
This doesn't look like your usual
Those low top Supercells.
grungy.
Ryan Scholl is driving back into the Supercell, and he might actually be going into the hail core right now. Hey, Tony, for the super chat, there is a possibility of tornadoes even in Grundy County, Illinois tonight.
Go, go, go.
Definitely a chance. All right, back over to live radar. We are beginning to see a little bit more rotation on these storms that are around Burlington. Look at this little baby storm that's kind of gone up here north of Burlington. It has a tiny little hook and a little inflow. Not a whole lot of rotation yet, but it is definitely trying to rotate already. This thing just went up. See the velocities, the reds and greens coming together. Got a little bit of spin. This thing's definitely trying to produce. Got a little bit of broad rotation off to the west of Fort Madison, but really at the end of the day, we just got a lot of thunderstorms going up right now near Burlington. And again, these are going to upscale pretty quickly over the next hour, and I think we'll be talking about a legit tornado threat south of Davenport very soon. I know all the storm chasers are on this storm, but we need to keep an eye on those ones down to the south and east of this thing. It's very interesting. This storm's been rotating for quite a long period of time now. We've not seen a definitive tornado. We've seen a wall cloud. There's another live shot here of storm here near Washington. The tornado warning again expires in 7 minutes. It expires at 4 o'clock Central Time. I would anticipate we'll be getting a tornado warning. I don't know if I said watch. Tornado warning. I'll have a new tornado warning being issued for the Washington area, I think, in just a few minutes. The minimum, we should have at least a severe warning for large hail.
That info looks pretty crazy.
Like just a second ago.
Like you can kind of see it better on camera, but like in person, it's.
Let's see. Got a lot of storm chasers again on this supercell. This is storm chaser Connor Croft. We go back over to CJ.
It does work. I can zoom in. Oh my god, that's actually super helpful. What the heck? Digitally zooming in.
Hey Tyler for the super chat.
That shouldn't be doing anything.
I assume at some point in more areas like southern Wisconsin, looking specifically for
Like,
Edgerton.
Right behind us would be where.
We have been watching a couple storms over in Wisconsin and Illinois. These are, again, well ahead of our main severe weather event, but there is some broad rotation even west of Chicago right now. Like that cell right there near Elgin, it's broadly rotating. It is tracking up towards Palatine and Schwamberg, so there is a risk of severe weather near Chicago over the next hour. We had some really weak rotation down to the south here of the terminal radar site near Kenosha, but nothing, in my opinion, that's going to be tornadic. I think most of those storms will move into Lake Michigan without any harm. But I think the one here near Elgin is definitely something we need to keep an eye on. At least some broad rotation that's tracking towards Palatine, mainly moving to the northeast right now. All right, let's go We actually have a strong storm over in Ohio right now. I think it's mainly hail. North of Fairborn in Ohio, a little hailstorm that went up over there. Nothing tornadic out that direction right now. We got to watch this area for maybe an increasing tornado threat over the next couple of hours. We have a warm front again lifting to the north right now, and that could lead to a couple supercells developing near South Bend. That won't happen, I don't think, until at least 5 or 6 o'clock, but it is something they'll be watching for. This discrete cell is about to move outside of our tornado warning polygon. So we will either, again, get a new tornado warning in about 3 or 4 minutes, or we'll get at least a severe thunderstorm warning. I would assume that the National Weather Service is debating what warning they're going to put out for this, because the rotation has not been that strong. It's been broader for the last 15, 20 minutes. There's been a wall cloud at times, but it has not, again, produced a tornado from our knowledge so far. And again, we would know if there is a tornado with this cell with how many chasers we have on it. There is a new tornado warning that is going to be for Kelowna, Wellman, just north of Washington. So this does not include Washington, but it does include the north side of Washington. So Kelowna, you got to get to your safe place. Riverside and Lone Tree, you guys got a few minutes, but I'll be getting to your safe place as soon as possible. Get away from windows and get to the lowest floor possible and get to the interior room of your home or building. Yeah, we got hail right now. We got some broad rotation making its way over West Chester and Lexington. That'll be going towards Highway 1, just north here of Washington, Iowa. Got a lot of storm chasers, again, looking at this. A lot of them are positioning out in front of it because they think there's going to be a tornado risk down the line. They're trying to stay ahead of this thing. As the storm continues to track east-northeast and down the line, it's going to be heading in that direction of Davenport. Just to kind of draw you a little path here for where this is heading. Oops, let me do that. Let me redraw this. There's kind of a general path of where this is heading. So it's, again, going kind of in the direction of Davenport right now. Got a bunch of timestamps there on the left side of your screen. So once this gets closer to Davenport, it's going to be almost 5:30. But West Liberty, we're under an hour away from this now. Kelowna and Wellman, we're within the next 15 to 20 minutes. And this will eventually move towards Clinton, right along the Iowa and Illinois border. And that is the area of interest right now. We got a hook echo. We got a pretty strong inflow that is still going into the supercell. The one thing I'll mention, though, is that it's going to be a matter of time until these little cells here, or this like line of thunderstorms, catches up to that discrete cell. So it might only have so much time for that thing to actually produce a tornado. This storm, though, down to the west of Okawaka, here right along the Mississippi River Valley, is rotating. There's at least some broad rotation north of Burlington. Not saying this is going to produce a tornado, but it could at some point down the line. There are some cameras down there near Burlington, but nothing has a view of this right now. Got multiple cells that are going up right around Fort Madison. Got one that's broadly rotating northwest of Fort Madison, too. We have some photos and videos that you guys have sent in. There's a link on your screen if you guys want to send in photos and videos. This sent in from Lindsay over in Stevens Point, Wisconsin. We just lost the top of a tree and it fell on the trampoline. That is crazy. We've had an ice storm, by the way, in Wisconsin today. Over half of an inch of ice accumulated. You can see all the trees. Again, a lot of ice on them. This was sent in from Ottawa in Iowa with a little over golf ball sized hail and strong winds. It's also a photo from the same place. Ella sent this one in. That's definitely larger than quarters. It's probably near golf ball size. And then this is a photo from Appanoose County in Iowa of the nasty storm rolling in over in Centerville. Centerville is an area that I don't think we have any chasers nearby. This is a little earlier, though. But big shelf cloud making its way across the area with 60-mile-per-hour straight-line winds. And if you guys have any photos or videos, you can scan the QR code or go to reports.maxvelocitywx.com. This is back over to storm chaser Connor Croft, looking at this nasty storm right now north of Washington. They just issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for, let me go back to radar for a second. This is going to be for Cedar Rapids, Marengo, and Iowa City for 60-mile-per-hour winds. There is also a tornado possible tag. We have some broad rotation that is heading towards Cedar Rapids. So if you're in Fairfax or Cedar Rapids, we've got to be staying alert right now, as there is some broad rotation with a potential QLCS tornado threat developing. It's back on our tornado warning here for West Chester, Iowa. We have one severe warning and one tornado warning. That's honestly kind of impressive. Thank you, Adriana, for the super chat. Is Des Moines clear for the rest of the day? I'd say so, yes.
Come on.
Have some What are we doing? We waiting on Christmas?
Do you want to see a tornado or not, Bob?
We waiting on Christmas?
Hey, Connor's getting angry. Hey, Connor has not gotten stuck in mud yet today. Not yet. We need to put probabilities of Connor getting stuck in mud on a stream.
Needs to.
Probably like a 25% chance today.
Probably. It would probably help it if it wasn't, didn't have the wettest, most intense cold RFD ever.
I don't know where he's going with that, but all right. Hey, Jay, for the super chat. Love watching all the time. Normally have you on a TV at home, but tonight I'm watching you from my hospital room because I have very high calcium levels on top of other things. Keep up the great work. Well, hopefully you get better, man. Appreciate you tuning in. Hope everything gets better quickly. And also, Adriana for the super chat.
I don't think so.
It's back over to Storm Chaser Ryan Scholl. He is punching back into the storm here. He's on the south side of Westchester. See the outflow boundary there at the top right. Can't point there. I hate how the camera's flipped. I never know where to point.
Where are we going to slower? Just keep going, man. I got places to be.
So he's now underneath the storm. So we put a Tornado TRX in slot 2. Hey, Miller, for becoming a member. It's a view from Tornado TRX. A little shaky, but you can kind of see again that area of interest is going to be just beyond the house there. Got a little inflow tail right there too.
What is going on, dude?
A little inflow tail right there. Your shaky camera. A little inflow tail there.
Yeah, this is just pure outflow.
So that is what he's looking at there, off to the north of Westchester. And rotation on radar still fairly broad. I would not say this is strong, intense, or on the ground by any means. Again, we have a lot of chasers on this, so if there were a tornado, like we would again know. It's not on the ground right now, but it is still rotating. Out of any storm that we have right now, this thing has the best chance to produce something. If we go over to our other cells that are going up right now, we got a bunch of storms going up down to the south and east of this discrete cell. Got multiple cells that have gone up near Okwaka. For example, that one is actually rotating quite a bit near Kingston. We don't have any chasers on this, but we have a chaser en route for these storms right along the Mississippi River Valley. So we got a little bit of rotation on X99 that is tracking to the northeast towards Aledo. We got a little bit of broad rotation off to the west of Burlington. Keep in mind, guys, we are still very early into the severe weather event. We do have a 10% tornado risk for today. That is going to be for Rockford, Madison, Dubuque, Davenport, and other areas. So again, we're still pretty early in today's severe weather event.
Hey. There they are. Yeah.
Go back over to live radar here. Again, this is your 10% tornado risk. And these are where the storms are located right now, west of Davenport. So all these storms are going to be moving into Wisconsin later today and still producing this risk of tornadoes, and also northern Illinois. What's really fascinating is that we do have a risk of severe weather in areas like Green Bay, Wisconsin, for example. If we go over to that SPC outlook, not Green Bay, but just south of Green Bay, like near Fond du Lac and Sheboygan, there's actually a risk of maybe some large hail later today. And on top of that, there is also an ice storm that just happened. We've had over 1/2 inch of ice accumulation over in Wausau, Green Bay, Stevens Point even. There's a risk of thunderstorms tonight. But with that said, there was also, again, ice. So pretty crazy stuff. And honestly, as we go into, I think, tomorrow night and early Saturday, there's going to be more ice up there. So we're nowhere near done. Back over to CJ Ziegler.
Take
your next right onto 190th Street.
Shout out to Carolyn with the Venmo donation. Also, thank you to Jennifer for the PayPal donation. Appreciate that. Hey, Christopher for the super chat. On to lack.
If you guys want to turn here, you can. I'm gonna go another mile or two.
Ooh.
There's a full.
Look at this latest scan. Got a much more defined hook echo developing. Interesting to see if this thing tries to do something here in the next few minutes, but that hook echo's got a lot more defined in the last 5-10 minutes. Again, the rotation is not really that strong corresponding to that hook. Again, we've yet to have a tornado with this supercell somehow. It's honestly crazy that we've not had a tornado with this storm yet. There's been several attempts at it.
And that would probably be where it would be. That crazy hook on reflectivity as well.
Hey, Tyler, for becoming a member. This will be the area of interest. This will be the area to watch for right here.
Right there, guys. Right there.
Got a large hail shaft back over in the middle right.
A mile or two away from us.
Got some homes. That right there again is the area to watch.
There's some rotating scud north side of the wall cloud.
We're getting quite the nudge right now from this line of thunderstorms, and that's helping to increase the tornado threat right now. This is what we would call basically almost it's not necessarily a storm merger, something that we talk about a lot, but we're basically getting convection from the west that's kind of pushing now into the supercell. And so it is now actually spinning a lot more. Like there needs to be spin from something, and that's where it's coming from. So that's helping to increase that rotation. That's why we have such a defined hook echo now. And this thing might be, again, really close to producing. I mean, that thing, the rotation's gotten way stronger over the last couple of minutes. And we also have a much more defined hook echo. So if you live in Riverside, if you live in Lone Tree, we got to be seeking shelter now. This is rapidly organizing, though. This is quickly becoming very concerning right now in Iowa. If you guys have friends or family that live in Kelowna, Riverside, River Junction, they have got to be seeking shelter right now.
Again, I know it hasn't done anything yet, but I mean, it really, really wants to.
That hook echo is, we've not seen anything like this yet with this cell today, so it's really trying. And if a tornado were to drop, it will be strong. Almost undoubtedly with a supercell like this. Hey, Trumps, for becoming a member.
Oh, yeah, there's a lot of cars.
Road north. If this thing drops, we'll have a front row seat. It is, unfortunately, a little rain rapid, it looks like, but...
The area of interest is going to be that middle of your screen there, that large lowering that's coming out of the cloud base is beginning to rotate more now.
That rocket flung.
See some of that left to right motion at the front. There's more. This is the most motion we've seen with the lowering. Wow.
This is the paved.
This
road.
is looking crazier and crazier. This is the latest radar scan. There might be a tornado. It could be contaminated, but there is a couplet basically right where that hook is now on radar. There's no debris signature yet, but there could be a tornado. Again, this is going to be located. It's coming right up into Richmond, Iowa now. So Richmond, Iowa, Riverside, Lone Tree, we've got to be taking shelter immediately. Like it's urgent at this point, especially for Riverside and Kelowna. Lone Tree has a few minutes, but I'll be getting there as soon as possible. I'll be getting ready if you're over in West Liberty, Wilton, and Davenport for this storm. Again, there might be a tornado. This is Tornado Pagey. Look here. That's the area to look for, right there. Might be a I can't tell, but there might be a tornado that's in that rain. There is a I mean, again, there is a couplet on radar. There very well could be a tornado on the ground. It's right now near Highway 1, near Richmond, and it's quickly going towards Riverside, and then River Junction. This is, again, an urgent situation right now for the Kelowna area. We got to be taking shelter.
Produce anything today, which is just...
You need to look very closely, bottom of your screen there. It's going to be more than likely rain wrapped. Tornado TRX has a really good shot of this. There could be a tornado. Keep it in bottom right of your screen. Look at the latest scan. There is a couplet. I mean, again, there's a high probability of there being a tornado right now moving into Richmond, Iowa. There's a very high probability that we have a tornado down right now on the southwest side of Richmond. And nobody has a visible shot of it right now, but I mean, there is a full-blown couplet there. And we're looking at every chaser. Nobody has a view of it yet. Right, T-Rex is shaking like crazy. Go over to Tornado Pagey.
That looks like it's gonna break.
The funnel cloud is pretty gnarly.
That right there, watch there. Right there in the middle. That's a funnel cloud.
Here we go.
Here it goes.
Yeah. That's...
This is a tornado developing right now. It's trying to get down to the ground.
Man, but it's just like...
Gotta seek shelter if you're in Richmond.
Alright, I'm blocking the road here.
Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, real quick, I want to throw it back to an event that people in the area are going to be very familiar with, 3/31/2023. We saw the same sort of situation, basically in the same place. We had a QLCS impending on a leading supercell. This is going to be nudged by the QLCS behind it. It is going to lead to a stronger mesocyclone and potentially a strong long track tornado. This is basically the worst case scenario for the event that we were talking about today. As long as we see this supercell interacting with the line behind it in a favorable way, we are going to continue to see a supercell that could pose a very significant tornado threat.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. It looks like we do have a tornado on the ground, or at least very close to
Max?
it. Go ahead.
Hey, Max, I got an update.
We got a tornado. We got a tornado. We got a tornado. Bottom right there. This is live. Tornado's on the ground. Or it's at least a funnel cloud. It's very close to being on the ground right now. This is, again, southwest of Riverside, Iowa.
Yeah, Max, we have a funnel trying to come down, it looks like, right here in front of us.
I got all sorts of people radioing to me right now. We got a lot of storm chasers that are seeing, obviously, the same thing.
Yeah. Debris.
I see that.
All right, there is a tornado, guys. We have a tornado in progress now. There is a tornado down and on the ground. It is lifting up debris. So if you live in Riverside, Kelowna, Lone Tree, you got to get to your safe place right now. There is a tornado down right now. You can see the debris right here. There's debris that is being lifted off the ground right now. So there's an active tornado right now, and it is heading towards Riverside and Lone Tree in Iowa. Got to seek shelter immediately if you are in this tornado warning.
It's not a strong tornado right now, but it's coming down.
Is it just heading north then?
It's heading north. It's heading north.
And there's a bunch of chasers that have the view of this right now. But this is a tornado that is down right now in Iowa, just south of Kelowna. And this is, again, as Riley just alluded to, this thing could be producing a tornado for a while. This is the beginning stages now of this storm producing a tornado. And you can see the hook once again. The tornado is going to be located on the northeast side of Richmond. So the tornado has dropped in the last minute or so on the northeast side of Richmond, and it is now approaching Riverside, Iowa, and then going towards River Junction, Hills, and Lone Tree. Waiting for a new radar scan on velocities to come in, but the velocities have been obviously tight here for the last several minutes.
Plan.
Zegger O'Neill. Look at the big bowl.
Keep a camera on it, man.
Yeah, I got it back here too. What? You can see it for me. Right there, we got a tornado. Come on, drop, baby. She's going to, I feel it. You recording it, Edgar?
That is a big bull right there. This is Tornado Pagey looking at it too. Are you guys seeing debris being lofted?
No, definitely not seeing debris from our vantage point.
Okay. So Bryce Sheldon, who is what we're looking at right now, they don't see debris being lifted right now, but you can see again, it is rapidly rotating, obviously. Got a large funnel cloud about a third of the way down to the ground.
Yes, sir. Let's go. Coming right up.
This is Jacob McMillan too. Let me, oh, look at that. Ryan Scholl has a really good view too. Back to Tornado Pagey. And that funnel cloud's right there in the middle of your screen. I'm gonna put all the chasers bottom right of your screen. Again, this is an urgent situation right now. For those that live over here near Riverside, Lone Tree, West Liberty, the Supercell again just produced at least a brief tornado, and it is attempting to produce another one. All right, there's still a funnel cloud that is coming down. CJ actually has a drone shot right now of this Supercell. This one looks like from a drone POV. So a little bit off the ground. I believe this right here was the funnel cloud up here. I think that right there was the funnel cloud. That's where we had a tornado. And so it's now trying to cycle. It's going to try to produce another one.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
This is now a confirmed tornado warning. They've upgraded this to a confirmed tornado. Bottom middle, you can actually see the funnel clearly. There is still a funnel. Again, tornado is down. The National Weather Service has upgraded this to a confirmed tornado warning. So that is going to be for Kelowna, Riverside, and Lone Tree. You've got to seek shelter now. If you're in this tornado warning, get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible. Again, this is a dangerous storm that is tracking to the northeast. That just did produce a tornado, and you can still see the funnel right there. Look at that thing. Just dancing. Got all sorts of low-hanging clouds there in the middle, too.
544 gift subs in the channel.
Woo! Tornado number 1, chat. Let's go. Now let's hope it does no damage.
Looks like it's now recycling. You can see that was the initial tornado there in the middle. Now you got all this low-hanging clouds on the left. That's going to organize into a new tornado. Still got a little funnel there.
Confirmed at 4:15.
Again, if you guys have any friends or family that live in Iowa, Illinois, Wisconsin, Michigan, Indiana, Ohio, even Missouri, again, we are live with commercial-free coverage all day. And we have, again, almost 24 storm chasers today. This is one of the highest numbers of storm chasers we've ever had. Gives you an idea of how significant this event could end up being. With a lot of them on this storm right now, where, again, we just had a tornado, and it is now cycling. It is just south of Iowa City, and this will be eventually tracking the direction of Wilton, Durant, just to the west of Davenport. It is a discrete supercell, so it has a very high probability of continuing to produce a tornado risk. We have several storms that are rotating also to the south of Davenport. None of them are tornado warned or tornadic quite yet, but all of these storms that are moving up towards Davenport and Kelowna, they could become tornadic down the line. So we need to be watching these closely too. Again, none of them are really strong when it comes to rotation. All of them are very broad, but that'll be another area we're keeping an eye on. All right, let's go back over to Nathan Moore here. You can see the new organizing lowering there on the left. So our initial tornado is lifted. We got a new organizing area there on the middle left of your screen. And that'll be the area of interest here for a new tornado.
Man, look how low that wall cloud is.
The wall cloud is almost, I would call it almost scraping the ground in a way. It's not actually scraping the ground, but it almost feels like it, almost looks like it. That's the area of interest right there in the middle. Thank you, Kilo, for becoming a member.
It's looking good.
Will this hit Davenport or Bettendorf? There's a chance, but I would say right now, like, it's just too early to tell. I think the Supercell will stay a bit further to the north. The storms to your south, though, are the ones we need to watch for Davenport. The current trajectory of the Supercell has it going more in the direction of West Liberty and Tipton. If it takes a right turn, the closest I think it'll get to Davenport would be, like, up here. Still a good 20 miles north. But the storms down here, like this one right here south of Davenport, we got to watch. It's near Edgington right now. Not rotating yet, but we got some storms that are rotating further to the south down near Aledo. So we need to keep eyes on those. This is still a confirmed tornado warning. With that said, again, we do not have any active indication of there actually being a tornado anymore. It did produce a tornado there for probably about 2 minutes. Velocities are a lot weaker again, but I think it's going to try to cycle. Got a lot of convection off to the west that's trying to nudge this almost. It's, again, trying to kind of kick up more spin and rotation, and that's basically what we're watching for right now. Is an increasing area of rotation. And so if we look closely here, and this is the area of interest with, again, a wall cloud trying to form right now. Right there. That is going to the east. We got all sorts of storm chasers on this. Storm chaser Connor Croft is a little bit closer.
Like 50 cars going down here. Little gravel road.
That's what he's looking at.
Ah, it's a B road. That person up there is stuck.
How is it a... Yeah,
Hey, Purple for the super chat.
I mean, going back in that line, can I do anything to avoid this here?
This storm right now is about 40 to 44,000 feet tall. It's kind of in that general range.
I mean, I could probably make it through that, but not with him there.
Pretty tall supercell.
Why would you even try that?
I don't know. I mean, I think we could make it, but now we can't.
Now you're stuck. No, he's moving.
He's backing up.
Hey, Don for the sewer chat. Tuning in from Columbus, Wisconsin. Nothing worthy.
But not faster than
Set to being 42 degrees. It is actually really cold.
Punished.
It's actually pretty wild. I mean, this area of Iowa last night was in like the 30s and 40s, and it's now up into the 70s. The temperature has dramatically changed as that low pressure system has moved to the north and east. Obviously, cold front off to the west, got dry line kind of set up as well. And then, again, temperatures have just skyrocketed here across the Midwest. It's pretty impressive. But back over in Wisconsin, we did actually have a little bit of rotation about an hour ago, south of Milwaukee. Nothing that actually produced a tornado, but one of those storms that was over north of Algonquin wasn't far from it. Got maybe some gusty winds making their way into North Chicago. Very, very weak rotation. Nothing that I would ever warn for a tornado. And then we got some cells that have gone up over in Michigan and Indiana. Again, none of these are tornadic right now or anywhere near severe, but it is an area that we need to keep an eye on. And we're also monitoring storms going up down here, right along the Mississippi River Valley. Again, no active tornado threat right now, but there will be an increasing risk of damaging winds and tornadoes right along the Mississippi River Valley here soon. Back over to Connor Croft. He's looking in the direction now of our tornadic supercell. Again, no active tornado anymore. There was one for a couple minutes.
I think it's got one more shot.
Well, I mean, we'll just, when we go by Lone Tree, we'll see they make the decision to go for
Hey, Rogue for the super chat. Will Mount Pleasant be hit or Wellman Kelowna? Kelowna's being, or was already hit. At this point, Kelowna is looking at that line of thunderstorms now.
And just gotta hope that everybody doesn't have the same.
Also, we did have a golf ball sized hail report just moments ago out of Kelowna. So Kelowna has at least seen some golf ball sized hail. We are still waiting for the storm to cycle. Again, you can see the hook has become a little bit more deformed, but it is attempting right now to move up towards West Branch and West Liberty. I would fully expect we will get a new tornado warning in a moment, which will likely include the cities of Timpton, as well as Iowa City and West Liberty. So all three of you guys gotta be ready for that tornado action plan. I do not think this storm is by any means done when it comes to producing a tornado. We are still monitoring a couple of rotating cells right along the Mississippi River Valley. Again, nothing at this point is tornadic, but they are beginning to rotate. As a reminder, today's environment, there is a boatload of wind shear, guys. Like, I mean, it's actually crazy how much wind shear we have. And the amount of storm relative velocity is also very high. This map here gives you a pretty good indication of the significant tornado parameter values. And notice, just west of Davenport, they're almost a 2. They're pretty elevated. Anywhere in the orange is where that highest tornado threat is currently located. So south of Cedar Rapids back through Quincy, there's also a localized area there south of Milwaukee. We did have a couple of rotating cells there earlier, so kind of goes pair in pair with what we've seen. But across the board, the environment is still very favorable. And for the record, this is actually the second tornado we've had today. We had one earlier in Texas, like at 10:30 in the morning. But we are just kind of waiting the storm to cycle. All right, Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, real quick, this is a look of what that storm looked like when it did.
This is an urgent
They just
alert.
issued a new
A
observed tornado
is
warning.
on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
All right, we have a new confirmed tornado warning. Before we talk about this, a new confirmed tornado warning. This one's gonna be for West Liberty, Wilton, Tipton, as well as Lone Tree. So if you are in this tornado warning, gotta seek shelter immediately. Gotta get away from windows, lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. Gotta get to a storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom. It's a dangerous storm right now near hills, and it is quickly moving to the northeast, and it is cycling. So the tornado threat right now is increasing. They just issued a massive severe thunderstorm warning for a large chunk of western Illinois, even including Davenport, where they are watching for quarter-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. A large warning here with a tornado possible tag on it. So if you're in any of this area, you got to be staying weather aware right now. We got several storms that are beginning to rotate, and one of these could try to produce a tornado down the line. Also, real quickly, storm chaser Nathan Moore has a pretty good view again of that lowering on this confirmed tornado warning near Washington. Got a lot of storm chasers that are on this right now, and so we're keeping an eye on everybody in case there is a tornado. All right, Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, back to what we were looking at before we were rudely interrupted. This is a look at the storm a few minutes ago on 3D volumetric radar, so we can actually see all of the storm ingredients here. So here in the white, I've basically drawn in the wind shear. One of the things we're always talking about with storms and the ingredients they have is the wind shear and how we're looking for the winds to increase with height. That is something we can see beautifully with this supercell taking a look at that 3D radar. We can see the tilted back of that. That shows us that the top of the thunderstorm is moving quicker than the bottom. That's part of the stuff that makes a thunderstorm rotate in the first place. That dynamic pipe that we have highlighted, that is the mesocyclone. That is what is going to produce the tornado. In order to see a tornado, we expect to see that dynamic pipe stretched very well through the entirety of the storm's profile, basically from the base of the storm where the tornado is all the way up to the top. We want to see that rotation and see that mesocyclone if we're confident that it's going to produce a tornado. We also have clear inflow as well. So that's something that is really important, and we have seen ruin a few storms' abilities to produce tornadoes in the past few days. Is just a lot of storms around it. Unfortunately, this storm has very clear inflow. It has a very good access to all of the favorable environment ahead of it, and it should manage to continue to cycle as long as we see the storm stay ahead of the line behind it.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So that's a pretty good graphic there of kind of what the storm was doing about 10-15 minutes ago when it produced a tornado. And now we are witnessing the threat of another tornado. Also, a big hail core on the south side of Iowa City. This thing has gotten nasty over the last few minutes, so this storm's becoming, again, concerning. Rotation, again, is not super strong right now, but it is beginning to organize again. We got the hook echo. Got a very clear inflow, which means warm and humid air is surging now into the supercell, and that could lead to a new tornado threat. So West Liberty and West Branch, we got to be in your safe places right now. If you're over in Tipton, Wilton, you don't have to be there yet, but I'll be getting there in the next 5-10 minutes. I would not treat this as if I'm in Oklahoma with a beer in my hand and sitting outside my patio watching for a tornado. I would be seeking shelter. You know, don't do the things that people do in movies. All right, just get to your safe place in case this thing does end up producing another tornado, which is, again, very possible. I talked about this earlier, but in case you guys didn't see, this is the crazy contraption that Max Archer, one of our storm chasers, has. He has a massive hail cage that goes over his windshield. I've never seen really anything quite like this, so it's kind of funny. I don't know what it even is, but it's kind of impressive. All right, let's go back over to Connor Croft. Connor is currently located just south of the hook. Kind of see the storm a little bit there from his POV. What camera, Bettis? What slot? One thing we have to watch for are the storms that are going up right now south of Davenport. Bottom right of your screen is a look actually from Beddendorf with storms rapidly firing south of Davenport right now. There is some broad rotation on this storm near Lido, which is going up towards Kelowna and LeClaire. Got another one too right here. Look at that little hook there that's developing. That's over near Keithsburg. We really need to keep an eye on any storms here, especially the two near Lido. Those ones are very discreet. There's also one that's on the west side of Beddendorf that is also trying to go up. That one's going to take a little bit of time. This is not really a concern specifically for Davenport. It'd be more of a concern for DeWitt, which is down the line. Last few radar scans still have a hook echo. Still very strong inflow. Velocities are displaced from the hook. It's not an imminent tornado concern, but it will likely develop into a tornado concern again here soon. It's actually a huge shelf cloud has been shot off from the storm. I believe this is actually the line of thunderstorms. So that's what we're looking at there is actually the line that is west of Iowa City that's producing damaging winds. And then this right here on the left is the area of interest. So that'll be our wall cloud.
On a tight wall cloud here.
So wall cloud is right here. This is the area that we're looking at for a potential tornado. And then this right here is chaser convergence. We got a lot of chasers out there. Almost every person, I think, going this direction is a tornado
wall
chaser.
cloud right above us, chat. It's pretty skinny, though.
Look at the rotation up there at the top.
Probably not as deep as you would want.
See at the very top of your screen? Look at that spin.
Right
that thing's
there.
spinning.
Little nub lowering.
Whoa, that's spinning quick. Look at that. That's the area of interest right there.
Nub lowering right
Look at that thing spin.
Look at that. Right above us.
It's literally above his head.
Come on, go. Go.
This thing's about to... This might actually try to drop here in a second.
No. What are you doing?
Look at that rapid rotation.
Oh my goodness, dude. We're falling behind a funnel cloud overhead. Go. Go. Go, dude. What are you doing? Come on. Come on.
So many chasers here, too.
You got it. Just drive.
If any other chasers have this,
it's past
just let me know.
now.
Slot.
It can't hurt you.
Oh, that thing's all of a sudden rapidly spinning. There's a view here, too, from CJ. You can't really see it. It's going to be this right here. It's going to be that right there. It's that little nub. It's coming down.
Is that guy driving?
He's literally trying to drop right now.
If you could send a screenshot, if at all possible.
I'm currently using my phone to stream also, so.
So they put Ryan Scholl in slot
yeah,
3.
and now everyone's speeding because they're like, oh man, we went to.
There's another view of it.
Nothing yet, nothing yet.
I don't even think Scholl knows, but there is a
God, it's moving so fast.
pretty
bro. Can it stop moving
decent
so freaking
lowering there that was
fast?
developing. It was rapidly spinning a second ago.
A little frustrating now. Green.
Rain wrapped.
There it is. Top of your screen. Got a rapid rotation right here. Look at that rotation. All that motion right here. That's your funnel. That's developing. This thing's trying to drop, obviously. That's the area.
Hey Max, I got an update.
Go ahead. Somebody radioing in.
I've got a tornado trying to develop just to my west on the tornado warning storm.
This is Max Archer who is talking. This is what he's looking at with his massive hail cage. Look at the hook echo bottom right. Look at that hook.
I've got a tornado trying to develop just to my
That hook echo's gotten pretty defined. And once again, if you're just tuning in, this is near West Liberty, Iowa. If you're just tuning in. Got a very defined hook echo. And actually a couplet now on radar. And what we're looking at right now is that area of interest. We did have rapid rotation just a second ago. You can see on velocities, that couplet there just south of US Highway 6 got a very defined hook echo, and this is, again, going to be crossing over Interstate 80 in just a moment. So Interstate 80, if you're traveling along that highway, we got a big hail core crossing over the Interstate 2. So that is moving off in the direction of Tipton. And then again, a couplet right along in south of US Highway 6. You got storm chasers literally all over this thing right now. This is Edgar O'Neill and CJ, and then Ryan Scholl. Look closely. I think that area that was rotating is going to be kind of in the middle there. Might be a little bit rain wrapped from his perspective.
I'm limited by a freaking semi now.
There's all sorts of motion there. Just a little update on our chaser convergence on this storm. All those green dots are chasers. I don't know if I've ever seen anything like this. This is actually crazy. Inside of this tornado warning is almost where every chaser is located, and they have made almost like an H shape here.
Update.
Go ahead.
I got a tornado.
All right, Max Archer says he has a tornado. So there is a tornado down apparently. So let me put Max Archer in slot 3. Says he has a tornado. Oh, I think his stream froze. That is not ideal timing. Maybe if he has it, somebody else is going to have it. Let me put Storm Intermedia slot 2. Max Archer says there is a tornado down.
Shoot, maybe I probably could have outran it. I just didn't feel safe with how fast it was moving, you know?
Yeah. It's okay. We're going.
Be right here, somewhere.
It's right in front of us. It should be... It's disorganized.
Crossing the road in front of us now.
It's disorganized.
Riley has an urgent update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, Storm Chaser Jacob McMillan. He's in slot 3. Tornado on the ground there as well.
Thank you for the update. All right, so this is live right now. Storm Chaser Jacob McMillan has a tornado down. Is that white thing on the left? Right, you can see it right there. Look at that debris.
Man, it just destroyed a thing in front of me.
Yeah, there's a tornado down. All right, so we got a tornado down right now near Downey, Iowa. It is making ground contact. You can see a little bit of dirt being kicked off the ground.
Right there, we got a tornado.
So we put Storm Media slot 2.
Chat.
I don't know if he's already there. Storm Media also has it here.
Mile right here. Okay. Oh, Root. Hey, video with your phone or something.
I don't have my phone.
Okay, you're good. That's good.
There's a tornado down here just beyond the trees.
Oh, just to that view. Guys, damaging tornado.
We got power flashes.
Look at all the rotation up there in the clouds. There is a damaging tornado. It is non-condensed there on the left side of your screen. This is right now on the south side of West Branch, Iowa. Look how much it's rapidly rotating at the top of your screen.
Okay, I'm trying to get my phone going at the same time.
Here. Got a damaging tornado. Focus lock, please.
Look at the hook echo too, but that tornado's down right now near Downey.
Where'd it go?
It's to our left.
We got a confirmed tornado, chat. Confirmed debris circulation right above us.
We gotta know.
Going back to live radar, this is what we're looking at again. Tornadoes down right now on the west side of Downey, and it is now going towards Springdale and Rochester here in Iowa. You got to seek shelter immediately. Again, if you're in this pink polygon, this is off to the west of Davenport. The storm has now at least produced 2 tornadoes. There is damage. There is damage. Jacob McMillan just passed by.
We got a damaging tornado right here.
All sorts of damage here to this farm. A lot of fence, a lot of scrap metal tossed. There's solar panels. Those don't look damaged from what I just saw.
I don't see ground circ anymore.
There is damage there.
Oh yeah, I do. I see stuff float.
There's still, all right, so there's apparently still debris in the air. Not sure if this tornado's still down, but we do have tornado damage there. That's near US Highway 6. Looks like part of a roof was blown off back there too. All right, let's go back over to live radar. And again, that tornado just hit the south side of Downey. It looked pretty quick. I don't think it's on the ground anymore. It might be. We don't have any confirmed ground truth to that right now. Obviously, there's a lot of storm chasers here, so we're keeping an eye on that. Quickly, I want to take our attention south of Davenport. We are starting to see a broad area of rotation coming together near Preemption. That'll be going towards the Quad Cities International Airport. So we are watching this new storm going up that is in far western Illinois, tracking towards Davenport. So if you are near Davenport, Kelowna, or LeClaire, we need to be watching this storm like a hawk here over the next 30 minutes or so. Again, this has been a confirmed tornado warning for probably about half an hour now. It produced about 20-30 minutes ago, and it is still rotating. And Jacob McMillan has a pretty good view of this. That is this kind of cinnamon bun. That's the area of spin that we were just looking at there on the left there a second ago. Might be gearing up again for another tornado. Edgar O'Neill has a pretty good shot of it too. That's a large lowering out there in the distance. Hey Jay for the super chat. Oh, quickly, I want to take our attention. I didn't even notice this. This is over in eastern Illinois. We have a tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning. This is near Danville, just east of Urbana. There's a broad area of rotation right now. It's not very tornadic, but it's a broad area of rotation that is going to be lifting up to the northeast towards Interstate 74 in Danville. So stay alert if you're in Danville. We'll keep an eye on that one. I don't think it's really that strong of rotation. It's fairly broad right now, but we are keeping tabs on that storm. That is outside of our current active tornado watch. They just issued a severe warning for 70-mile-per-hour winds, and there's also a tornado possible tag near Allegan in Michigan. So this is west of Kalamazoo. We do have a live shot from Kalamazoo that we'll be keeping an eye on here. But this storm is moving to the northeast. It's going to be going in the direction of Grand Rapids in Wyoming. So there is a conditional risk of a strong tornado in southwestern Michigan over the next hour. So we need to be keeping eyes here on Michigan too over the next hour or two, as storms are now initiating and are beginning to organize a little bit. There's definitely a decent amount of rotation on that cell right now. Back over to our tornado warning. We still have a hook echo just to the south right now of West Branch. This is tracking to the northeast right now. We have a lot of storm chasers that are, again, looking at this. This is Edgar O'Neill, who's looking at it from the south. And there was a tornado not too long ago. We have Edgar O'Neill in 2 slots, by the way. Somebody wants to fix one of them. Hey, Queenie for the $10 super chat. How's Des Moines tonight? Des Moines is basically done. The storms that you guys already saw were the ones that you're going to see for today. Look at Ryan Scholl's view. Wow.
Hill.
All sorts of low clouds.
On a hill, dude.
These are almost ground scraping clouds here near Tipton.
Road's muddy though too, so it doesn't help. Got about a mile of this, so I don't even need to pass.
Here's a view from Cannon Calton. Hey, chosen for becoming a member.
Yeah, it's on the back corner.
Back over to CJ.
But, just to keep an eye on it. But just
we're watching this right here, this area.
I see a rope. It is very beautiful. It just looked directly to your 10 o'clock.
Oh, there's actually a funnel.
Yep, that's it.
Look at that. It's a funnel. Little, looks like a sheer funnel. A little funnel cloud. Got a little funnel cloud. You can see it there too. There's another funnel. This thing's trying to produce again. So there's a little funnel cloud here. Your West Branch. It's kind of getting sheared off. We'll see if it can organize. Two different storm chasers with a view of this. And this storm has produced 2 separate tornadoes already, and it might try to produce a third.
Unfortunately, after we get to here, we can turn right.
Yesterday, and that would have.
So again, that is a little funnel cloud. It's now kind of buried behind the clouds there. It at least tried to produce a tornado there a second ago.
Maybe, I guess.
We go back to the 3-cam view. We got Jacob McMillan and CJ bottom left and right. Both had a view of that funnel cloud just a second ago. We still have some rotating storms to the south of Davenport. We really got to watch this one near Davenport closely. There is $quarter to $half sized hail falling near Oak Grove. There's a little hook forming. Got a little nudger out of the west. Broad rotation right now over Preemption. We have a storm chaser en route for that storm, so we'll be keeping a close eye on them. Confirmed tornado warning still continues west of Davenport. This tornado's been on and off on the ground here for probably about half an hour. This is not the tornadic supercell, but this is looking west towards the line of thunderstorms. This is what we call a shelf cloud, leading edge of damaging winds that are currently rolling across West Branch and Lone Tree.
Okay.
And this is a better shot of our tornadic supercell.
Moving up on this thing now. That previous tornado seems to have dissipated. I don't see any sign of it right now. Here we go.
Stay on Jacob here for a second. I have a lot of people asking where this storm is heading, at least this particular supercell. I know we have some storms south of Davenport. We need to watch these for really anywhere in this area here. But over on this supercell here, it is tracking towards Tipton, and it'll be going more towards the Maqueda area. So DeWitt, Wheatland, and Grand Mound. You guys are going to be in the path of this. It could obviously go a little bit further east. It could go a bit further to the north. We'll see. It's just kind of going in that general area. So it's going north and east right now. It'll be going towards Wheatland and Grand Mound and Loden here over the next 15-20 minutes. And then DeWitt, probably about a half an hour until the storm is pretty close to you. And then Maqueda, or Makota, apparently. Makodita. Hopefully I got that pronunciation right. But again, Hook Echo's still on the supercell. We still have an area of rotation west of Rochester. It's obviously a pretty tornadic storm, and as long as this line of thunderstorms is keeping up with the supercell, it's going to continue to get this like little nudging effect, which could lead to another tornado. This is right underneath the tornadic supercell here with storm chaser Jacob McMillan. See kind of a little bit of broad spin up there at the top. They have maintained this as a confirmed tornado warning.
Okay, I think we're gonna hit I-80 here and go east, just to keep up with it. Oh, that was intense for a moment there, chat.
Jacob was almost under the. He was literally under the tornado. He was almost, or under the funnel cloud. He was almost like literally inside of the tornado. If that tornado dropped,
we got trafficked in.
When he was driving by, it would have literally hit him.
Shed blew up right.
Actually, a pretty crazy moment there.
First responders were literally already,
super chat.
There was already a police officer there, so.
So again, those are all different storm chasers on the bottom right or bottom of your screen there. We do have a severe warning to the west of Wapello. That is going to be for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. That is currently tracking to the east right now. We're keeping an eye on this supercell again west of Davenport. We got broad rotation west or south of Davenport still. Got a little hook developing on this now near Orion. We got to keep an eye on this one. I'd say it's a low tornado risk for the next 20 to 30 minutes, but it's definitely not zero. So Davenport, Kelowna, Geneseo, all need to keep an eye on that. Very broad rotation as of right now. We got a little bit of broad rotation east of Fort Madison. That's moving towards Monmouth and Galesburg. And then down over near Chicago, we don't have any active severe storms or any active strong storms really anymore. We got a couple of rotating cells earlier, but all the rotation is now offshore into Lake Michigan. So for now, Chicago's okay, but we are still monitoring the storms off to your west, as these will be hitting you tonight. We are expecting a tornado risk, so definitely stay tuned from Chicago. And we have this tornado possible severe warning over in Michigan near Allegan, going up towards Wayland and Dorr. And that is mainly for a threat of 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds, but there is some broad rotation right now moving to the north and east. Back over to CJ on our tornado warn cell. Again, no active tornado at this moment, but this thing has already produced 2 or 3 tornadoes now. Lots of low-hanging clouds. Hey, Husker for the super chat. I really think if you live anywhere along the Mississippi River Valley right now, and right along the Iowa-Illinois border, we need to be again staying alert. If you're over to the west of like Iowa City, most of the severe weather is done, but far eastern Iowa is where significant severe weather is still at play for the next hour or two. The good news is that for Iowa, the threat is the daytime. It's not nighttime today. Tomorrow, we have another threat of severe weather in Iowa too, so it's a double whammy. But the good news right now is that all these storms will be out of Iowa by about 7 o'clock, so it'll be before sunset. But what's kind of crazy is that tomorrow, you know, this is today's tornado threat, right? This is tomorrow's. We're right back in basically the same area for an elevated tornado threat. So, well, obviously over the next few hours, this tornado threat should continue to stay pretty high here across central, northern parts of Illinois, southern Wisconsin, and eastern Iowa. We do have a 10% tornado risk now for Madison and Janesville in Wisconsin. That's a little bit higher than what it was before. So, and the tornado threat is by far the most concerning thing today, but there's also a risk of damaging winds with this line of thunderstorms. Look at all that scud there in the middle of your screen here in West Liberty.
That's pretty funny.
All sorts of rise in motion.
I guess ready in a moment's notice.
All the chasers could just stay overnight, pretty much. Yeah, the chasers don't have to go far tomorrow. Saves on gas money, since gas is insane right now. It's like $4, I think, in Florida.
Meanwhile, to our west, the wall.
That's the line of storms. This here is obviously a discrete cell. And we're watching for a new wall cloud to develop right here. So, again, nothing actively, but tornado risk will be increasing as this storm continues to move northeast near Tip. It's going towards Wheatland and Grand Mound. I'm starting to see a little bit more of an uptick of rotation again near Tipton, so this thing might be trying to form a new wall cloud now.
We're looking the wrong way, buddy.
Hey, Wolves to the super chat. How do you feel about the tornado risk in Iowa? I think it's pretty low. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, just wanted to cover the environment ahead of these storms real quickly. I think we're going to start to shift in terms of where we're seeing our peak tornado threat. We've been talking about this supercell that's back closer to the line along our low pressure system for a little bit now, but that is starting to be overtaken by the line itself, and it's probably going to become part of that linear system here shortly. I'm shifting my attention to this new convection in and around Davenport, specifically these two cells. These are both positioned in a way where they do have access to clean inflow. They're not really competing with the storms around them. One of them because it's far enough off to the north where it's not fighting with other convection. The other one just because it's the furthest storm to the east in this line. The environment over here is not as good as the environment further off to the west. If we take a look at our mesoanalysis, we can see that it is this convection is just on the eastern side of where our favorable environment is, but there is still environment here that does support tornadoes. So that's going to be something to keep an eye out for. In fact, if we look at just SCP, it is actually a little bit more elevated than our environment further off to the northwest. But of course, SCP is a composite, and it's not the sort of end all or make all for the storms in the area, but there still definitely is a tornado environment here, so it's going to be something to keep an eye on. The Storm Prediction Center did issue another mesoscale discussion, now stating that we're talking about tornadoes up to 150 miles per hour in strength, so that's a little bit stronger than what we were talking about earlier, so definitely need to keep an eye out for any potential spin-ups because they could be an intense tornado.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. All right. Back over to live radar. Once again, we do have an area of rotation still south of Tipton. This is still a discrete supercell moving to the north and east. We got several storms that are currently going up over near Kelowna and Cambridge. We have Storm Chaser Rob McBay, who is coming up on that storm near Kelowna. Very faintly can see that lower area of clouds off to the left of him. So he's coming up on that storm just south again of Davenport. We have a brand new severe thunderstorm warning. This can be for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. There's also a tornado possible tag. Very large area. Mancoeda, as well as Wilton, north of Muscatine, you guys are now included in this severe warning. You should be staying away from windows as these thunderstorms approach. The biggest concern is 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. There could be some large hail too, especially with the storm that is over Tipton, and there's also a risk of a tornado embedded in this line. Riley has an urgent update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, we did just receive confirmation that very narrow rope we saw earlier did actually make ground contact. So it'd be the third tornado of the day that this storm has produced. Currently not on the ground, but still 3 tornadoes now for the storm.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So that is now 3 separate tornadoes that have happened with this supercell that is now over Tipton. And obviously the line of thunderstorms is catching up, but this discrete cell is still trying to produce a tornado. Keep in mind, this storm is also really quickly now moving. It's moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. So this thing has sped up a lot. The line of thunderstorms moving at 55 miles per hour. The only way this cell is going to stay discrete is if it can outrace the line. Now, I'm not sure if it's going to do that for that much longer, but at least for right now, it is. So it is still at least broadly rotating. But definitely got to watch this thing right here near Kelowna. We do have Storm Chaser Rob McBay coming up on that right now. Again, no visible wall cloud visible yet, but we'll be keeping close tabs on that west of Cambridge. And quick update for those in eastern Illinois. We do have a singular severe thunderstorm warning right now for Danville with a broad area of rain-wrapped rotation. That is going to be tracking up towards US Highway 132 just west of Covington. And then we also have a severe thunderstorm warning in Michigan. So if you're over in Grand Rapids, get ready for a significant damaging wind threat. There's also a risk of a tornado with this storm as it continues to move northeast towards the Grand Rapids International Airport. Wyoming is also going to be in the path of that. That is north and west there of Kalamazoo. There's a camera in Kalamazoo that we're keeping an eye on, but can't really see anything right now. Temperature right now in Michigan's about 64 degrees. But all the chasers right now are trying to keep up with this line of thunderstorms. Somebody go to Edgar O'Neill. Put him in like slot 1 or something. Edgar O'Neill is in the middle of this line of thunderstorms. Look at the visibility right now. Put Ryan Scholl in slot 1.
Handy one of those.
So this is the leading edge of the line of thunderstorms. Visibility is rapidly dropping. You can see the wind is picking up too.
Oh, they're gone, dude.
Just north of West Liberty. So very windy along the leading edge of this line of thunderstorms. If you look at any of the other chasers that are awfully close to the leading edge of this line, this is storm chaser Cannon Calton. He's barely able to keep up with this. Again, this line of thunderstorms is moving to the east at 55 miles per hour. So you basically got to be on an interstate right now to stay ahead of this line. And so as a chaser, it can actually be pretty difficult to stay ahead of something like this. So a lot of chasers right now are driving right through the rain and then going eastbound. But we still have a large chaser convergence all around that supercell near Tipton. And then I am, again, really watching the storm near Kelowna for an increasing tornado potential over the next hour. So we're going to be looking at LeClaire and Geneseo here for an increasing tornado threat here over the next 30 minutes to an hour. I had several photos of this tornado. I'm going to go back to our 3-cam view here. Everybody's driving in rain right now. So let me put Rob McBay in slot 1. Rob is going to have a pretty good view of the storm here in a minute. This storm is starting to rotate again. Just broad rotation. Small area of convergence. Nothing crazy. This is his view. If you look to the far left side of your screen, that is the storm right now near Kelowna, Illinois. So we're looking off to the left there. Got a little, looks like tail coming in. Got a little tail developing there on the middle left. Maybe a little bit of an inflow, warm inflow coming into the storm. It's pretty fascinating, but our temperatures that are out in front of this area of thunderstorms, our temperatures are now into the low 70s. About 6 to 12 hours ago, the temperatures were in like the 30s and 40s, but our warm front has been lifting to the north throughout the daytime today. And you can see where the warm front is basically located. It's about right here. Temperatures are only about 40 to 42 in Wisconsin. Then we got a lot of places in the 60s and 70s near Rockford and back into Chicago. So the temperatures are rapidly going up. Here's a better view of those temperatures for you. So much warmer environment out in front of this area of thunderstorms. And so again, that warm, humid air is going to help to increase our threat of severe weather over the next few hours as storms continue to organize. I do think this discrete cell near Tipton is definitely, it's almost running out of time here to produce another tornado. I think we really got to watch these storms off to the east. This is closer to our dry line setup. Again, we got a little bit of rotation still just south there of Interstate 74. So in a few minutes, we'll keep an eye on that. Look at your bottom left of your screen, though. You can see a little lowering there. That might be a wall cloud. You got a little tail. That's a little inflow that is streaming into our supercell. So this right here is going to be that warm and moist air that is surging in, and then maybe a wall cloud back there on the left. A very broad area of rotation right now near Cole Valley. Hey, Captain, for the super chat. The storms in Ohio, I think, will be mostly just isolated hail and wind. I think the tornado risk is pretty low. Thank you, Sydney, also for becoming a maximum velocity member. The damaging wind threat here is no joke. Got probably 60 to 70 mile per hour winds right now, right along Interstate 80. This is going over to storm chaser Rob McBay. And then this is Connor Croft, who is now just out in front of this line of thunderstorms. You can see the big shelf cloud that's stretching across the sky west of Wilton, near Interstate 80. We also just got a new severe thunderstorm warning in Louisiana, out of all places. I don't think Louisiana was in a risk of severe weather today. And Connor just tried to radio into me. I don't know if he meant to do that. We might have a really cool photo of the rope tornado from earlier, so stay tuned. Got somebody that posted a really cool photo on Twitter of that rope tornado from earlier. Over the last few minutes, we are seeing an increasing hail risk over near Kelowna, Illinois.
Just coming in, Max. Sure, you've already alerted your audience, but we're trying to reposition for those cells all the way out by Davenport. Not sure if we're gonna make it or not. The squall line's absolutely hauling, but That's the new plan. Definitely got to watch those cells out by Davenport as the forcing from the line comes in probably in an hour or two. So that's the new plan.
Thank you for the update. Yeah, so Connor's basically saying, and I agree with this, the discrete cell that we've been watching for the last hour or two just to the north here of Tipton, this one, again, is running out of steam. Like, it's getting caught up by our line of thunderstorms. And so as that happens, this tornado threat is going to be a lot lower. But we have this area way out here to the east that's way ahead of the line with a lot of discrete and semi-discrete cells that are going up.
A new tornado warning has
and
been
these
issued.
are going to be the ones that produce the risk of tornadoes as well. So we're not just talking about the ones in Iowa. We got ones going up in Illinois now, and these will have a pretty, I would say, pretty equal chance of also producing a tornado risk, especially the one here near Kelowna. The rotation isn't crazy right now, but it has that shape, and as we get a little bit more forcing, a little bit more of this nudging activity too from some of the convection to the west, I do think our tornado threat will be on the rise. We have a new tornado warning. This one's going to be, again, in Iowa. This has been a long track supercell for Cedar, Clinton, and Scott counties in Iowa. So if you're in Wheatland, if you're in Grand Mound, Loudoun, near Highway 130, you've got to seek shelter now. Get away from windows. Get to the lowest floor possible and get to an interior room of your home or building, just west of DeWitt. There is still a chance as this line of thunderstorms hits the discrete cell that it could get enough of a nudge to produce another tornado. This is in far eastern Iowa, just to the northwest of Davenport. Here's a pretty good view of our storm here from CJ Ziegler. See the large shelf cloud across the sky. He is just to the south of the tornado warning. That's the shelf cloud. And then over here to the right would be the area of interest for a potential tornado.
One off the road
But we just, again, can't see it really from this angle. You also see the big cumulonimbus clouds out on the horizon. Those are separate storms to the east of DeWitt that are going up. Big cumulonimbus clouds towering up in the sky. But when we get an outflow boundary like this, it pushes out cool air, which a lot of the time will limit our tornado threat right in the immediate area of where this line of thunderstorms is. So once that cool air reaches this tornado warning cell, it's basically game over for that supercell. But the storms out to the east are the ones that we have a lot more concern about here in the near term, with all these other storms that are going up right now. And any of these could also produce the risk of a tornado. Wow, look at this view. So this is the storm near Kelowna. That is a monster shelf. Got a little hook echo on this thing too. Shout out to Storm Chaser Ron McBay, also watching our stream. He's in the loop. He's watching our stream while he's chasing out here. You can hear it. This is a crazy looking storm though right now. Large shelf hanging down. You know, we'll be looking back in here for a potential tornado threat. Somebody just came right here. So let me put Rob back in slot 2.
This thing is spinning like a top, though.
It's definitely rotating. You can see the reds and greens. Again, not strong rotation, but there is some rotation.
All right, we're going to reposition here.
So Rob's going to continue to push to the east. We've also got Storm Chaser Brett Adair on this too. This is over to the west of Morristown, Illinois, just south of LeClaire, southeast of Davenport. You are just tuning in. So western Illinois is starting to cook. Hey, Sharon, for becoming a maximum velocity member. That confirmed tornado warning is going to end in 6 minutes, even though there's no longer a tornado. Actually, a little bit of spin there in the middle. You can see very weak spin, but there's a little bit of spin, a little bit of twirling of the clouds there. Off to the left of that light pole. Of course he said he said Cook. He's Gen Z. Thanks. I am 23. Maybe a funnel forming right here. Watch this closely. Hold a spin.
Good spin, horseshoe.
Starting to see more and more spin now. This might be a tornado developing right now. Near Kelowna. This is unwarned for at least a tornado right now. There's a lot more spin than just a few minutes ago. It's a broad area of spin. It's not tight. It's not like a funnel. It's not a tornado.
Really starting to wrap up here.
It's starting to spin. So we're starting to see that motion.
Here comes the RFD slot.
Well, it's spin there at the top. This is Storm Chaser Rob McVay 2. Looking at that same thing. This is right near the Interstate 7480 intersection in Kelowna, Illinois. Hey, Winnie, for the $20 super chat. Thank you for your update. Keep it away from Kenosha area, please. Hopefully it stays away from you guys. I think like right along the Lake Michigan coast, it's gonna be pretty chill. But a little bit inland, we definitely could have some problems. So once again, this is the storm that we're looking at. There is a hook echo and an inflow coming into the storm now. And if this were to produce a tornado, it's basically going towards Geneseo, Prophetstown, and eventually towards Sterling. The other tornado warning, or the only tornado warning cell really at this point, the rotation's still pretty broad. We have one storm chaser, that's Ken Calton, who is actually driving north towards this thing. And it's honestly quite the risky play, because he will not be able to catch up to any other storm. But obviously he's banking on that storm, trying to produce a tornado. This is back over to storm chaser Rob McVay. Look at all that spin there on the left. He got all sorts of spin right above his head. Basically right over his head. Not a whole lot of rotation right now, but the spin's kind of over his head now. A new radar scan coming in now. Somebody just said it's getting warmer in southern Wisconsin. Not necessarily a good thing. Thank Valentine for the super chat. A lot of spin there at the top. That new tornado possible severe warning is going to be north of Danville, Illinois. None of this is really too tornadic right now, but this is all just, again, spin. Everything's just kind of spinning up here. So that's the area that we need to look at for a potential tornado threat. That's like literally above his head now. I would anticipate we'll at least get a new severe warning for this discrete cell heading in the direction of Morrison and Dixon here in a few minutes. So that's, again, tracking to the northeast right now. I'd get ready if you're over in Morrison, Geneseo, and even near Dixon. Have your tornado action plan ready to go and have ways to receive alerts. Again, we are live, obviously, covering this. If you guys have friends or family that are out in front of these storms, share the stream. Get the word out there. We're providing commercial-free coverage. We have literally 20 storm chasers in the field today. It's actually insane how many chasers are on the map. So, again, we have a large storm chasing team out there. This is the largest chaser team I think that we've ever had on a stream. It's quite impressive. That's what the tornado warning cell looks like near Wheatland.
It's over.
It's getting more and more elevated. The storm itself is kind of not really along. It's getting kind of merged into that line of thunderstorms.
Yeah, in this case.
I don't think there's much of a tornado risk left, but this is the area that we'll be watching over here. And so this, again, pushing east pretty quickly at about 45 miles per hour.
That too, right? Probably.
We'll be heading in the direction of DeWitt and Welton. There's some hail back in there. That large white thing that you're seeing, let me go back to the green screen. That large white right here, this is all hail that is falling. So that hail's falling to the ground. That's probably $half, maybe ping pong ball sized hail that's coming down right there. Everything else around it is mostly just rain. It's a large rain shaft.
That was like a literal noodle.
Yeah, I remember that one.
That was a tornado on the ground. It was on the ground.
Shout out to Rotten with the $20 super chat. How's Verona, the west side of, or southwest side of Madison for tonight? I would be watching for a risk of tornadoes. We don't have anything imminent, but in about an hour or two, we'll be keeping an eye on your area. It's going to come down to the discrete cells basically tracking into southern Wisconsin. I do think it's interesting, though. We do have a new, the 10% tornado risk was expanded further to the north. So if you look at the tornado risk here, it does include Madison now. It includes Rockford. Like it's a larger area than before. It's definitely quite interesting. Really picturesque view of this tornado-worn cell right now near Durant, Iowa.
The cold front wins. Cold front always wins.
Really impressive look here of a large shelf cloud. Leading edge of our cold frontal boundary off to the west. We are still keeping very close eye right now on this storm near Geneseo in Illinois. This is again tracking towards Prophetstown right now. I don't know if they issued a new severe warning on this or am I tripping? Oh, they've issued a warning on this storm. So they now have a severe thunderstorm warning for Mount Carroll, Lanark, and Savannah, just north of Davenport, north of Clinton. That'll be for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. There is a tornado possible tag on this. I'm going to be honest, I don't see any rotation really on this area, but we'll keep eyes on that in case something does happen. This area of convergence is definitely the more concerning thing that we're seeing right now. That's heading towards Prophetstown. They have gone ahead and issued that tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning. So that's going to be for Madison or Morrison, Sterling, Prophetstown, and Tampico, just north of Geneseo. And we got two storm chasers on this. Rob McBay is one of them, and he has a pretty solid view of this right now. Hey, Ash for the super chat. Appreciate that. I'm glad I could help you there in Michigan. Thank you also, Hoot, for becoming a member. Milton, Wisconsin's about 60 degrees. It's getting warm. That warm front's lifting north. Got a report out of over near Highway 34 near Grivison in Iowa. There was some pretty major damage to a tractor trailer. There was nobody in it at the time. No injuries were reported. But there was either damaging winds or a tornado at that time. Let's look at that storm here again, west of Geneseo. Again, I don't see anything tornadic right now, but you can see the low clouds. That would be the area to watch for right out in front here in the middle right, coming up in the power line there.
Major damage to a tractor trailer.
I was watching our stream still. You guys locked in. Hey, Harlan for the super chat. Thanks for streaming these storms. When you started doing your meteorology degree, did you see yourself doing live streams? Not like this. No, I mean, we did live streams. Even like when I got into college initially, I was doing live streams like this, but it was only for North Texas, and now we're obviously doing nationwide weather. So it's grown into quite the channel. You can hear her voice twice. Yeah. Storm Chaser Rob McBay is watching our live stream while chasing. That is some commitment right there. He's in the loop right now. That is for this thing right here.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We do have a tornado warning in Illinois. This one's going to be to the southwest of Galesburg. So if you are in this tornado warning, south of Monmouth, you've got to seek shelter now. Get away from windows. Get on the lowest floor possible. Get to an interior room.
A new tornado
of your home or building.
Has been issued. We
have now 3 tornado warnings. We have another one. This one's going to be for Galesburg and Knoxville. So it's the same storm. It's a different CWA region. But if you are in this tornado warning, you got to seek shelter now. We have a pretty crazy view of this storm right now. This is storm chaser Jennifer McMahon, who is currently looking at this. They are located directly south of this, but they are on this tornado warning cell. And this one might try to go on to produce a strong tornado too. So this storm's definitely getting concerning. Again, the rotation's actually was fairly strong on radar just a second ago. We are in a bit of a radar hole. We got a monster shelf cloud that is stretching across the sky here. A little bit of scud here on the far left. We're watching again for a tornado here, west of Galesburg. Very populated area. You guys got any friends or family in Galesburg, Knoxville, any surrounding area? Make sure that they're aware of this.
East of Monmouth, moving northeast at 50 miles.
So we got storm chasers all over the place, but that is definitely one of the more concerning storms that we have right now. Going back over, let me go back to our full cam view. We're going to do slot 1 there for that. The tornado warning over west of DeWitt. The rotation is not as intense. Once again, the line of storms has caught up, so I'm pretty certain our tornado threat is going to be lower on this storm that is heading off to the north and east. We'll keep an eye on it. I'd at least be watching for a low-end tornado threat heading towards Savannah with this storm down the line. And then a really significant area of damaging winds is approaching Davenport. We have 70 to 75 mile per hour winds right now that are going directly towards Davenport. Storm chaser Nathan Moore is very close to that area of higher winds, so we'll see how windy it actually is. But we got 70 mile per hour winds being measured by radar, almost 80 miles per hour west of Durant. So this line of thunderstorms is definitely no joke. We also see a storm here. This is looking east on Interstate 80 towards Davenport. Got a big time storm out there that's developed off to the east. Going back to Jennifer McMahon again. This is live on the tornado warning near Galesburg. Got a very low hanging area of clouds there on the left. I don't see a defined wall cloud currently, or wall cloud feature, but we have a very large shelf cloud stretching across the sky. Thank you, Blake, for becoming a member. That is also the shelf cloud. So this is what you're probably going to see if you're over in Davenport. You can see the large shelf cloud. That'll be the leading edge of damaging winds, which again could be as high as 70 miles per hour.
We are trying to book it, chat.
Maybe bottom right of your screen. We're still watching this supercell near Prophetstown very closely. Over the last couple scans, we are seeing a pretty significant area of damaging winds that is near Interstate 88 that's developing. Not really seeing as much convergence. We don't have much of an inflow right now. It's mostly going around this area, that hook echo that we have. So it's not very organized near Hillsdale. But tornado risk is still there if this cell can mature as it moves towards Sterling. We do have a new mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max is actually just going to talk about this one. So this one is not for a tornado threat. This is for mostly a wind threat. This is talking about the potential of a severe thunderstorm watch. Probability of that is 60%, but that is across portions of Illinois, Indiana, and Michigan. This is a slightly different setup that we have here. This is not associated with our surface low like the one back in Iowa, but it is still going to pose a very marginal tornado threat.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So again, back over here in Indiana, Michigan, Illinois, we're watching for even a possibility of an isolated strong tornado. We obviously have that storm that is labeled tornado possible near Danville right now. And so that storm could also try to produce a risk of a tornado. But for the most part, the more concerning storms are over here near the Mississippi River Valley. And these ones are in a much more favorable environment with a lot of wind shear. And the storm relative helicity, which is basically a measurement of rotation in the atmosphere, is also quite high right now. This is to our tornado warning cell near Galesburg. This thing looks gnarly. If you're in Galesburg, you got to be in your safe place. I don't see any tight couplet on radar, but a lot of low-hanging clouds draping the sky. Might be an area of interest there on the right. It just might be the area of interest. Our peak tornado threat for today is going to basically be anytime from about now until about 8 o'clock. Obviously, we could still see tornadoes later, but that'll be the peak tornado threat. I think right here is going to be our wall cloud. I think that right there is the area of interest. All sorts of kind of inflow streaming in. That right there is a large lowering off to the west of Galesburg. It's going to approach Galesburg in about 10 to 15 minutes. So obviously seek shelter now. Knoxville is also in the path of this, but that is the area of interest. A phenomenal shot once again from Storm Chaser Jennifer McMahon. I like how some people are still realizing we just got a green screen. Like, some people are tuning in, they're like, whoa, there's a green screen. It's like, whoa. You have this? Well, we've been using it for like the last, I think, 3 streams now, at least to some extent. What do you guys actually think of the green screen so far? We've used it for by far the most today. What do you guys think of it? W production value? I honestly just wanted one. I like it. I mean, it's helpful to be able to point out things and features. I like your Coca-Cola cup. Where do you get it? I got this from TJ Maxx. I don't know if they sell it anymore. All right, going back to full radar here. Looks like Rob McBay is now driving south. So that storm that's going up towards Morrison might not be something that's too concerning, at least right now. This one down near Galesburg, in my opinion, has quite the leg on it right now. If we go over to our significant tornado parameter values here for today, it's a pretty good measurement of all of our ingredients like instability, wind shear, and also storm relative helicity. All sorts of things are included in this. And pictured here is 5 o'clock, which is basically half an hour ago, right? But we got a large area here of significant tornado parameter values of around 4 to 5. And so any supercells that are in this environment, which we got plenty right now, especially down here near Galesburg, and if as long as they stay discreet and organized, there will be a real risk of a strong tornado, even by 6 to 7 o'clock tonight. See, all those values are still elevated.
Tornado watch has been issued.
So that's going to be from southern Wisconsin back to St. Louis. We could even have something down near St. Louis this evening. And by 8 to 9 o'clock, we still have an elevated threat of tornadoes all the way from St. Louis back towards Chicago. We do have a new tornado watch. That is going to be over here in southwest Michigan and northern Indiana. So that is going to be basically south of Grand Rapids, back down towards South Bend. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning right now for 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds and also a tornado possible tag. That is going to be for those in Pawpaw, Amena, and Alamo. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right. We actually have a camera here in Kalamazoo. I'm not sure if we have any view of it. Not really much of a view yet. I think this is looking north or maybe northeast. But we got some pretty intense storms here. We even have a rotation right now, right near Interstate 94. If you're over in Kalamazoo, Michigan,
a new tornado warning.
Yeah, I was about to say, we got to watch this. We do have a new tornado warning now for Kalamazoo, Almena, and Alamo. So you got to seek shelter now if you're in this tornado warning. That rotation's actually quite strong. That is pretty concerning, though, right now. If you live here in southwestern Michigan, we got to be watching these storms very closely. This one for sure.
Tornado warning for East Central.
Okay, that was the chaser. I was like, what in the world does that sound? Again, rotation right now is right over Interstate 94, and that is tracking to the northeast. So very populated area in the crosshairs of this tornadic supercell. It's very close to the Western Michigan University, too, for that tornado warning polygon. It includes East Cooper, Richland Junction. Doesn't really include most of downtown Kalamazoo. That's the rotation right there, moving directly to the northeast towards US Highway 131. And again, for those that are in Chicago, nothing right now, but we are watching the storms off to your west for that elevated threat of damaging winds and also tornadoes. Look at all the chasers right now moving along Interstate 80. There's an entire chaser line moving towards moving through Davenport. If you're in Davenport, we got to be ready for possibly 70-mile-per-hour winds. This looks really intense. We have a very intense area of damaging winds right now approaching Walcott and Bluegrass. Velocities on radar are nearly 80 miles per hour currently. So Davenport could get hit pretty hard by at least a considerable damage threat for damaging winds.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
They have issued a new tornado warning. CJ Ziegler has a rainbow over near Davenport. Brand new tornado warning. This one's going to be over in eastern Iowa. So north of Davenport for DeWitt and Savannah. Got to seek shelter immediately if you're in this tornado warning. Again, things are really ramping up now, guys. We have 5 tornado warnings, 2 of which are in Iowa. We got 2 in Illinois, and we got 1 in Michigan. We're starting to enter into that peak tornado window. So this is the time that if you are near these storms, you've really got to be, ready for seeking shelter. We do have an area of rotation that is right now located over North Welton. So it's a little couplet kind of embedded in this line of thunderstorms. And so that is the risk of a tornado. It's heading towards 136 in Savannah, right along the Illinois and Iowa border. So take shelter now. We have a little discrete cell near Thompson, not really rotating much, but a little bit of quarter-sized tail is possible as that goes towards Lanark and Mount Carroll. We're mostly looking at a damaging wind threat with these storms near Prophetstown, but we're still monitoring a risk of a tornado. And I mean, man, Davenport, like, we're about to get hit really hard by damaging winds. Like, these are some really intense winds right now that are coming towards Davenport. And then storm near Galesburg is that area of rotation there. It's on the south side of Galesburg right now. This is what it looks like in Galesburg. So this is Storm Chaser Jennifer McMahon, just south here of US Highway 34. Again, can't really see much. I don't really see a defined wall cloud anymore. Not really a defined wall cloud feature. We have a little bit of an inflow maybe coming in from the left there at the very bottom of your screen, hugging the tree line. That might be trying to form a wall cloud, but right now on radar, the rotation looks somewhat broad. I wouldn't say it's strong. Hey, Trucker, for the $20 super chat. I'm seeing a lot of truck drivers joining your channel. I think I speak to all of them by saying thank you for all you do to keep us safe on these highways. Well, I'm glad I can help. It's not a good day to be truck driving here across Illinois. Any chasers you're putting onto the stream other than LSM are not working. So Mega cameras aren't working for some reason. Thank you, Ryan, for the super chat. We have a new tornado possible, severe warning. This one is going to be south of Kalamazoo. So that'll be back over here near Elkhart. We got a new area of rotation developing that is going towards Calpolis, just west of 3 Rivers. That is just northwest of Elkhart. What chaser is in slot 3? Might be able to pull them up on here. Okay. Back over in Iowa, we do have a tightening area of rotation north of Welton. That is now moving towards Savannah. So that could be producing a tornado really at any moment. You're gonna have to give me his YouTube feed. I can't pull up chasers. Like, it just does not work. Those chasers are not working. Small CC drop in Iowa. Ooh. I don't know if that's doesn't line up with our velocity signature. I definitely wouldn't rule out a brief tornado though with this storm north of Welton. This one again this is the storm that did produce like 3 tornadoes already. Look at this rainbow shot. This is from Storm Chaser CJ Ziegler. We got a double rainbow. This is crossing the bridge into Illinois. That is an incredible rainbow right over the bridge. Jennifer McMahon is now underneath that area of rotation here over in Galesburg, Illinois. You can see the clouds moving there at the top of your screen, right above the tree line. There's a better shot of that rainbow. That is incredible. This could be put on, I mean, right over the bridge. When he was driving over the bridge, that could go on a poster, a picture, go into frame it. We also have a new report of quarter-sized hail just southwest of Prophetstown. I'm really concerned right now for Davenport for a damaging wind threat. We don't have a severe warning right now for Davenport, but I want to be honest, like if you live at like a mobile home or something in Davenport and you can get to a sturdy structure, I would, just in case, because we do have, again, velocities indicating winds as high as 70 to 75, even 80 miles per hour right along the interstate. This is definitely no joke. If the winds are verifying near the ground level of that, this is definitely no joke. Put a tornado paging in slot 3. Riley has an urgent update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, looks like there's a strong tornado on the ground in that tornado warning to the north.
Thank you for the update. Yeah, we have a strong tornado in progress right now in Iowa. This is going to be off to the north of Davenport. That is a debris signature, and that is clearly a tornado. Velocities are really intense. This has come together over the last few minutes north of Welton. That is now going into Riggs, Browns, and Spragueville, just to the southwest of Preston. So if you are in this tornado warning, you've got to seek shelter now. This is a likely strong tornado that is near Charlotte. That is going to be approaching Highway 136, Preston, Miles, just south of Hanover. You guys are all in the path of this. We're going to have another radar scan in about 30 seconds, but that looks like a pretty strong tornado right now. I'm also watching this area here for maybe a low tornado risk near Davenport. If we get an inflow, we got to watch that closely. But damaging winds right now, the primary concern. But again, debris signature. This is the first time today that we've had a debris signature on radar. And what we're looking at here is the correlation coefficient. It's basically showing us things that are other than just rain droplets falling out of the sky that are, basically in the air. And so in this case, it's debris. We have a couplet on radar with velocities tight. And so now debris is being lofted up. And that is the reason why we have this blue and green color on radar. But that's going to be a rain-wrapped tornado. So there's not going to be any visibility of seeing this. So if you live in this tornado warning, you do not want to be looking outside for this tornado. Do not go on the porch and have your beer like in the movies and try to look for this because you're not going to see it. There's no reason to do so. This is a fully rain-wrapped tornado right now north of DeWitt. You can just see again, it's fully rain-wrapped. There's almost like a little donut there. Waiting for velocities and everything to update there. We should have another radar scan in a moment. We just got a new one. And yeah, that is debris. We got a likely strong tornado right now near Riggs. This just crossed over Highway 136 near Charlotte. Trying to see what this may have just hit. These are fairly small towns, but over here in Riggs, there are a few farms right along the highway. So this could have just hit a couple of farms. And it's now tracking towards Preston. So this tornado is now tracking towards Preston in Iowa, which is going to be a little bit more populated. There are a few more homes and buildings here. So hopefully this tornado weakens before getting there, but right now there is an ongoing, likely strong tornado that is lifting up debris. Quickly moving to the northeast. You got to get to your safe place now if you're in Preston. They have not upgraded the warning, but there's definitely a tornado there. We are still monitoring the storm near Galesburg. There is still a broad area of rotation there that is moving up towards Galva and Tolan and Wyoming. So that storm is still on our eyes. And then over near Kalamazoo, Michigan, the rotation on this storm has gotten a lot broader over the last few minutes, but damaging winds around 70 miles per hour is the main concern off to the west of Galesburg. I'm honestly really surprised we do not currently have an upgrade to this warning, but nonetheless, obviously, if you are in a tornado warning, this is the reason why you should be in your safe place, because sometimes we can get tornadoes even without the warning being upgraded. You should never wait until there is an actual confirmed tornado to get to your safe place, because there's a reason why they issue tornado warnings, and there's a clear reason why you should be in your safe place. That debris signature is no joke. The debris fallout, or that debris being lofted up, is being spread over a mile away from this tornado. So it's being spread out quite a bit here. Over near Riggs. This is on the backside of the storm. With another radar scan on that storm in a second. Again, no other storms are actively producing a tornado from our knowledge. Hey, Robert, for the super chat. Nike is not a sponsor of the channel, and yes, I know the green screen. I like the green screen. Green screen's awesome. While we wait for another radar scan.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
All right, this warning's now been upgraded. It is a confirmed tornado warning for those near Charlotte and Savannah, west here of Mount Carroll, just south of Bellevue, near Spraguesville. So again, you got to get to your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom. Put as many walls between you from the outside as possible. Get away from windows and get to the lowest floor right now.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We also have another tornado warning in Michigan. So we're back up to 5 tornado warnings. I'm going to go to that in a second. I want to stay on this storm for a second. Again, this is an active confirmed tornado that is producing damage. It is a damaging tornado north of DeWitt. There's been debris lofted up into the atmosphere. The couplet is still there right now near Browns. So this tornado is quickly heading towards Preston. And if it stays on the ground, which right now it is, you can see all the debris being lofted up. If it stays on the ground, it is going to damage the town of Preston, Iowa. So Preston, Iowa is about to take a direct hit from this tornado. We have a new tornado warning south of Kalamazoo, down near Calopolis, west of Three Rivers. It almost feels like deja vu here near Three Rivers. And we have a snow squall warning apparently in Wyoming, but this area of rotation is south of Calopolis. It is moving to the northeast right now. It will likely stay west of Three Rivers, but if you live in Three Rivers, I would be staying alert right now. I know we have a lot of viewers in southern Michigan from the previous tornadoes that we had, only a few weeks ago over here. But Three Rivers, we got to be staying alert here because we do have an area of rotation directly down to directly to your west right now. And we have a new radar scan coming in, so we'll wait for that as it comes in. This tornado warning will go until 6:30 Central or 7:30 Eastern time. Here's that new radar sweep here. And latest velocity scan, not really strong rotation. But obviously, I would say this is about enough to issue a tornado warning, maybe just under it. It's low to medium rotation, moving up towards Penn. That area of rotation that's over in Kalamazoo has gotten weaker. We still have a broad area of rotation on the northwest side of Kalamazoo. There's a live shot here in Kalamazoo, but I think it actually has a little bit of a shot of it. Left side of your screen, that would be the area of interest, but it's not really fully in the shot right now. I don't think that camera moves, so I think it's stationary. Back to our confirmed tornado warning in Iowa. We again have a tornado that is about to hit Preston, Iowa. This is on the back side of our line of thunderstorms. And so, again, there's no visibility of this. You're not going to see the tornado, so don't try to look for it. I would not be trying to look for this thing right now. It's going to be by far too dangerous to see this thing. That rotation east of Galesburg, that's starting to pick up a little bit now. A little bit more rotation now east of Galesburg. That's going towards Towlon and as well as Wyoming and Galva. We have a storm chaser en route for this. We also have Jennifer McMahon, bottom left of your screen, who's in Galesburg right now. But this storm might be trying to intensify. If you're over in Princeton or Hennepin or Peru, we got to be watching this closely. There's quite a bit of lightning. Got rotation beginning to increase now. I would say compared to the one in Michigan, this rotation is just a tad stronger. So Princeton, Peru, and Hennepin are going to be the places down the line of that storm. Got all sorts of storm chasers right now. All southeast of Davenport. It's pretty impressive. See if Ryan Scholl has anything. So a little view of the overshooting cloud tops from the storms that are going up east of Davenport right now. And then within this line of thunderstorms, we got pretty significant damaging winds off to the west of Davenport. Got a lot of people slow on the highways here. This is eastbound on I-80. I don't see anybody parked under the overpass here, which is good news. Hopefully it's like that everywhere. We have a very significant damaging wind threat right now heading into Davenport, approaching the Davenport Municipal Airport. I am kind of surprised we do not have a severe warning at all for Davenport. If you're in Davenport, we are likely going to see 60 to 70 mile per hour damaging winds. In my opinion, there needs to be a severe warning there. Latest scan, we still have a tornado down right now. So we are about to see a tornado directly hit the town of Preston, Iowa. You can see the velocity couplet there on radar. It's pretty tight still. And if the tornado continues into Preston, it will be able to hit things like the St. Joseph Catholic Church, the West Side Park, the I believe there's a Easton Valley School office, and there's also the junior high school on the south side of town that this tornado is going towards. Obviously, it's almost 6 o'clock Central Time, so school is probably out right now. But there could be some after-school activities that are happening that could be at risk here. So hopefully everybody's hunkering down there at the school, if anybody's still there. But that tornado's about to hit the southwest side of town, probably over the next minute or two. For those that don't know where we are, we're north of DeWitt, south of Mancodita, or east of Mancodita, south of Bellevue. Somebody put Storm Chaser Tornado Pagey slot 3. Thank you, Katie, for becoming a member, and Trinity for the super chat. Wow, look at this. Ryan Schull can actually go slot 2. Look at the shelf cloud. This is the storm that's coming into Davenport right now. Let me go full screen to this. So Davenport's about to get hit really hard by a line of thunderstorms. Huge shelf cloud. There's no severe warning for Davenport, even though we're probably going to see 60 to 70 mile per hour damaging winds here. So if you have friends or family in Davenport, make sure that they're aware of this.
People fly on this road, dude.
It's a big time shelf cloud. And Tornado Pagey's bottom right, they are driving through the line of thunderstorms on I-80. The highest winds right now are approaching the Davenport Municipal Airport, probably around 60 to 65 miles per hour. And they have just gone ahead and issued a severe thunderstorm warning now. So Davenport is in one, Edgington as well, LeClaire and Comanche near Clinton. That'll be for 60 mile per hour winds and quarter-sized hail. And this is the beast that we're looking at right now.
Are so beautiful.
For Davenport. And we're going over the bridge, so we got a little bit better of a view here as we go over the bridge of that shelf cloud, which just looks, again, incredible here from this perspective.
You have got to be kidding me. Happening right now.
That is a crazy look at this storm here.
Needed a couple more pictures.
As a reminder, by the way, if you guys have photos and videos, you can send it in to us. Reports.maxvelocitywx.com is the best place to send them in. There's a link in the description, top of the description. You can also, send it in to us on Facebook and Twitter at maxvelocitywx. And tag us over on our social media pages. Latest radar scan, looks like this tornado may be hitting Preston. So Preston may be getting hit by a tornado. The velocities are not as tight, but there is still debris that is in the air. So at the bare minimum, we have debris that is being wafted over
a new tornado
Preston
warning has been
in
issued.
Iowa on that confirmed tornado warning. Brand new tornado warning for Tolan, Wyoming, south of Kewanee, south of Galva. This is east of Galesburg. Again, broad area of rotation right now near Victoria that is tracking to the east-northeast towards Snarville and Medina. So you need to get, again, away from windows, lowest floor possible, put as many walls between you from the outside as possible, south of Galva. So just south also of the KEZI Airport. That's the Kewanee Municipal Airport. Want to go back to Michigan for a moment, just give you an update on these storms. Obviously, we have 2 tornado warnings right now in southwestern Michigan. One is for the north side of Kalamazoo. I don't think they're going to continue this tornado warning as the rotation has gotten broader, so it's not as concerning. The one that is off to the north of Elkhart, Indiana, to the west of Three Rivers, this one is at least broadly rotating right now. We have a rapidly lifting warm front off to the north, and that's leading to more wind shear in this environment. We also have some big problems right now in Iowa. This is live over near Davenport, and it's very windy out there. People are driving on the roadway, and you can barely see anything right now. That's the visibility right now in Davenport. So Davenport's getting hammered right now by 60 to 70 mile per hour winds right along the interstate. There's absolutely no visibility, or very little visibility. And it's hard to tell if there's people parked under an overpass or something that's slowing down the traffic. We don't obviously have a clue because there's no visibility, but this bottom left of your screen. Also, Wisconsin. I know we have people tuning in from Wisconsin. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning. Populated area here. This is Janesville, west of Beloit, near Milton and Fulton. There is a tornado possible tag on this. We have a little area of rotation right now near Durand, and that is tracking to the northeast right now. That is directly west of Interstate 3990. So Janesville, this is your time now to stay weather aware. We are obviously going to be live through the extent of this entire severe weather event, and this is one of the areas that has an elevated tornado threat here over the next couple of hours. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, real quick, I wanted to talk about our current tornado warning to the north where we did see a tornado. Right now we're looking at CC, and I want you guys to pay attention to what's going on inside the black circle. We can see that CC drop move off to the northeast, and then right now what we're seeing is basically a very large CC drop, but it's not as deep. If we back it up to when the tornado was probably around its peak strength, right around here, and then we take that CC drop up and go up in the top of the storm, we can see that this tornado is lofting debris all the way up to around 8,000 feet into the air. What I expect is happening right now near Preston is, of course, what goes up must come down, and all that debris is basically falling out of the sky right now. So this is most likely debris fallout. I don't think there's still a tornado on the ground, but if you're anywhere in this tornado warning, know that there are pieces of houses, branches, and all sorts of stuff that got lofted into the air by this tornado that has to fall out of the sky. So even though there might not be a tornado on the ground with this storm right now, there's still debris raining out of the sky, and I do expect this to continue for at least a little bit longer as it moves off to the northeast, maybe even after it gets out of the warning polygon. So know that as long as we see this sort of presentation on CC, we see those light greens and those yellows, it means that there is still debris falling out of the sky, even though there may not be a tornado on it right now.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So that is the, again, tornadic storm that is currently a confirmed tornado warning north here of Davenport. Another important thing to this is that there is a new area of rotation developing. So that is going to be north of Andover. You can see the new hook that's developing, and it's about to cross over the Mississippi River near Savannah and Spring Lake, and then go towards Mount Carroll and Illinois. So this is a new area of rotation that's developing on the same storm. This is the only storm that, from our knowledge, has produced tornadoes today. It has produced, I think, 4 or 5 different tornadoes, and it might be trying to produce another one right now. We have a very strong inflow. Warm and moist air is getting pulled into the storm, and that's helping to, basically better rotate this supercell. So pretty concerning there. Back over near Davenport, significant damaging winds are rolling into the city right now. This is a live shot looking towards this storm in Davenport on the Beddendorf camera. This is on I-74, the Mississippi River Bridge. You can see the large shelf cloud that is taking over the sky here. Honestly, a pretty phenomenal view. One of the better cameras that we have seen here today when it comes to just having a view of the entire storm pretty much. Looking at a bridge right over the river. Can't really have much of a better camera position than that. So we'll keep that bottom left of your screen. And then further down to the south and east, we have again, tornado warning right now for Tolan in Illinois going towards Wyoming. There is a new area of rotation developing south of Galesburg. That's near Knoxville. And this will be tracking towards Interstate 74 and then going towards Wyoming. So we have kind of a double whammy right now over here in western Illinois with 2 different rotating supercells. This one that is south of Kewanee is definitely the more concerning of the 2, but the other one, south of Galesburg, has potential down the line to do something. So we do have some storm chasers, again, en route right now for that storm. This is also a live shot in Davenport. It's a 4-camera view. Got cameras everywhere. But this is in Davenport. You can see the bottom left of your screen. Let me go over here. Bottom left of your screen, that's the shelf cloud rolling in. This is just a bunch of the rain and wind that we're about to see. But that right there is the leading edge of the shelf cloud. So we should have damaging winds ramping up here in a second. And I don't see anybody parked under that overpass right now, which is good news. Hopefully it stays that way. All right, back over to our tornado warning in Michigan. This is west of Three Rivers. That rotation's gotten a bit stronger over the last few minutes. So west of Centerville, west of Three Rivers. This is an area that we've covered very recently with the large tornadoes that happened. You can see how strong the velocities are in the mid-levels. So it's a very strong area of rotation right now that is tracking up towards Portage. It should stay to the west of Three Rivers. The storms here are moving northeast. Riley has an urgent update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, looking at those further south tornado warnings in Illinois, there is a report of a funnel cloud on this, not yet making ground contact, but is confirming tornadic circulation.
Thank you for the update. So there is a funnel cloud being reported here. And again, this storm currently is tracking east-northeast. I'm going to kind of time this thing out so you have an idea of where it's heading. Down the line, it is going in the direction of Chicago, obviously. It's going east-northeast, but generally speaking, your timestamps are on that left side of your screen there for the next really hour or two. So those are some of the immediate places in the path of this where there is a potential tornado right now, or at least a funnel cloud. It is the precursor to a tornado. Crazy view of this thunderstorm rolling in right now to Davenport. This is live in the city of Bettendorf. The confirmed tornado warning has been downgraded. It is back down to radar indicated rotation. What's impressive with this confirmed tornado warning, Riley was just talking about this a second ago. We obviously had a tornado here in eastern Iowa, a big debris signature. Look at the debris being lofted up. It is still going. This is debris. So there are still parts of homes, trees, leaves that are still flying in the air right now from this tornado that happened down near Preston, Iowa. And that's about to cross into Illinois here in a second. If you put a piece of paper outside and left it on the ground, and assuming it's not wet and actually gets lifted up into the sky, it could actually go pretty far from a tornado. It could actually get lifted up over 50 to 100 miles. There have been cases like that. You know, when the Joplin tornado happened forever ago, you know, that lifted debris hundreds of miles away. With how strong the upper level winds are, it can actually lift debris and send it really far to the east and northeast with how strong the upper level winds are. There's a new tornado possible severe warning, or at least an upgrade, I believe. Yeah, there's a upgrade for Henry, Rock Island, Whiteside, Clinton, and Scott counties. It's this one right here. So they've gone ahead and issued a tornado possible tag for this severe warning. That is going to be basically for all of the Davenport area and surrounding locations, where the more significant damaging winds are currently moving in. There's now another tornado possible tag. This one's actually in Indiana. I think this might be our first severe warning of the day in Indiana. This one's going to be northwest of Lafayette near Battleground for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. We got broad rotation right now near Otterbein, moving towards Battleground, and Brookston. Delphi will eventually be in the path of that. Back to Savannah, Iowa. We got a couple storms rotating right now. We got one that is right along the Illinois-Iowa border that's going into Illinois now near Savannah. That is a new area of rotation. We have another area of rotation near Mount Carroll near Lanark going towards Freeport. So that could try to do something. And Janesville could get a tornado warning here soon. That rotation is uptrending quite a bit right now. Janesville, Wisconsin, Milton, west of Beloit. Latest scan's a little bit broader. There was a little tightening there for a second. You're over in Janesville. Definitely stay alert. Radio threat is definitely elevated right now with this supercell. This is well out in front of our line of thunderstorms. There are a lot of cameras in Janesville. Most of them are just traffic cams, but we're keeping an eye on those. Main area of rotation is right here. Be tracking right towards Janesville here over the next several minutes. Look at that large shelf cloud now making its way into Davenport. A significant damaging wind threat coming in. We also have a new severe thunderstorm warning in Wisconsin, southwest of Madison for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Not really any legit tornado threat right now, but we got a couple little cells that are going up near Darlington that are beginning to at least get to their early stages of rotation. So Madison, Wisconsin, if you're tuning in from that area, the next 2 to 3 hours are crucial that you are staying tuned to the channel. We're going to keep you posted with anything that's happening up there with those storms that are now going up. Storm chaser Rob McBay is quickly approaching this tornado warning cell. So let me put Rob McBay in slot number 1. So we are going to have a pretty solid view of this tornado warning cell here in western Illinois in just a second. We have 2 chasers en route for this. It's a pretty solid shot here. Look at that. Wow. That is a massive mesocyclone.
Yeah, let me call you right back.
Look at that thing. Looks like a spaceship. This is the tornado warning cell east of Galesburg. It literally looks like a spaceship.
Wow.
Here's another view of that.
Looks like a spaceship.
So that is a view of, again, our tornado warning cell here in western Illinois. If you believe in UFOs, this is one of them. We're gonna keep the live shot there bottom left of your screen and also bottom right. We also need to keep an eye on this storm heading through Sterling and Dixon right now. This is kind of being nudged by a storm from behind. There's a little hook and inflow right now near Sterling, Illinois. This is going to be tracking towards Oregon, Rochelle. Down the line, it'll be going towards the north suburbs of Chicago. That one's also trying to rotate right now. We are down to 3 tornado warnings again. We got 1 in Michigan, we got 1 in Iowa, and 1 in Illinois. That 1 in Michigan still has a stronger area of rotation southwest of Portage. I mean, if this rotation continues, we will likely get a new tornado warning for Portage and Kalamazoo. So if you guys live over in Portage and Kalamazoo or surrounding location, stay alert for a potential tornado threat heading towards you guys. We also have a new severe thunderstorm warning. This one is going to be for Canton for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds and quarter-sized hail. We have a little bit of rotation on a storm east of Galesburg that is pretty rain-wrapped, and then this one is the one that Storm Chaser Rob McBay is looking at near Tolan. So that's what this looks like right now. Now he's repositioning, but there on the left was that area of interest. No active tornado from what we can see as of now. This one looks like live in Davenport, right on I-74. Got a big shelf cloud blanketing the sky from right to left. Very heavy rain and damaging winds are moving in.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have a brand new tornado warning in Michigan. That one is going to be for Kalamazoo. This is a very populated area. All right, so Kalamazoo, you guys are now included in a brand new tornado warning. Kalamazoo, Galesburg, Portage, Alamo. A lot of people live here. If you guys have friends or family here, share the stream, get the word out there. We have commercial-free coverage. We're keeping you guys posted. But we do have an active tornado warning here in western Michigan. Very populated. Seek shelter immediately if you're in this tornado warning. The rotation is very strong right now off to the west of Three Rivers, and it's moving towards Flowerfield, Schoolcraft, and Vicksburg. I am personally very concerned about this storm with how much rotation there is in the mid-levels. And if it can actually get realized near the ground level, we could have a pretty significant tornado. So we need to be seeking shelter again in Vicksburg and Schoolcraft. And then southwest of Battle Creek, too. I would honestly say this storm is going a little bit more this direction, but Kalamazoo, I'd be getting ready to go to your safe place now, just in case. No matter what way you slice it, though, this storm is definitely looking pretty concerning. They have issued another severe warning near Brookston, Indiana. That is also for some 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. I also want to go back to Iowa. We have a new area of rotation developing northeast of Davenport. That one's heading towards Clinton and Fulton right now. So there's an area of convergence just over the last 2 scans that's trying to come together. Not sure if this one's going to produce a tornado, but it's just something I want to point out in case you live in Comanche or Clinton. There's at least an area of rotation that has been coming together here over the last few minutes. There are a couple cameras in Clinton that we're keeping an eye on. It's actually a pretty solid one. This one is looking from Clinton. You can see the large shelf cloud on the horizon. Obviously, it could be some sort of lowering back in there, tucked in.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we got a lot of highly populated areas now included in tornado warnings. We have a new tornado warning. This one's going to be for Milton, Janesville. Interstate 3990 is in this tornado warning. So this one is going to be in Wisconsin. If you are in Janesville, Anderson, or Milton, you've got to seek shelter immediately. Get away from windows, get to the lowest floor possible, and put as many walls between you from the outside as possible. Rotation has continued to get stronger over the last few minutes. It's west of Beloit, and it's going to be approaching Highway 11 in a moment, and then going into Janesville. So this storm is trying to cause problems right now. Look at this from Davenport. Wow. This tornado Pagey over in Davenport. That is crazy. Got some really crazy little rays there on the left, too. This is from CJ Ziegler over in Erie, Illinois. Got a lot of rays there. That's kind of the sun at a certain angle to the clouds. Looks really cool.
That is definitely a tornado warning. She's definitely tornadoing.
All sorts of crazy views of these storms right now. Brand new severe thunderstorm warning, large area in northwest Illinois. We have another area of rotation developing near Freeport. They went ahead and put this warning out for 60-mile-per-hour winds. There's also a tornado possible tag on this entire area. We have like 4 counties, I think, or 5 counties in this in northwestern Illinois, so stay alert. We got a lot of storms going up, guys. Again, it really, this is the time, the next 3 hours, for a significant tornado threat. So if you live in Illinois, Wisconsin, Michigan, Indiana, again, stay tuned. There's a lot of storms going up right now. We got a lot of these storms. Almost every storm out there actually is rotating right now, including this one near Janesville. The one near Janesville is not on the ground right now. If we put this on the velocity scale, we're gonna be looking at about a 5 or 6 in terms of the rotation. So it's a medium rotation area. It's not super strong, but it is ramping up right now, heading in the direction of that Janesville airport on the south side of town. The one near Freeport, Illinois, that is not currently tornado warned, that one is about a 3 or 4. It's not enough for a tornado warning, but it is rotating, moving towards Freeport. So we may have a wall cloud on that storm. There's also an area of rotation coming together right now near Sterling. We have storm chaser Connor Croft right now, who's coming up quickly to that. There's a new area of rotation here. We got a hook echo and an inflow that is developing. So humid air and warm air surging into the supercell here, trying to spin it. And that's going into Dixon and then approaching Oregon here in western Illinois. We're also monitoring an area of rotation southwest of Clinton, Iowa. Quite the view of these storms from Port Byron, Illinois. There's a huge shelf. The rotation going towards Clinton, Iowa got a little bit weaker on the latest scan. Not as strong as before. All right, let's go back to Michigan, to Kalamazoo, where rotation is still very strong right now. To the west of Flower Field. That is from the higher elevation. Even from closer to the ground level, velocities are still fairly strong right now. And this isn't a tornado quite yet, but it's still a medium to stronger area of rotation that's developing northwest of Three Rivers. Vicksburg and Schoolcraft, Michigan, you got to be in your safe place now. A strong tornado is a possibility in this area. I do want to remind you guys that our tornado threat for today in Michigan is elevated. We do have now a 5% tornado risk here. It was added earlier today, but that is because of a warm front that is lifting off to the north. So we have this warm frontal boundary that's lifting north, and a lot of storms are very close to this right now, and almost every single one of them are spinning and rotating. That same warm front is stretching across Wisconsin right now, and that's why we're seeing tornado warnings getting issued left and right now around Janesville. They have gone ahead and issued another tornado warning. This one will be just to the south of Janesville. It's going to be a little French fry tornado warning, so that'll be for Janesville north of Beloit. So seek shelter immediately if you're in that little French fry. The Southern Wisconsin Regional Airport, Johnstown Center, just west of Whitewater. You guys are all included in this tornado warning. You can see the hook echo too. The inflow also going into the storm. Velocities, again, are not super tight, but they're strong. There's plenty of rotation. There could be a wall cloud. And by the way, if you guys have photos and videos of any of these storms, scan this QR code here. Feel free to send us in photos and videos. You can also go to reports.maxvelocitywx.com. I've had a lot of you guys sending in photos and videos today. This was one of the more recent ones from Davenport and also in Illinois. But if you guys have any crazy photos of these storms, especially if you're over near Janesville, obviously stay safe, stay indoors. But that is definitely an area that we don't have any chasers in. So if you have anything, feel free to send it in to us. Latest scan for Janesville's coming in. I'm going to stay here just for a second, then we'll go back down to a different area. We got people reporting in the chat that tornado sirens are going off in Janesville. Velocities are still very strong. We got quite the inflow going into the storm. I don't know if we have any other radar sites that have any view of this. That's really the main radar site. And look at that. Like that's pretty strong rotation near Janesville. So definitely take this seriously if you're in Janesville. We will let you know if anything's on the ground. Which again, could happen at any time. We are still monitoring an area of rotation near Dixon, Illinois, that is tracking towards Rochelle. There's also some rotation still back down towards Wyoming. That is this right here. Look at this thing. This is the tornado warning for Tulin and Wyoming right now.
Yeah, let me call you right back and we'll take a little short video.
There's a huge shelf cloud. Don't really see a wall cloud anywhere with this storm. It's got a little bit more discombobulated on radar. But there's still a little bit of rotation. Maybe for becoming a member. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, looking near Sterling, Illinois, this storm is starting to organize in the upper levels, and we're starting to see that rotation stretch down to the surface. It is being a little bit contaminated by the storm to its south, but I do think this could deserve a tornado warning pretty soon as it goes towards the town of Wusong.
Alrighty, thank you, Riley, for the update. So that is to the north of Sterling, going into Wusong and Grand Detour. That is quite the town name. So if you are in this severe warning, get ready to seek shelter over near Dixon, Oregon, and Mount Morris, south of Byron, as there is an increasing tornado threat right now with that going into the east-northeast. We still are looking at a little bit of broad rotation near Freeport. We also had a golf ball-sized hail report over in Thompson, Illinois, only about 30 minutes ago. So this storm that's going through Freeport has actually had a history of producing quite large hail. Going back to Michigan. Still have strong rotation south of Kalamazoo. I'm honestly surprised the storm hasn't actually produced a tornado yet. It's in a very favorable environment right now, and the rotation has been strong this entire time. Going towards Galesburg and Battle Creek. We do occasionally have a storm chaser over here in Michigan. I don't think we have one right now in this, but we're keeping an eye on anybody that might be out here. This is definitely a pretty concerning storm, though, nonetheless. We do have a camera over in Battle Creek. No view of it yet, but there is a camera over here in Battle Creek. So we'll have at least some eyes on this area of strong rotation south of Kalamazoo here in just a moment. Got a camera. This one is one of the steel highway cameras over in Clinton, Iowa. Looking at a red building right now. But there was a view just a second ago of the storm. And so we're going to keep that on the screen there. But there is a tornado warning specifically north of Clinton. And then there was an area of rotation a little while ago over Clinton. And so that's moving in the direction of Chadwick and Milledgeville. I think we need a tornado warning on this storm near Dixon. Look at this latest scan. Got a tightening. This is west of Chicago. Yeah, I would fully support a tornado warning right now for the Dixon area. That is a concerning feature. We have storm chaser Connor Croft, who's on this basically. He's in the rain, but he's pretty close to this. But yeah, I would say that this right here is pretty concerning right now. So again, I would be seeking shelter right now if you're in Dixon, Oregon. If you're over in Rochelle and Hillcrest, you just got to be staying alert right now. No need to go to your safe place yet, but definitely be ready to go there. Because this storm is rotating really rapidly now on radar. As a tight couple, it actually reminds me of the tornado we had near Preston, Iowa about 45 minutes ago. So a live shot from our storm that is now rolled through Davenport. Large shelf cloud.
As far as the eye can see.
Shelf cloud probably stretches 100 miles or so from basically Aledo, Illinois, all the way up into southwestern Wisconsin. It's quite impressive.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, they have gone ahead and issued that tornado warning. We're now up to 7 tornado warnings. So new tornado warning now in Illinois for Grand Detour, Wusong, north of Dixon. Riley has an urgent update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, flip over to CC on that storm. There's a pretty big CC drop on it.
Yeah, all right, thank you for the update. Yeah, this is a strong tornado, guys. We got a strong tornado in Illinois right now. This is a very dangerous storm. Big CC drop. That blue that you guys are seeing there, west of Dixon, is a tornado. So you got to seek shelter right now if you are in Dixon, on the north side of Dixon, near Lincoln Heights, Grand Detour, Kingdom, and Wusong. We've been talking about this one for a while. I'm surprised they waited this long to issue that tornado warning here with how much rotation there's been, but nonetheless, like you got to be getting to your safe place now. Like you got to run there. This pink polygon doesn't really go that far to the east. So like Oregon isn't even included in this yet, but there is 100% a tornado down, likely a strong tornado on the ground that is now moving towards Grand Detour and Highway 2. Going back to Janesville for just a moment, we still have rotation on the south side of Janesville. If there is a tornado, which I don't think there is, but if there were to be one, it would be on the south side of Janesville now. It's crossing over Highway 11, approaching the SSM Health Center on the east side of Janesville.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
This has now been upgraded to a confirmed tornado. So confirmed tornado now north of Dixon, Illinois, moving into Woosong, and then it's going to be approaching Grand Detour and Kingdom. So there's now, again, a tornado in progress. It is a damaging tornado. It has already damaged some places on the north side of Prairieville. Likely some farms. There might be a forest here. Doesn't look super populated, luckily, but there likely were people that were just hit by this tornado, and it's now approaching Woosong, which is a small little town north of Dixon. You've got to be running to your safe place now if you're in this pink polygon in central Illinois, getting away from windows and getting to the lowest floor possible. And if you're over in Rochelle, I'd be getting ready for this because this is heading directly towards you guys. Rochelle, Hillcrest, Davis Junction, all of you guys got to be staying weather aware right now. Over in Woosong, there is a USPS building, Russell Square Playground, and the Sauk Valley Small Engine Repair Shop. It's a pretty small town, but there are about 3-4 dozen homes, it looks like, that are in Woosong that might be getting hit by this. One of the concerning things with this is that
a new tornado warning has
I see this happen often, but there are people that will go outdoors to try to look at a tornado. This is not the storm that you want to be doing that on. You shouldn't be doing that at all. But if you are in this pink polygon, you shouldn't be looking for this because the tornado is wrapped all in rain right now. Fully wrapped in rain. You're not going to see it. We have a new tornado warning west of Peoria. This one's going to be for Elmwood and north of Farmington. It's just to the west there of Elmwood, going up towards Brimfield and Interstate 74. You've got to get to your storm shelter now. Put as many walls between you from the outside as possible if you are in this pink polygon east of Galesburg. And the latest scan, I'm not seeing as defined of a debris signature, but if there is a tornado still, it is moving into Woosong. The velocities are still very strong on this storm. And that is just so rain-wrapped. I mean, if we have a tornado still, it's going to be so rain-wrapped, it is not going to be visible at all. Somebody go through the photos and videos. Let me know if there's anything in there. As a reminder, we do have a team of about 20 storm chasers today. Most of them are in Illinois and Iowa right now. We obviously have a rapidly increasing threat of severe weather right now, and it goes anywhere from Michigan into Iowa. It's a pretty large area today, and I am still fairly concerned right now about this storm that is south of Kalamazoo. Despite there not being any confirmed reports of tornadoes yet, the velocities on the storm south of Kalamazoo are very strong. You can see on radar here the velocities. Very strong area of rotation over Schoolcraft. And again, I would not be surprised if this thing did produce a tornado at any moment. It could produce a tornado within the next 5 minutes. You just never know. So Kalamazoo, Michigan, Vicksburg, and back over towards Galesburg, we have a pretty concerning area of rotation right now that is directly east of U.S. Highway 131. We also have rotation developing in Indiana near Monticello. There is an area of rotation there west of Logansport. It's pretty rain-wrapped, but Royal Center and Winnemac, it's not currently tornado warned. That's another area of rotation that is trying to come together. We have another area of rotation developing south of Sterling right now. This is a new discrete cell that is trying to organize. So that is south of where Connor's located, which is bottom middle of your screen. There's a little bit of rotation there. So if you're over in Amboy or Rochelle, we got to watch this cell closely. Janesville's about to be hit. Janesville is about to be hit. There's no active tornado confirmed, and the velocities have gotten broader, but still probably have a rotating wall cloud. Again, we could see a tornado at any moment there in Janesville, so continue to stay hunkered down if you are in Janesville. Got a few cameras on the southeast side of Janesville. None of them are seeing anything right now. This is a traffic camera. Got one on the direct southeast side of town. There's a lot of people driving right now on the interstate. Obviously, it's a little bit past rush hour now, but a lot of people are driving home from work, maybe getting groceries, whatever it might be. It's pretty busy out there, and so hopefully there's no tornado here because this is a very populated area, but the velocities are still moderate, so not strong, but moderate, kind of in the middle, being either weak or strong. I know I have a lot of people asking about their exact location, and again, if you're under any sort of severe warning, any sort of tornado warning, you need to be taking it seriously. We're covering every single storm the best we can. There are just so many storms out there. I mean, we have 6 tornado warnings, whatever is looking the most significant, we're going to talk about. If I'm not talking about your location, like Chicago, for example, there's nothing happening right now. But obviously, Chicago, Sycamore, back over towards Milwaukee, these storms are coming quickly. They're going to be arriving there within the next 1 to 2 hours. So we're keeping an eye on everything. We have a lot of people also on the back end. We have an entire team of people. We have obviously over 20 storm chasers out there. And also our team on the back end that is relaying any sort of major updates with any of these storms that are happening too. So we're keeping eyes on anything that looks concerning. So if I'm not mentioning your location, it's probably a good thing. And hopefully it stays like that for wherever you live. But just want to remind you, there are 43,000 of you watching. There's only one of me, and I'm trying my best to cover everything that looks at least very significant right now. The tornado warning that is confirmed here north of Dixon, the tornado is no longer on the ground, it looks like, but we still have an area of rotation and definitely strong winds that are surging into Grand Detour in Oregon. So that is going towards Hillcrest and Rochelle. I would be watching this storm to the south, though. We have a very clear inflow and a hook echo developing west of Amboy. There's no tornado warning actively on this, but I do think there is a risk of a tornado down the line in about 20-30 minutes as it goes towards Amboy. The tornado warning down near Tolan, southwest and west of Peru, that one does not look as concerning right now. We have storm chaser Rob McBay who is on this, who is driving through a lot of rain. I'm not seeing that much rotation on that storm. The one that is near Peoria has a broad area of rotation that's going to be crossing over Interstate 74 in about 7 minutes, just west of Elmwood. Down the line, this storm will be tracking towards Lacan, Streeter, Ottawa, and Peru. Some of those locations are on the left side of your screen. All right, Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, just an update on what we can expect over the next couple of hours. We are starting to move out of our tornado watch here. Probably an hour from now, we're going to need another watch of some sort. Honestly, don't see the potential for a tornado watch for this area. I think it's most likely going to be a severe thunderstorm watch, at least for the northern portion of this risk. What we're going to see happen here pretty soon is these storms are going to start to run out of instability and other atmospheric ingredients that they need in order to pose a tornado threat or even just exist at all. So eventually, we're probably going to start to see some of this convection fizzle away in the northern part of the state. The thing to keep an eye on is going to be this stuff off to the south. This is going to sort of continue to convect in a line off to the southwest here. And pretty soon here, we're going to see another cluster of storms in this area working its way east. I do think we're going to see a tornado watch for this area. It's probably going to be relatively low odds, but that is going to happen most likely sooner rather than later. Over in Indiana, we're also going to see another watch for this area. We have a few different Boeing segments that we have our eyes on right now. None of these are posing a tornado threat, but there is still an environment here for tornadoes. We do have that 5% tornado risk here, so that is something to keep an eye on, but no watch for that area either. We should start to see more watches issued sometime in the next 10 to 15 minutes, but that has not happened as of yet.
Thank you for the update. So they did mention there was an SPC mesoscale discussion over here in Eastern Illinois, Western Iowa, or Western Indiana. We will likely get some sort of watch issued here at some point pretty soon. But as of right now, no active watch. That confirmed tornado warning is no longer confirmed. It is back down to radar indicated. As you can see, my overlay changed. So the one that is over to the east of Davenport, no longer producing a tornado actively, but still has a risk of a tornado. I honestly think right now that this storm, it's getting kind of messy. It's not as organized. The one to the south, though, has my attention still, because we have a much cleaner inflow that is going to the storm. What that is warm, moist air that's being pulled into the supercell. It helps to kind of crank it, helps it to rotate. So that's what we're seeing right now west of Harmon, moving towards Amboy. It's not rotating heavily yet, but we are starting to see that inflow a little bit cleaner now in velocities. And we have a pretty strong rear flank downdraft, which are the winds that are coming from the supercell. So that's happening directly south of Interstate 88 right now. We have Storm Chaser CJ Ziegler, who is very close to this. He's actually just drove through the hail core. And so we will probably have a view of this. I mean, we have like 3 chasers that are now in front of this. They have gone ahead and issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for this large area of thunderstorms south of Rockford for Rochelle, right along and north of Interstate 88, going towards Interstate 39, Belvedere, west of DeKalb. You guys are included in this brand new severe thunderstorm warning. So you've got to seek shelter if you're in this severe thunderstorm warning. And I would definitely make sure that you're staying away from windows as this really intense line of thunderstorms continues to push to the east. They will likely cancel this tornado warning in a moment, back over near Wyoming and Toulon. And then the one that is northwest of Peoria is still cranking. That rotation's actually gotten a bit stronger over the last few minutes. I think this right here is probably contamination, but that right there is definitely rotation. That's about to cross over Interstate 74. We have Storm Chaser Rob McBay, who is en route for that, I believe. And then we also have Storm Chaser Ryan Scholl, who's going to be on the back side of that Supercell here in just a little bit. Going back to Michigan, we do have a tornado warning still for Portage, and the rotation has remained very strong on this storm for the last about 20-25 minutes. On our velocity scale, this is still about a 6 or 7 out of 10 in terms of the strength of rotation. We do not have a debris signature as of now, but look at that hook echo and look at the velocities here. So there could be a tornado. We don't have any sort of chaser that has a view of this right now, but if there is a tornado, it's in a fairly populated area. Just west of Climax. And it will be approaching Climax, Michigan here soon. Honestly, like, again, I wouldn't be surprised if there were a tornado. We don't have it. We're in a little bit of a radar hole here, but I would not be surprised if we had a tornado on the ground near Vicksburg. The velocities are very strong, and it's right along that warm frontal boundary that is lifting to the north, surging in that warm and more humid air right now. And there's a lot more wind shear near that warm frontal boundary that this storm is working with. You can see the inflow also that is cranking into that supercell. A little update on the storm near Janesville in Wisconsin. This one's been falling apart. It is moving into a less favorable environment for at least the next few minutes. Not looking very organized, but I do think it'll try to organize again as it moves up towards Okomonowoc and as well as Waukesha. We'll be in the path of that. We got some modest clouds. All sorts of crazy stuff actually right now. We got some modest clouds. Those are those little circular clouds right there. Little things, that's what we call them, modest clouds. They're like Dippin' Dots. Call them Dippin' Dot clouds. We also have a rainbow. Somebody had a rainbow. Yeah, Tornado Pagey has a rainbow. Over near Geneseo. Look at that rainbow. All sorts of crazy weather phenomena happening right now. Last couple of scans, that inflow on the supercell that is near Dixon has gotten cut off again. We have Storm Chaser CJ Ziegler there on the bottom left. He is right here, so we'll have a pretty good view of this storm as long as, I mean, if there is something here, we'll definitely let you know. Rotation's gone a little bit broader on that cell. They went ahead and canceled the tornado warning for Dixon and Oregon, so that'll be ending, or actually technically allowed to expire, so it'll end in 2 minutes. And in about 2 minutes, we will be back down to 4 tornado warnings. So we'll have the tornado warning for Kalamazoo. We'll have the one that is in southern, or the 2 that are in southern Wisconsin, and the one that is northwest of Peoria. And that one's going to go too. So they're going to allow that one to expire over here near Wyoming. That rotation that just crossed over Interstate 74 is still pretty strong right now. What was the risk of tornadoes in Mukwongo, Wisconsin? I think the tornado risk in general is going to be the most elevated in this corridor here. But obviously, there's a risk as far north as Sheboygan and Fond du Lac and West Bend. The tornado threat for today is, again, a 10% tornado threat in the yellow. So that's going to include areas like southern Wisconsin near Madison, Janesville, Elkhorn. You guys are also included in that. Let me take a different radar site so you can see that just a little bit more clearly. And a 10% tornado threat also includes Sycamore, Princeton, and back into Burlington. That's where a lot of these storms are right now. And the 5% tornado threat, which is the brown, is still an area that we need to be staying really alert because there is a risk of an isolated strong tornado in this region. And then the 2% is where there's a lower threat of tornadoes, but there would still be at least an isolated risk for a tornado or two. But we have a tornado risk in a very large area. Somebody pointed this out to me earlier, but this thing almost looks like a tornado. Kind of looks like one. The tornado risk for today is actually pretty funny. And I don't know if they intentionally did that today or not, but either way, it's pretty impressive. This is a view of that storm that is near Dixon currently in Illinois. And off to the left, it's a little difficult to see. That is the area that I was talking about that has some interesting features to it. Got kind of a leading edge of this thunderstorm. Back in there could be like some sort of lowering, maybe a wall cloud trying to develop. We have a little bit of rotation on radar right now, but that would be the area to keep an eye on. The sun does not set for another, I believe, 45 minutes to an hour, so we have some daylight left to be able to see stuff out there. Over in Carroll County, Illinois, we are getting reports of multiple trees that are down from a possible tornado, if not damaging winds. Got another rainbow on the bottom right of your screen. The Janesville tornado warning has been condensed. It no longer really includes the downtown area of Janesville. This hook echo is now making its way up into Whitewater, just south of Cold Spring. So this is no longer really impacting downtown Janesville. It's a little bit further off to the north and east. I want to go back to our full radar view so you can kind of see what's behind it too. We got more storms that are behind it. And again, almost every storm out there right now is rotating to some degree. And a lot of these storms near Monroe, for example, Freeport, they're rotating to some degree right now. So there is at least a chance there for a tornado threat. New severe thunderstorm warning. That's going to be west of Lacon, west of Henry, Illinois, just north of Bartonville for 60-mile-per-hour winds. And there's also a tornado possible tag on this. Main area of rotation is near Laura, tracking into Monica and Princeville right now. And going back to Indiana, we have a new severe thunderstorm warning west of Indianapolis for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Look at this. Big surge of wind, and we even have a couple little areas of rotation trying to develop over near Mansfield. But 60 to 65-mile-per-hour winds are surging off to the east and northeast towards Greencastle and going towards Interstate 74 west of Indianapolis. And the rotation is still very strong near Kalamazoo. It is honestly really surprising that this has not produced a tornado to our knowledge yet, but the velocities are really strong still. And I know some people are saying in the chat, it looks like there's a tornado. Well, this right here is in the clear air component of our thunderstorm. So this is not a tornado. That is clear air contamination. The tornado would have to be located in some sort of area of higher precip values basically here on radar for that to be a tornado. So there's no active tornado from what we know via radar. But the area of very strong rotation is really tracking towards Battle Creek right now, which is very concerning because Battle Creek is also fairly populated. There is a camera in Battle Creek, Michigan that does have a view of the skies out in the horizon. It'll have a much clearer shot of this storm once it gets closer. I would say in about 5 minutes or so, we'll probably get a new tornado warning for Climax, Michigan and Battle Creek, Michigan. Especially with how strong that rotation is. It is a discrete supercell and it's turning right, which is definitely not good. Springfield also in the path of that. Huge shout out to Lizard with the $50 super chat and also Muffin for the super chat. Just called the parents in Princeton in the basement, thankfully. Well, that's good to hear. New severe thunderstorm warning in Indiana, west of Warsaw for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. I would be watching for an increasing tornado threat in Indiana for the next couple of hours. Again, our peak tornado threat is basically from now until about 8 or 9 o'clock.
Has been issued.
And we are starting to see more storms rotating in these clusters off to the north and west of Indianapolis. New tornado warning issued by the National Weather Service for Princeton, Henry, and Wyoming. Storm chaser Rob McBay is inside of this. Somebody put Storm chaser Rob McBay in slot number 2 or 1. Either one is fine. So there is an area of rotation here near Princeton that is tracking to the northeast right now. Got 2 different storm chasers looking at this. There is a lowering. So this is inside of that tornado warning. And not seeing a whole lot of motion right now, but we'd be looking in the middle there for that lowering developing. There's actually 2 areas of rotation. We got one that's north of Interstate 74, northwest of Kickapoo, and there's another one near Wyoming. That one that Rob is looking at is the one that is just directly south of Wyoming, and that's a little bit stronger right now. Not seeing any sort of rapid motion right now, but it's the area of interest. Just above the windmills. Clouds are pretty low. Clouds are about, 500, 600, 700 feet off the ground, so pretty low today. Thank you, Shauna, for the $20 super chat. And Waupun, Wisconsin, anything to worry about tonight? I'm going to be honest here. If you're in the tornado watch, I wouldn't say you have to be worried. Just have ways to receive alerts, stay alert, have the stream on. Like that's in my opinion, that's all you got to do right now if you're in Wisconsin. Because if you're anywhere in the tornado watch, there is a risk of tornadoes. We have a lot of storms right now rotating in Wisconsin. I mean, the one near Janesville has been weakening for a little bit, but it might be trying to cycle. The one that's over here near Argyle, this line of thunderstorms, there are a few areas of rotation in this line. But almost every single storm right now in southern Wisconsin is rotating to some degree. Obviously, not all of them are tornado warned, and they will not all be tornado warned. But any of these could produce tornadoes, and at the bare minimum, some damaging winds will come along with them. That goes for any state, by the way. I mean, even Illinois, if you're tuning in from Indiana, Michigan too,
warning has been
it's all the same thing. New tornado warning for Battle Creek, Marshall, Climax, and Springfield. We have a strong area of rotation, and guys, that is looking more and more concerning. I mean, this is not looking really good right now in Michigan. This is, in my opinion, out of all the storms we have, this is by far the more concerning of the 6 tornado warnings we have. The rotation is a very strong, and yeah, this kind of reminds me of what we just had 2 or 3 weeks ago with these other supercells that were in the same area, a little further down to the south near Union City and Coldwater. But this one is rotating like crazy right now. And those velocities are so strong right now. And if there's a tornado, it is going towards Battle Creek, which is very populated. So if you live in Battle Creek, you've got to take shelter now. This is a very dangerous storm. There is a camera, again, inside of this tornado warning that we have eyes on. It is not this. It's this one right here. And we don't have any view of anything quite yet, but this is in downtown Battle Creek. And if we have anything, we'll obviously let you know. But this is a very concerning velocity signature. We do not have a tornado debris signature as of right now, but the velocities are, once again, very strong. So if you live in Battle Creek, if you live in Springfield, if you live over on the west side of Marshall, you've got to get to the lowest floor in the most interior room of your home or building. If you live in a mobile home or a trailer park, you've got to either get to a sturdy structure or consider getting into a ditch, like a low-lying area, because the velocities on this are cranking. There's obviously a lot of people that live here. We have approximately, in this tornado warning, I don't know if we have the exact number somewhere, 108,000 people that are in this tornado warning. Obviously, the main 3 locations here are Galesburg, Climax, and Battle Creek. Now, I would be shocked if this thing did not produce a tornado at some point, because it's in a very favorable environment, and it's been cranking for well over half an hour. Here's the latest scan, and it's still very strong. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, I want to draw your attention to the camera program. Just go onto that road to the south of Battle Creek that we have all of our traffic cameras on. I believe this is I-94. Click through all of them. There's a lot of traffic right now if we're on I-94. If we're on I-94, honestly, do your best to pull over. Even if you're still in a tornado warning, it is still best to be pulled over so you do have options. If a tornado was to come across your path. And if we do have any chance of being able to get south anywhere on I-94, that's probably the best option right now. It does look like there are a few exits. It is probably the best option to be off of I-94 right now.
Thank you for the update. Yeah, so these are some of these are not live traffic cameras here, but there are static cameras, and you can see the traffic backup. And this is not good, obviously, with there being a tornado, possibly on the ground or one trying to drop right now. So there's a lot of traffic backup. And we are seeing that mainly over on the southwest side of Battle Creek, which is where this area of rotation is currently heading. And you can see how much rain is coming down too. And then we've got this camera right here at Battle Creek that is looking at this, and we're keeping an eye on that. That rotation is just very, very strong. And I mean, if there were to be a tornado with this, it would almost undoubtedly be a strong tornado. There's just the reality of it. So we got to hope it doesn't produce anything. And honestly, it might have already done so, especially with how strong and tight the velocities were a few scans ago. But they're still very strong over near Interstate 94, and it's going right over the interstate. But if I had to put $1 on it, I would probably say there's already been a tornado, or there is one ongoing right now. Got another radar scan coming in. I'm going to wait for that, and we'll go back to the other stuff. Got the radar sweep coming through. Hey, Sean, for the super chat.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
I was going to wait for the radar scan. We have a new tornado warning, though, in Wisconsin. That is going to be for Whitewater, east of Jefferson, just to the west of Oconomowoc, west of Waukesha. So if you are in this tornado warning, you've got to get to your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom. Put as many walls between you from the outside as possible. Get away from windows and get on the lowest floor possible. This has been a pretty dangerous storm here over the last half hour to 45 minutes. It's been rotating this entire time. And again, if we have a tornado here, it's going to be down here just to the southwest of Whitewater, and it is tracking towards Palmyra. If you're over in Waukesha, Eagle, or Mokawongo, you need to be ready for this. And guys, I know I'm not pronouncing Oconomowoc right. I might have just done it there, but that's a long name. I'm getting close to it at least, so you can see the name there on your map. But that's to the west of Milwaukee. We have some storms going up in Madison right now. None of these are tornadic. Mainly looking at a damaging wind threat right now for those in Verona, Fitchburg, Madison, Middleton, and US Highway 12. The storms that are west of Chicago are producing a pretty significant damaging wind threat. We have a broad area of rotation that is tracking towards Interstate 39 and also going towards Interstate 90. And that is actually going to be tracking towards Woodstock and Marengo. So there's at least a low tornado risk with that. But more than anything, we're looking at damaging winds and maybe some large hail too. Got all sorts of chasers down here south of Princeton. Or if anybody has anything right now. Edgar O'Neill's at a gas station. He's out of Casey's. This is what it looks like over here near Princeton, Illinois right now. Large rain shaft. Damaging winds are possible. And then we got storm chaser Rob McBay, who is looking at our tornado warn cell off to the north of Kickapoo near Wyoming. Can't really see much right now. There's a lot of rain obviously falling, so the visibility is kind of poor. There was an area of rotation and still is one near Stark. It's not as strong as before, but we're keeping an eye on that one. And west of Peoria, it's all wind right now. We have a couple more storms also starting to spring their way up north of Springfield, going in the direction of Peoria. I don't see much of a tornado risk in the near term with that, but maybe at least a little bit of hail and wind with that as those storms continue to go up. We got more of a modest clouds here from storm chaser Nick Gorman. Those are those little Dippin' Dot clouds. If you guys have any photos of these, feel free to send it in to us. You can go to our Facebook or Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. And make sure to follow us on those platforms while you're over there. Or you can send it in to us on reports.maxvelocitywx.com. Those are harmless clouds, but they are pretty cool. There's a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning for Grand Detour, Dixon, and Franklin Grove. That'll be for 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Somebody put Storm Chaser CJ Ziegler in like slot 1 or something. Look at this. This is live near Dixon. This storm was rotating a little bit. It has been on and off rotating.
It's warned for 70 wind.
Pretty ominous in there.
Tor possible 70 winds.
Thank you, Anna, for the super chat. Really appreciate that. Thank you also, Taran, for becoming a member. I'm going to keep him on the bottom left of your screen. Or bottom right, actually. I want to go back over to Michigan. We've been watching this very concerning Supercell. My God, that is really strong rotation near Battle Creek. There's another one south of Battle Creek. This isn't good. We need a tornado warning for this west of Union City. But we have a very strong area of rotation right now near Battle Creek, and we have another one near Union City. There needs to be a tornado warning for this thing. Going towards Marshall and Albion. And that right there is really concerning.
New severe thunderstorm watch has been issued.
If you guys have any friends or family that live in this area, you need to alert them because there is a very strong area of rotation near Battle Creek that could be a tornado, and there's another one west of Union City. These are highly populated areas. Union City obviously got hit by a very intense tornado a few weeks ago. This should stay to the north of it, but it is going east-northeast, kind of in the direction of Marshall, which Marshall is actually pretty populated too. I am really concerned, though, about this area of rotation. We do not have a tornado debris signature as of right now. We don't have any official confirmation of a tornado yet. But I would have to imagine we have a rapidly rotating wall cloud. Again, maybe a tornado here on the west side of Battle Creek. I mean, there are cameras, again, that we're keeping an eye on in Battle Creek. None of them have a view of this as of now. This is the one camera that we would be at least able to see something, and right now we don't see anything. This is live in Battle Creek. Again, nothing in Battle Creek yet. This is still about 5 or 6 miles away from Battle Creek. But I really can't urge how dangerous this storm is, and the capability it has of producing a significant tornado would be very high if it actually produced. Here's a more panned out view. I think... yeah, looking that way. All right, look there on the right. I can't tell what that is. That might be the wall cloud. Look closely on the right. You can't really point it out. Right over there, though. You guys see that? Far right. Yeah, that right there. That might be it. I can't tell, but that if there's a tornado, it's gonna be this right here. All right, so this is again going towards Battle Creek right now. If we have power flashes, if we have any power flashes, we're gonna know. I can't 100% confirm that's a wall cloud, but that might be it. And it could also be a tornado. We don't know. This is approaching the W.K. Kellogg Regional Airport. So if we see any bright flashes there, it's likely a tornado. Like that rotation is just unbelievably strong. That's now moving into Springfield, so it's on the west side of Battle Creek right now. We have another strong area of rotation west of Union City. I don't know why there's no tornado warning on that, but there needs to be. I don't know if anybody that controls the virtual rail fans is watching our stream right now, but if you could point it back the other way and keep it there, that would help a lot. No clue if anybody's tuning in from there, but it's the Battle Creek camera. No debris signature still, but very strong rotation, like intense rotation right now on the west side of Battle Creek. And this is strong rotation near Vicksburg, Michigan. That's moving towards Athens in Union City. I'm going to go back to this in a second. I want to go back to Wisconsin on that tornado warning west of Milwaukee. No major updates here. We still have a hook echo, though, right over Whitewater. If we have a tornado, it's going to try to form near Palmyra and Whitewater. It's going towards Eagle. There's at least a hook echo and an inflow going to that storm right now. We also have an area of rotation developing southwest of Janesville. So if you live in Janesville, again, we're not done with severe weather yet, guys. We got more severe weather coming if you're in Janesville. This is tracking right now towards Interstate 3990. We have another area of rotation west of Chicago, north of Rochelle. That is producing mainly 70-mile-per-hour winds, but there is at least a potential for a tornado with that. And our tornado warning west of Henry in Illinois is becoming more of a line of thunderstorms. So damaging winds becoming a more dominant concern, at least for the moment. That Battle Creek camera. Hopefully this thing is going to be looking at this storm. I don't know if it is now. Let's see. All right, so we can see it a little bit more clearly now. Can't see any features there that would indicate we have a tornado. I'm looking everywhere here. The velocities are still awfully strong. On the northwest side of Springfield. Again, this is looking directly towards our area of interest. We have no active reports, again, of a tornado being down. Obviously, the rotation on radar is just so strong. That's the reason why it's really concerning. It's right near our warm front. There's a lot of wind shear here. Temperatures obviously pretty favorable right now for a tornado. And so there is a lot of concern there that if a tornado dropped, it would again be significant. I'm going to keep that bottom middle of your screen. There's another area of rotation right here that we're keeping an eye on. That one is going to be west of Athens. I still don't know why we don't have a tornado warning for this, to be honest. That rotation's been pretty strong. This is also in Michigan. Bottom right is going to be that Battle Creek camera. Yeah, that one's southeast of Portage. Again, that needs, in my opinion, a tornado warning. While we have a second, we do have a new severe thunderstorm watch that was issued a few minutes ago. This is going to be for central and northern Indiana. A couple tornadoes are possible. Isolated quarter-sized hail and then damaging wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour is possible. So that's for a little over 3 million people. This goes until midnight tonight. We will likely be live, at least until around midnight tonight with all the activity that's out there. Riley also agrees this definitely needs a tornado warning. I have no clue how there's no tornado warning for this, but north of Union City, southwest of Marshall, again, we need a tornado warning for this. That's a very dangerous area of rotation right now that is tracking to the east-northeast going towards Interstate 69. I mean, in my opinion, that one's actually becoming stronger than the one near Battle Creek. There's no debris signature again on the one near Battle Creek. This is a live shot of that one near Battle Creek right now. And we'd be looking on the far right. So you can see, like, on the far right, that would be the area of interest. We can't really see it. I think it might be behind those this big brick building here. So unfortunately, I don't think we're going to have a clear view of the wall cloud.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
But with that said, there, again, could be a tornado. We just don't know for sure. We have a new tornado warning. This one's going to be southeast of Portage. They have gone ahead and issued it. This storm is basically going towards Battle Creek, too. So Battle Creek, you got a double whammy. We've had the first area of rotation. It's still over you, by the way. It's on the northwest side of the city. And we have a brand new one that is also pretty strong. This one's approaching Climax right now. Climax, Michigan. And then it'll be approaching Highway 66 and Interstate 94, heading towards Marshall, just south of Lafayette. So you've got to get to your storm shelter, basement, closet, bathroom, get away from windows, put as many walls between you from the outside as possible, and seek shelter now. This is, again, a critical situation here in Michigan. We have two very strongly rotating supercells. In my opinion, right now, this one is the more concerning one. Now, I know some people are asking, why am I getting a second notification on my phone right now that there is a tornado or a tornado warning? Because there's a different storm coming, guys. It's not just one. We got two. And so this one's going into the same exact area. And this one will go more, I think, into downtown Battle Creek. And again, also even Marshall. Back over in Indiana, we have a lot of damaging winds right now. Rochester, we got some, again, west here of Indianapolis. Got a couple little areas of rotation. We got a new one developing south there of Carpentersville, I think, just southwest of North Salem. It's moving towards Danville and Zionsville. So we need to monitor that really closely. Got a lot of storm chasers in central Illinois right now. Not many of these storms have really done much other than damaging winds. Got storm chaser Edgar O'Neill out there looking at a little shelf. Sun is beginning to set here in Illinois and also across Michigan, so it's going to get a little bit more difficult to see things, and we're going to be transitioning into a nocturnal tornado threat, which basically means tornadoes at nighttime, which is never a good thing. So hopefully most of the storms do not produce a tornado at this point, but we are going into nighttime. We are still monitoring this storm west of Milwaukee. I know we have a lot of people currently tuning in from Milwaukee and surrounding areas. And this storm, again, has a hook echo, and it may try to produce a tornado as it goes towards Waukesha. Riley has a more urgent update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, looking just west of Kind. That's the radar site in Indianapolis. Definitely have a QLCS spin up trying to happen here near the town of Bainbridge.
Thank you for the update. So we just talked about this a second ago, but area of rotation is quickly coming together, actually. So a QLCS tornado, meaning a tornado embedded in a line of thunderstorms, is attempting to develop right along the U.S. Highway 36 corridor, heading directly towards New Winchester and Danville. Is it Waukesha? Riley has not been correcting my pronunciation, and he literally lives in Wisconsin, so he's not giving me any sort of pointers there. It's Waukesha, apparently, or Waukesha? One of those two. What's really interesting is, again, in Battle Creek, Michigan, we obviously have that area of rotation. That was much stronger. It's been weakening as it moves towards Charlotte. This one here is obviously pretty strong. Look at this camera that is in Battle Creek. And shout out to whoever controls these cameras, because they actually did put it where I basically said to. But this is the first storm over here. That's the one that was producing maybe a tornado. This is the new one over here. You can see it just barely on the horizon. And this one is going to be moving directly into Battle Creek. So you can just faintly see it out there on the left side of your screen. So we got two different storms in Michigan that are both trying to produce that tornado threat. Pretty wild stuff. There's I know a lot of people ask me to zoom out a little bit more in some cases when we have active severe weather events. It's just a bit more zoomed out view of everything that's kind of happening across the board. We don't have any warnings anywhere south of Indianapolis, so it's kind of the general vicinity of where everything's happening right now, where everything's popping. Obviously, everybody's looking at something different. You got chasers literally everywhere. Let me put Storm Intermedia in slot 2. So I just asked if this is coming towards Detroit. I don't think so. I think Detroit, I mean, there's a low chance of severe weather, but it's going to be coming out of this stuff, and by the time it gets to you, daylight heating is going to run out, so the threat of severe weather will definitely be lower. We still have a stronger area of rotation coming up towards Battle Creek over the next few minutes. We have a camera located right here that we're keeping an eye on. We're going to keep that on the bottom right of your screen. We also just got a new tornado possible severe warning in Illinois. This will be north of Bloomington for the Lacon, Chillicothe, and Toloka, just north of Eureka for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. There is a tornado possible tag on that storm. There's a little bit of broad rotation right now over Cherry, which is approaching Dimmock, Waltham, just south of Mendota, and Meridian, just south and west there of Earlville as well. So there's a little bit of rotation. We're keeping an eye on that one. That'll be eventually going in the direction of Aurora, Naperville, just west of Joliet. I know we have a lot of you guys tuning in from like Chicago, Milwaukee, and even Kenosha, right along the Lake Michigan coastline. The storms are going to be coming in the next 2 hours. So obviously, if you guys have any friends or family, again, in the risk of severe weather today, some of them might not even know that nationwide weather coverage like this exists on YouTube. Share the stream. Get the word out there. We have 43,000 of you tuning in, and the only way we can do what we do is just by word of mouth, having people spread the word and share the stream. Again, we have a team of storm chasers. Obviously, it's not cheap to run an operation like this, but we are making it work because of you guys. So if you guys have any friends or family in the path of severe weather, feel free to spread the word. If you think this coverage is great and it's getting the word out there, definitely spread the word, because we're again going to be live for the foreseeable future, probably at least for the next 3 to 4 hours, covering this significant severe weather threat. Could go as late as midnight, maybe even later than that. As long as there's significant severe weather, we're going to be live. And we got still 4 tornado warnings. We got 13 severe thunderstorm warnings. It is an active next several hours that are ahead here across the Midwest Ohio Valley and also into the Great Lakes region. I want to take our attention back to Wisconsin, to the west of Waukesha and west of Makawongo. We have, again, a hook echo that has been trying to develop near Princess Point Wildlife Area. Has not really produced a tornado from our knowledge so far, but it is still trying to form a more definitive hook echo. A little inflow as well. So that's moving up towards Waukesha and then eventually going towards Menomonee Falls and Milwaukee. So if you're tuning in from Milwaukee, definitely stay alert here. The storm is moving again northeast currently. And if we kind of track this thing out, it's going that general direction. So Waukesha is in a couple minutes, or within the next 30 minutes, I mean. Menomonee Falls is right around 7:50 Central Time. And then Belgium will be around 8:25 or so. If you live over near Madison, we do not have an active tornado threat, just a large cluster of thunderstorms.
A new tornado warning
producing damaging winds. And we now have a new tornado warning again for Janesville, Wisconsin. I know we have a lot of people tuning in from the Janesville area, and we once again have another tornado warning. So if you live in Janesville, Wisconsin, near Milton or Fulton, you've got to take shelter again. This is going to be your second time today, but you've got to do it again. This is a different storm, not the same one from earlier, completely new storm. You can see the little hook shape on radar here, and this is really rapidly moving into Janesville. So you gotta run to your safe place if you're in Janesville in case there is a tornado here. The other threat, obviously, would be damaging winds, and they're around 60 to 70 miles per hour. But we do have an area of rotation here right over Footville, near Hanover, moving towards Leyden, and it is quickly approaching the west side of Janesville, now going towards Anderson. So this is a storm that is rapidly moving to the northeast at almost 55 to 60 miles per hour. So you got to take shelter immediately if you're in Janesville, Wisconsin. Update on our Michigan tornado warning near Battle Creek. That area of rotation that went through the northwest side of Battle Creek, that is now weakening, going towards Calamo and Charlotte, west of Olivet. There's a new area of rotation that's developing. This one is located over on the southwest side of Battle Creek, approaching Interstate 94. So we are still monitoring a risk again of a tornado for those in Battle Creek, Michigan, and west of Marshall. And real quickly, something that'll help us out in the stream, if you guys go to our website, reports.maxvelocitywx.com, click the location report button and submit where you're basically tuning in from. All you gotta do is click a location on the map, click submit, and we can see on our end where you guys are tuning in from. It'll help us be able to kind of decipher what storms we should cover more of. So there's a link at the top of the description. You can also type in reports.maxvelocitywx.com. I'll put the link in the chat too, just in case you guys are looking at the chat. There's a link in the description, though, because I want to get a better idea of where you guys are tuning in from right now. I know we have a lot of people tuning in from different places. We have a new tornado possible severe warning. This one's going to be for Beloit, Delavan, and Elkhorn in far southern Wisconsin. So if you're in this severe thunderstorm warning, definitely stay away from windows and be on the lowest floor possible. This is going to be basically paralleling Interstate 43. We have 2 tornado warnings right now, south and east of Madison. We're keeping an eye on this hook that is now near Palmyra that is tracking towards Waukesha. And thank you guys all for submitting your locations. This is an idea of where most people are tuning in from. Ignore the Ohio area because that's from our stream like 2 days ago. We got to reset the data here. But a lot of people are tuning in from Kalamazoo. We got a lot of people spreading the word also in Battle Creek and Marshall. South Bend is a hot spot. We got a lot of people in Chicago, Janesville, Milwaukee, and Bloomington. Those are some of the hot spots right now where people are tuning in from. Again, this helps tremendously, though, for anybody that's tuning in. Again, go to that website, reports.maxvelocitywx.com. That way we can kind of figure out where everybody's tuning in from. I have a monitor that has that map on just so I can have an idea of where you guys are tuning in from. We have a brand new, very large severe thunderstorm warning for Belvedere, Algonquin, and Sycamore. That'll be for 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds. There's also a tornado possible tag on this. So we have a rain-wrapped area of rotation going towards Marengo and Woodstock and McHenry. So you got to be staying away from windows and be on the lowest floor possible as this line of thunderstorms approaches the west side of Chicago. We no longer have any tornado warnings anywhere in Illinois. Does not mean we're done with tornadoes, by the way, but we just don't have any active. We have an ongoing area of rotation still near Peru and another one near Henry, but nothing that is currently enough for a tornado warning. But obviously that could change really at any point. We do have a new area of rotation near Warsaw, Indiana currently. There's a little QLCS tornado threat trying to develop near Mentone, tracking towards Warsaw. So watch out if you're in Warsaw for at least a low tornado risk. And then west of Indianapolis, we had a little QLCS spin-up that tried to happen. We have another area of rotation developing right over Interstate 74 that is now going towards Lebanon and Interstate 65. Here's what it looks like all across Indiana right now. Large clusters of thunderstorms, mostly producing damaging winds, but there is a risk of embedded tornadoes. If you are in Battle Creek, we got to take shelter if you've not already. Again, new tornado risk is coming in. There is a strong area of rotation on the southwest side of Battle Creek. Look at that wall cloud. You can actually see it, guys. This is in Battle Creek live. That's the lowering and the risk of a tornado is right here. There's a floating microphone. Let me move that. But this right here. Right here. That's the wall cloud. That's the area of rotation. This is a phenomenal view, though, from Battle Creek. Very tight couplet on radar right now. And you can see actually a little bit of that motion back in there. I don't see anything that looks condensed in like an actual tornado, but that is a large wall cloud. Just for a second, this is Storm Chaser CJ Ziegler. You can actually see that like roll cloud that you see there. So this right here, that is an outflow boundary. Pretty classic. It's like a textbook looking outflow boundary. So that like roll is our outflow. Cool winds pushing out in front of a storm, and that also leads to damaging winds. But Battle Creek, that's what we're looking at here. A wall cloud developing right there. Or it's already at least been formed for a while. So this, if there is a tornado, which we don't see one right now, but if there is one, and there's one trying to form, it is crossing over Interstate 94 currently and coming up on the south side of Battle Creek, Michigan. That is a amazing view, though. This camera is like in a perfect position. That is rotating just a little bit. We got a little bit of spin. I'm going to keep that on the bottom right of your screen. We just got a new severe thunderstorm warning northwest of Indianapolis. That'll be for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. There's also a tornado possible tag on this for Frankfurt and Lebanon. They have issued a new severe warning for the west side here of Milwaukee for Menomonee Falls, west of Waukesha, just south of Germantown. They are probably not going to continue the tornado warning based off the severe warning being issued. So probably not going to see a new tornado warning here west of Milwaukee for the time being. But keep in mind, we got storms off to the west that are trying to do the same exact thing. Also, if you're in Janesville right now, you've got to seek shelter. We got a very intense cluster of thunderstorms coming in, and that's going to try to produce the potential here for a tornado. That's the wall cloud once again that is on the south side of Battle Creek. Good news is I don't see a tornado. That's a large lowering that is still rotating currently. Hey, Michael for the super chat. What's going on in Elgin? Sirens are going off. If the sirens are going off in anywhere in Illinois, it'll be for severe weather. It will not be for a tornado because we don't have any active tornado warnings currently. There are some places that have their siren sound for severe thunderstorm warnings. And we do have a considerable one for McHenry, Sycamore, and even Algonquin. I know I have some people asking about Rockford, and there's no active severe threat for Rockford, at least as of right now. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning west of Shanahan, near Sandwich and Northville, which will be for 60-mile-per-hour winds, and there's a tornado possible tag on this. A little bit of rotation there just to the southeast of Mendota. Got Storm Chaser, Tornado Paging pretty close to this, and look at that. This is the undercarriage of our large shelf cloud that is pushing to the east right now in Illinois. That is actually really impressive. It's actually really cool. Got like a blue tinge in there, too. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, just got an update from the Storm Prediction Center. This is a meso-gamma discussion for Michigan along our warm front, where we've been talking about the potential for tornadoes with two different cells there. They're noting the most probable peak intensity for tornadoes on these two storms of 115 miles an hour, winds to 70, and no hail possible.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So that'll be basically for the Battle Creek area, Union City, and a few other locations. So a tornado or two does remain possible here over the next couple of hours. And again, if we go back over here to that tornado warning, that rotation is very strong right now over the south side of Battle Creek. And we have an amazing shot right now of that wall cloud right over Battle Creek. There's I'm not seeing like a whole lot of crazy rotation right now. What I'm seeing, but that is the wall cloud. So this is where that rotation is corresponding to radar too. Maybe something trying to come down there on the left edge. I'm going to see a little bit more spin now. There's a little bit. It's not much. This is live in Battle Creek, Michigan, where an active tornado warning is ongoing. See a little bit of that spin right here. So you can kind of see it spinning a little bit. It's kind of cranking right in this area. That'd be the area of interest. Latest scan has a really tight couplet over Battle Creek. It's pretty impressive how strong the radar is showing this rotation, but it does not look rapid, at least from what we're seeing here in Battle Creek. That is the lowering, the wall cloud. It's coming down from our supercell. Whoever's controlling this camera is an absolute G. This is pretty impressive, what we're seeing. From this camera POV. Hey, Eugene for becoming a member, and Loretta for the super chat. Got somebody reporting in the chat that there are green skies in Janesville. It's getting pretty windy right now in Janesville. This is a live shot inside of that tornado warning for Janesville. This is right along Interstate 3990. So the winds are starting to pick up right on the interstate. So it's between Beloit and Janesville. Winds are definitely starting to intensify here. And the winds could be as high as 60 to 70 miles per hour. Here's the latest scan. Again, we still have an area of strong rotation currently over Battle Creek. Stunning view here from Storm Runner Media. Got sun rays glaring through the clouds over in Putnam, Illinois currently. You have to be at the right angle to see something like this. Hey, Virtual Rail fans actually in the chat. They're here. I didn't know they're actually watching our stream. So they're tuning in. They have this amazing camera over here in Battle Creek that has, again, a phenomenal view of our wall cloud. It's not rapidly rotating, but there's a little bit of weak rotation there on the left. And if we had a tornado, obviously we don't see one right now, but if there is one, or if there is one dropping, it would be directly over the downtown area of Battle Creek. And we'd see that spin again there on the left side of your screen there. I'm going to keep that bottom right of your screen. If somebody wants to change out slot 1, you can. They have gone ahead and canceled the tornado warning for Whitewater and Jefferson. We still have an active tornado warning for Janesville in Wisconsin. I'm not seeing a whole lot of rotation anymore near Janesville because that rotation is now tracked north and east of town. It's over Milton, and it's coming up on Cold Spring and Fort Atkinson. A little hook shape there, a little bit of an inflow. Not really much. It's going to be more one of those embedded tornadoes in a line of thunderstorms that is now tracking up towards Whitewater and Jefferson. I would anticipate at the minimum a new severe thunderstorm warning for Jefferson and Whitewater. There is a possibility, though, that they could issue a new tornado warning. So just be ready to hunker down if you're over near Jefferson. Another severe warning just issued for Peru, Ottawa, Streeter, Grand Ridge, and Marcellus, if I'm saying the name right. So get away from windows if you're in this severe warning. Got a little hook shape near Peru. Not really rotating a whole lot right now, but a little bit of rotation. So that could try to produce something tornadic down the line. We go back over to Battle Creek. The Battle Creek tornado warning will go for 3 more minutes. I would assume they're at least going to keep a severe thunderstorm warning in this area, but they still have a tornado warning for 3 more minutes for Battle Creek. And we have a downtown live shot in Battle Creek, and we do not actively see a tornado, and the clouds and the wall cloud is not as low to the ground. This is just kind of underneath it. There's the area of interest. It's very scuddy. See a little bit of spin there. That would be, again, where we're looking for a tornado. I don't see anything that's evident of that right now, despite the rotation looking pretty strong on radar. Shout out to Shella for the super chat, and also Raul for the super chat. Menomonee Falls. Menomonee? Something like that. Keep that camera bottom right of your screen. They're still moving it with that area of the low clouds there, so keep that bottom right. It's about to be out of the shot, but rotation again is now crossed over Interstate 94, and it's moving towards Walnut Point in Michigan. They are going to, I think, allow this tornado warning to expire in a minute. We'll see. They issued a large severe thunderstorm warning for Lansing, Michigan, back down towards Charlotte, and that is mainly for the risk of 60-mile-per-hour winds, but there is a tornado possible tag on that. So they may issue a new tornado warning, but I don't think they will. Storm Chaser Tornado Pagey is on that storm that did have a little hook shape on it near Peru, Illinois. Look bottom right of your screen. We got a little hook here and a little rotation near LaSalle. Look at that large outflow. This is just crazy. It's actually crazy what we're looking at here. In a second, you'll see it again. But over here, off to the right, there's like this large tidal wave effect. That is a large outflow boundary that is stretching out from this storm. All the way out. Cheese curd wanted to be on the green screen too, I guess. Looks like a tidal wave, though. Keep that bottom left of your screen, but you can see that little area of rotation right over Peru. And keep in mind that this area of thunderstorms is going to be the thunderstorms that impact areas like Shanahan, Morse, Joliet, and as well as Chicago Heights, which are going to be on the south and west side there of Chicago. We are back down to 1 tornado warning, so there's no longer any sort of, active, again, there's no active tornado on the ground from any of the storms that we have. The 1 tornado warning in Michigan is now no longer ongoing. They did not continue it, despite there still being some rotation here. And honestly, still with that rotation, I know we didn't have a tornado, but that rotation I still think is enough for a tornado warning. On our velocity scale, this would be about a 6 or a 7 out of 10 going towards Interstate 69 and Olivet. So, again, there might be something there. There was a wall cloud that moved over not too long ago. Our only active tornado warning right now is going to be the one near Janesville, where we still have an area of rotation that is east of Milton. This tornado warning goes at least for the next 25 to 30 minutes, but it probably won't last that long. And that's heading up towards Whitewater right now, Muckawongo, and Waukesha. Off to the west of Chicago, we have a significant damaging wind threat coming right now. Storm Chaser CJ Ziegler at the bottom right of your screen is approaching this intense line of thunderstorms that is heading now towards Algonquin. And then that area of rotation that is located over near Peru is back behind the trees there. No tornado warning for this right now, but I could see them issuing a tornado warning if the velocities ramp up a little bit more near LaSalle. Shout out to Poplar Bluff for the super chat. Looks like a spaceship from Independence Day. Playing with the super chat says Wisconsin pronunciation hack for Iroquois words. I don't know what that is. I don't know, man. I think Wisconsin names in general are very hard to pronounce. Got another crazy shot from Stormwater Media of some of the sun rays, because the sun's setting right now. I got another cool shot across the sky. It's like a little orange right there in the middle. This is on the back side of this line of thunderstorms that's southwest of Chicago. Got a cool little orange stripe in the sky right now. Going back to Milwaukee, we still have a significant damaging wind threat coming to town. We have seen a little bit more rotation picking up near Whitewater over the last 10 to 15 minutes. So we'll see if they issue a new tornado warning. At the bare minimum, though, we're looking at a 60-mile-per-hour severe thunderstorm warning for Oconomowoc, west of Muckawongo. And then over near Menomonee Falls. Hey, Ralph, for becoming a member. I would have to, I'll have to practice at some point these Wisconsin names. We're going to be heading into severe weather season for Wisconsin not too far from now. Obviously, we're seeing severe weather today, but it's going to ramp up more in a few weeks. So we really got to lock in these pronunciations after the stream. They're pretty far off, it sounds like. I'm getting told to put the fries in the bag, so it might be time. We still have an area of stronger rotation northeast of Battle Creek, Michigan, approaching Olivet, Charlotte, and Eaton Rapids. Yeah, we do not have an active tornado right now on this, but the rotation has remained pretty strong, heading towards Interstate 69. And off to the west of Fort Wayne, 60-mile-per-hour winds and really intense winds actually approaching Barbie near North Webster. So strong line of thunderstorms off to the west of Fort Wayne, and then off to the north and west of Indianapolis. We have a large line of thunderstorms that is going from Logansport to Indianapolis. Should be mostly a wind threat, but there is a low chance of a tornado. Keep in mind, our tornado threat will continue for the next several hours. This is our tornado threat right now. All right, so we got this large 10% tornado risk. Most of the storms are no longer in that, but the 5% tornado risk is still equally as elevated. We've had several strong tornadoes in the past in a 5% tornado risk, and that's that brown area. It stretches from northeast Arkansas all the way into Michigan, Milwaukee, Chicago. There's still a lot of severe weather ahead, and I know a lot of you guys are tuning in from like Chicago, for example. So again, this is your time to basically stay weather aware. This is our heat map on where people are tuning in from right now, and we have a ton of people currently tuning in from Lansing, Kalamazoo, Battle Creek, South Bend, Valparaiso, Joliet, Chicago, all the way back into Milwaukee. My cat's now in the cat tower. I wish I had a cat cam in here. He was meowing like crazy. He might be sleeping. Hey, Toxic for the super chat. In Wisconsin, when drinking, the names are easier to say. Honestly, that might be true. At least for Wisconsin. Wisconsin's on a different level when it comes to drinking. Last few radar scans still showing some rotation near Whitewater. I'm not seeing anything, though, that stands out to me that would make me think we have a tornado. Strong rotation right now that is tracking to the northeast towards Palmyra. There's a little bit of very weak rotation that's been trying to develop near Elkhorn that's heading towards Burlington. But that, in my opinion, is not too concerning. I'm really watching the storms that are directly west of Chicago for a more elevated wind threat and also tornado threat. We've been monitoring some areas of rotation near Sheridan and Northville and Sandwich here for a little while that are moving out towards Yorkville. And then the one near Peru has been also trying. It's gotten a little bit less convincing of a tornado threat. But it looks like what we're looking at right now with this line of thunderstorms. It just looks like a large outflow boundary is out in front of this line, and there's just a huge tidal wave essentially going over Ottawa and some surrounding locations. We have some photos and videos that you guys have sent into us. This one's from Galesburg, Illinois, of a beautiful rainbow. This is also a shelf cloud that was back over in Davenport, Iowa. If you guys do want to send us photos and videos, there's a link on your screen. You can also go to reports.maxvelocitywx.com. You can send it in to us on Facebook, Twitter, @maxvelocitywx. This is from the Texas Charter Township of that storm from earlier back over near Battle Creek of a wall cloud. Appreciate you sending this in, Jaden. Very good drone shot there. This is from Stevenson County, Illinois, of another shelf cloud. This is over in Janesville, Wisconsin. I don't know what we're looking at here. I don't know if this is debris or damage. I'm guessing it's damage from the storms in Janesville from a little while ago. Wow, look at this one from Oline, Illinois. Right over the water, right across the river, the Mississippi River here in Davenport. This was approximately an hour and 30 minutes ago. Over in La Prairie, Wisconsin, on the west side of Janesville, we had a little bit of dime, nickel, maybe quarter-sized hail there from earlier. A beautiful shot here of the storm in Dixon, Illinois. Another beautiful photo of another really large shelf cloud over in Henry County, Illinois. This one's from Kruger, Illinois. And these are some of those sun rays we're talking about. You can sometimes see these sun rays at nighttime when the sun is setting or even sometimes rising. You get these little angles that you can kind of see kind of going over the clouds and giving this like kind of ray effect. So you can kind of see it a little bit. We saw that with Storm Runner Media not too long ago. More modest clouds over in Crawfordsville, Indiana. Those are Dippin' Dot clouds. Another rainbow in Warren County, Indiana. They whack for the sewer chat for the Cheese Curd Tower camera. They Sierra for also sending this in, another double rainbow. I think Tornado Pagey had something like that earlier. Just seconds before Max told us to get to our safe place. This is in Dixon, Illinois. Pretty nasty looking thunderstorm. This is a field of modest clouds. Got modest clouds here, got more down in here on the Knox County, Illinois storm from earlier. Got a rainbow over Mishawaka, maybe, in Indiana. There's a video from Vicksburg, Michigan of the storm rolling in. huge shout out to those people that are sending in photos and videos from Michigan. I mean, these are really helpful. These are from the storms that were happening earlier. This is so incredibly helpful to be able to see what was happening out there. And that looks like, again, maybe a wall cloud back in there somewhere. Can't fully tell. But Vicksburg did have pretty strong rotation at the time. Another incredible rain. Look at that rainbow. Over in South Bend, Indiana. This was within the last 20 minutes. Beautiful rainbow shot. 0.7 inches for a hailstone over in Woodland Shores, Illinois. Some turbulent skies in Princeton, Illinois. This is from Hunter over in Janesville of the storm rolling in. This right here is just a nasty shelf cloud. By the way, there's no tornado warnings at this moment. The one that was in Janesville was canceled. Looks more outflow dominant, kind of like what we're seeing here. A large outflow boundary. This is by far the best double rainbow shot I think we've had today. Over in Winnebago County, Illinois. Or Winnebago County. All right, this is a close contestant for the best rainbow picture of the day. This one, what do you think? What do you think? 1 or 2? This is 1. This is 2. What do you guys think in the chat? Which one's better? These both look pretty incredible. Last photo for right now. This was from Maddie and Tyler over in East Peoria, Illinois. Large cumulonimbus clouds towering up. Got a little bit of an orange Cheeto cloud look to it with the sun setting. Everybody almost is saying 2. Everybody thinks this is the best rainbow photo. Incredible shot there. Actually got a couple more photos apparently. Large cat cloud in Roscoe, Illinois. What in the world? It's from Evansville, Wisconsin. Another rainbow shot. Got a lot of people sending in rainbows. Rockford, Illinois looks like Cheetos are coming in. Very orange. Maybe red 40. Got some quarter-sized hail over in Milton, Wisconsin. See it right here. The lightning with double rainbow in Janesville, Wisconsin. You can barely faintly see that yellow rainbow there. A little bit of lightning out in the distance. And then this is the last photo for now. We're in Harmony, Wisconsin, of a little bit of hail. If you guys have any photos or videos, scan the QR code with your phone or whatever device you have. Maybe your Nintendo DS, and it's also reports.maxvelocitywx.com. Go back over to live radar again. There are no active tornado warnings. That does not mean tornadoes are over, though. We still have a significant threat of damaging winds and also a risk, again, of tornadoes here across parts of the Midwest and the Great Lakes region. And right now, we have a significant threat of damaging winds that is going in the direction of Chicago. There is a rotation right now over near Northville, Sheridan, and Sandwich that is moving towards Plano and Yorkville. So we still have a concerning risk right now for damaging winds and potentially even a tornado with these storms that are now moving into Sandwich. So we are still monitoring that situation very closely. Off to the west of Elgin and Algonquin, it's mostly a damaging wind threat with 70-mile-per-hour winds that are now approaching McHenry, Round Lake Beach, and a few other select locations. So mainly looking at damaging winds there. And then off to the north near Milwaukee, mostly damaging winds. We have a little bit of rotation near Whitewater still, but I think that's mostly going to remain a damaging wind threat. And then we got a little hook still, a little hook shape near Heartland. That's moving up towards Menomonee Falls and Germantown. So we still need to monitor at least a low-end chance of a tornado. Obviously, over the next 30 minutes to an hour, our peak severe weather threat will be happening in Wisconsin. So we've kind of, I think, already hit the peak, but we're still in that peak time frame for Wisconsin. Most of the severe weather for Wisconsin is going to be between now and 9 p.m. Central. And if you're down here in Illinois, the majority of our severe weather will be from now all the way until about, I would say, 9:30, 10 o'clock. That'll be the general time frame. Shout out to Jorna for the Venmo donation. And also Angela for the Venmo donation saying food. I appreciate that. So we put Storm Chaser Rob McBay in slot number 1. I don't know if he's working, though. He's down right now. Never mind. Put somebody else there. Actually, we could probably do Ryan Scholl. Oh, everybody's down. Never mind. Go back to that in a second. Back over to Michigan, we do still have a severe thunderstorm warning southwest of Lansing, north of Olivet. That is still rotating a little bit. I think the tornado risk in Michigan is still a little bit lower, but we are monitoring at least a low-end chance of a tornado as this storm continues to lift to the north and east, going towards Eden Rapids. Down near Sturgis and LaGrange, mostly looking at isolated damaging winds. No active tornado risk right now northwest of Fort Wayne. 60-mile-per-hour winds are also now hammering Kokomo just north of Noblesville, with multiple clusters of thunderstorms continuing to roll across much of Indiana right now. We have a large severe thunderstorm watch in place for Indiana, which does include Fort Wayne, Muncie, and Indianapolis. It goes until midnight. The tornado watch for Michigan still goes until 10 o'clock Central Time. And then the tornado watch across the Midwest will continue for the next 3.5 hours. Granted, I think all the severe weather in this watch will be done before then. Somebody put some other camera in one of these slots. It's only the radar mega cameras. We have a new tornado possible severe warning in Indiana. This one's going to be for Logansport, Peru, and Royal Center in Fulton. And that'll be for 60-mile-per-hour winds. And there's also a tornado possible tag on that. So far today, we've had about, I think, 5 tornadoes, at least, maybe more than that. We had, I think, 4 tornadoes in Iowa, maybe 1 in Illinois. But we had a bunch when the storms were back over. Or we had a bunch in Iowa, but we also had one earlier back over in Texas. There was one at about 10:30 this morning. We had an EF0 tornado in southeast Texas, northwest of Houston. They are, Riley. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning. This one is going to be west of Chicago. So now is your time, if you're over in Chicago, to get ready for significant damaging winds and a tornado threat. So brand new severe thunderstorm warning here. This one's going to include Yorkville, Aurora, Naperville, Geneva, west of Wheaton, Sandwich, and Northville. You guys are all included. We're talking about a 70-mile-per-hour damaging wind threat, which is, again, considerable. This is the kind of damage threat that you need to be getting away from windows for. If you are in a mobile home, I would be going to a sturdy structure because damaging winds like this can heavily damage mobile homes and RVs. There is also a tornado possible tag, as we still have this little hook shape and a little inflow near Sandwich. Despite the rotation not looking very strong on radar, there is at least some rotation that is near Sandwich, and there may be a low tornado risk. But I think the bigger concern, at least in the near term, is going to be our threat for damaging winds. And then over near Algonquin, we still have a significant damaging wind threat near McHenry. There's a broad area of rotation, but I don't think there's going to be a whole lot of time for this thing to produce a tornado. It only has about 20-30 minutes to do so. So there's a short and small window for a tornado threat right now around Chicago. But there is a window. So again, if you have friends or family in Chicago, spread the word. Again, we're live with commercial-free weather coverage here on YouTube for the remainder of this event. And we'll keep you posted if anything's happening. We have a big team of people behind us too. If they see anything, they'll let us know. There's a little weak area of rotation near Sussex, west of Milwaukee, but I don't think that's going to do much. Tornado-wise, doesn't have much time. Got a couple of hailstorms over near Waupun and Fond du Lac, just south of Oshkosh. It's pretty crazy. We have severe storms currently only about 50 miles away from the Wisconsin Rapids area and Stevens Point. What's crazy about this is that we just had an ice storm in Stevens Point and Wisconsin Rapids earlier today. And I know some of you that might be tuning in from Wisconsin probably experienced this. Riley had a video on Twitter of looking at this ice. I'm not going to play the audio, but you can see all the ice on the trees and stuff like that. So this was earlier over in Stevens Point and Wausau, that general vicinity right along the interstate. There are about 50% of customers without power right now because of the ice that's happened up there. If we go over to our power outage map, you can see all the counties that are without power right now. So there's a large sum of people, especially in Stevens Point. 64% of customers are without power right now. We do have some other power outages in a select few other counties for the severe weather from today so far. Obviously, if you look at the power outage map, there's a lot of people without power in Wisconsin, about 50,000. Illinois, though, we've had some isolated power outages from our severe storms that have produced damaging winds and even a low tornado risk. Over in Iowa, very few without power, mainly in Clinton County, which is where we, I believe, had a tornado earlier. If not, it was over in Jackson County, one of the two. And then Michigan, we got some power outages. Indiana, we have a few power outages from the damaging winds so far. A little over 5,000 customers are without power there. So, and power outages are continuing to increase. It's a good reminder that if you do live in the Midwest here and you are under the gun for severe weather over the next couple of hours, have a flashlight with you, or flashlights, you know, in case you do lose power, because it's obviously nocturnal now. It's a nighttime threat. You want to be prepared for this damaging wind and also maybe tornado threat that is going to exist for the next 2 to 3 hours, both in the Midwest and also the Great Lakes. Also, a little update on our Storm Chaser convergence. We had a big Storm Chaser convergence earlier. If you look now, look at all the Storm Chasers. They're all over the place. They're very diverse. All those green dots are Storm Chasers. Got quite a few also over in Michigan, but a lot of them are kind of all up and down here from Chicago and Algonquin back through Streeter and Lakin. So at least gives you a pretty good indication here that, you know, hey, there's still severe storms here and chasers are still out there chasing them. So there must be something happening, which again, we got a lot of damaging winds right now. This is Storm Chaser Ryan Scholl. He's back down near Peoria, where we do have a supercell here producing damaging winds and a little bit of hail. There's a little bit of rotation trying to develop near Pekin.
I can't really identify any features.
And then Storm Chaser Rob McBay is currently located near Lakin, or Lacan, which is north of Metamora. Kind of in some trees right now, but you can see the ominous skies here. This storm was tornado warned at one point. Just lost him, but keep Ryan Scholl bottom right of your screen. He's on this storm near Pekin and East Peoria, which does look a little interesting right now. See a little hook and inflow. And this storm will probably have a good hour, maybe hour and a half to try to produce something tornadic. Here is the significant tornado parameter values for right now and for the rest of tonight. We've been pretty in line with this peak of the tornado threat for today, for the record. I don't know what time frame we said for the peak tornado threat, but it's basically been from like 4 to 8. We're kind of in that time frame right now. So we've been pretty accurate in that department. This is what it looks like, though, right about now. All right, so our significant tornado parameter values are maximized across Illinois and Missouri. Any orange and red, that basically means there's a lot of spin in the atmosphere. Once we hit 8 o'clock, notice how the values start to drop off. That doesn't mean the tornado threat's over, just means the tornado threat is decreasing with these discrete supercells. Granted, this does not account for the lines of thunderstorms that are developing. Those can produce embedded tornadoes in the line. By 9 o'clock, it still remains elevated, especially in central Illinois. If there's any discrete cell still out there, there will be an elevated tornado threat. And then by 10 to 11 o'clock, most of this threat starts to drop. Not zero, but it drops. And then after midnight, we are looking at a much, much lower tornado threat. And then tomorrow, we're right back to basically the same area. Look at tomorrow's threat. We're going to have a pretty decent tornado threat in Missouri, Kansas, Oklahoma, Iowa, and back into Illinois yet again. It won't be for these same exact areas, but it's going to be a pretty similar corridor. So we got plenty of, obviously, live streams coming up, and we got another one coming tomorrow for another possibly significant tornado day. New severe thunderstorm warning in Indiana. This one's going to be for Kendallville, Auburn, and Angola. That'll be for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. There is a tornado possible tag on this. Mostly looking at a surge of damaging winds right now going towards Kendallville. Not really seeing a whole lot of rotation on radar. A little update for those that are in Michigan right now. I think for the most part, our Michigan tornado threat is decreasing. We still have a little bit of rotation near Charlotte. So if you live in Lansing, I'd be staying alert right now just in case. Stay tuned. We'll let you know if anything's happening here. But rotation currently is weak and I would say fairly broad. This is a storm that has had a history of producing wall clouds, which could maybe lead to a tornado threat. Off to the north of Indianapolis, near Kokomo and Logansport in Indiana, we still have a significant threat of damaging winds that's tracking these towards Marion. And then over in Chicago, this is really the main stuff that we need to be watching for near Chicago. For predominantly a damaging wind threat, but maybe a low tornado risk. Might be a little area of rotation there near Plano that's trying to develop. It's kind of on the backside of this little line of thunderstorms. So Yorkville, definitely stay alert right now. Yorkville, Oswego, Aurora, and Naperville. Get ready for this as it continues to move to the east-northeast. Got a new radar scan coming in. Got new severe warning in Marshall and Woodford counties in Illinois. That'll be just north of Eureka. It's on the storm that Rob McBay's on for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds and quarter-sized hail. We have another warning in Wisconsin for Fond du Lac County. This is way off to the north. This is actually not even far away from where we have ice. It's not far. Only like 40, 50 miles away from where that ice storm happened. This is going to be for some quarter-sized hail. The good news, if you're over here in like Watoma or Appleton or maybe back over near Green Bay, we're not looking at much of a risk here for tornadoes. Instead, we're looking at mainly a risk for hail. So quarter-sized hail is going to be a possibility with that storm. There's another one also east of Fond du Lac. These are lifted north of our warm frontal boundary. So those are primarily producing hail. I'd say there's a low chance of an isolated tornado. This is storm chaser Ryan Scholl, who's over to the west of Bloomington on this little discrete cell near Pekin. Producing some damaging winds. Very broad rotation right now. Thank you, Reed, for the super chat. And also, Badco for the super chat. Listening to I take my walk in Alton, Illinois. Windier than heck out here. Hey, stay safe. Don't need those flying trampolines today.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we have a brand new tornado warning. This one's going to be in northeastern Illinois. That is to the west of Waukegan. So if you are in this tornado warning, you've got to seek shelter now. Get away from windows, get to the lowest floor possible, and get to an interior room of your home or building. This one's going to be for the Round Lake Beach area. So that rotation right now is near McHenry, tracking towards Interstate 94. This is a fairly populated area that we're talking about. So we need to be taking shelter now, put as many walls between you from the outside as possible, and stay away from windows. This is north of North Chicago, north of Waukegan, and it's just to the south of Kenosha. Got a brand new velocity scan coming in, so I'm going to wait for that, and we'll also look at the Wisconsin radar site on this in just a second. But we are obviously entering into a much more populated area here for the next 30 minutes to an hour, including Chicago. The storm off to the west of Chicago we're keeping an eye on too. Let me check out the Wisconsin radar site. And yeah, you can see, again, that rotation is right over Highway 31 near McHenry. So that's moving towards Anatoch and just south there of the Salem Lakes area. This is going to be rain wrapped. So again, do not try to look outside for this. It's dark out, so do not look outside for this. It's nighttime, and there's rain wrapping all around that rotation. So if we have a tornado, it is not going to be visible. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, real quick, wanted to talk about the future of the storms that are moving into Chicago. I know we're going to have a lot of people from the Chicago area tuning in. We basically have just this one little bit of the second line remaining across our tornado watch, and this are very quickly moving into a very unfavorable environment. If we take a look at our METARs, take a look at which way these arrows are pointed. That is showing which way the winds are moving across the area that the storms are moving into. The area where these storms would be taking in the inflow is not really oriented in the same way that the winds are blowing. What that means is it's going to be very challenging for storms to properly sort of take a right-hand turn and gain that inflow into the inflow notch. And that's going to make it way more challenging for mesocyclones to form, which in turn is going to make it harder for tornadoes to form, which is, of course, a good thing. Coming over to Indiana, we have basically the same sort of thing going on with relatively unfavorable surface winds. So that is also going to lead to a just a little bit more challenging situation for storms if they do want to produce a tornado or two.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So a little overview there of their tornado threat. By the way, I didn't even realize this. I've been standing for 5 hours and 11 minutes straight. That is the longest that we've ever stood on a live stream. I know that might sound weird and just kind of like, why does that matter? Well, most of these like outbreaks that we've had recently, it's been only like 3.5, 4 hours. So I don't know why, but I guess I was standing for the last 5 hours straight. So that's kind of impressive. All right, back over to our tornado warning. Just north of Chicago, we still have an area of rotation, again, completely rain-wrapped near US Highway 12. That is approaching Anatoch and Round Lake Beach. So you got to be taking shelter now, again, if you're in that area. This is a live shot from Rochelle in Illinois. You got a large shelf cloud coming in right now. Rochelle is no longer dealing with at least a severe weather threat right now. There is a strong storm, though, that's rolling in with at least a threat here of damaging winds. By the way, huge shout out to Charlie with the $50 super chat. Can you shout out Donner Heating and Cooling? Oh, that's an advertisement. I never do that. Oopsie. I should have not read that. Thank you to Corgi for the $100 super chat. Don't worry about your pronunciation. Half the population of Wisconsin can't pronounce them either. I'll send you a guide if you want. Hey, feel free to. And also thank you to Petra for the super chat. How's the weather going to be near Romney, West Virginia? The weather? It's going to be, I think, chill tonight. I can't believe I just got baited to read an advertisement on stream. That is actually terrible. I never do that. Whoopsie. I know nothing about these companies. I do not endorse any company that tells me to say something either, because I don't know the company that, whatever that company is. Like, I have no clue who they are. So I make that clear. That's my apologies. If we are sponsored by somebody, I obviously endorse them, but like otherwise, I don't know who that is. Thank you, Nick, for the super chat. This is Ryan Scholl's view of that storm down in Morton right now.
Off to our west. Yeah, that's a storm near Peoria.
Really solid looking storm here near Pekin. It's producing hail and wind. Pretty low tornado threat.
God, it's windy now too.
That's a look there from the Morton storm near Pekin. If you're over near Chicago, again, this is your time to be staying alert right now. We do have an area of very severe storms right now making their way directly towards Chicago. There has been broad rotation at times, but we are looking at 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds right now. That is a considerable damage threat. Very concerning area of thunderstorms is going to be impacting Chicago within the next hour. We actually have a live cam in Chicago that we'll have a view of this line very clearly of, so that'll be pretty cool. Once this line of thunderstorms moves in. This is what it looks like though right now at the Jane Byrne interchange here in Chicago. So that's live in Chicago right now. It's actually pretty fascinating to see everybody driving around there in Chicago. But we are only about probably 45 minutes till we have severe weather in downtown Chicago, and then some of the suburbs will be within the next half hour. I know we have a pretty large following here from the Chicago area, so if you have any friends or family in Chicago, surrounding areas, again, share the stream, get the word out there. We're providing live coverage here on YouTube. Keep spreading the word. It's the only way we can do what we do here. But Chicago, we got about 40 minutes or so for downtown Chicago. I'm going to time this out just a little bit better here, but this is kind of the general timing. So you can see those timestamps on the map here. There's also a little guide on the left side of your screen. So Chicago is about 9 o'clock. It'll probably be sooner than that. There's a storm off to the north that's a bit closer. But Oak Lawn, about 8:45 or so. And then Bolingbrook and Naperville are going to be right around 8:25. Huge shout out to Veteran with a $50 super chat saying thanks for keeping us safe in Yorkville. Appreciate you tuning in from Yorkville. Thank you also, Sue, for the super chat. Well, the high winds hit Shenandoah, Wisconsin. Trees are still full of ice. Not really. Yeah, if you're over in like that northern area, it's mostly hail. There could be some gusty winds, which is obviously concerning, but I don't think there's going to be necessarily damaging winds up here in Wisconsin. It is pretty crazy that we are talking about an ice storm while there's severe weather happening here in the month of April. It's not April Fool's Day anymore either. We're not even joking about it. If you live in Milwaukee, now is your time to stay away from windows. We have a pretty significant surge of damaging winds that are now approaching Milwaukee. It's quickly approaching Milwaukee, Mequon, and as well as Menomonee
Hey,
Falls.
Max, I got an insane view of the storm out near Peoria, Illinois. It is insane. You've got to be kidding me right now.
Storm chaser Ryan Scholl, thanks for the update. As live over in Morton, Illinois, which is down to the far south of Chicago here, central Illinois. Pretty wild looking storm.
Hey, Max, I got an insane view of the storm out near Peoria.
Pretty cool. We'll put that on the bottom right side of your screen. As a reminder, we do have a tornado warning in Illinois. That one is north of Grays Lake. Rotation right now is approaching Anatoch and eventually going towards Kenosha and Pleasant Prairie. So again, take shelter if you're in the pink polygon. I'm not sure if they'll issue a tornado warning up here if that rotation goes over the border of Illinois and Wisconsin. It does not appear as if, to me, that'll happen, but we'll see. We do have a significant wind threat currently going towards Bolingbrook right now and Aurora. Really, now is the time, if you're in like Aurora, for example, to begin to that safe place. Somebody check and see if that camera exists still. We're in Plainfield. Hey, Poplar for the super chat. Also, Reed for the super chat. How do we sponsor you? You can reach out on our website. There's a contact page. Space Lobster says, I have family in Round Lake Beach. Will they be okay? I think they'll be fine as long as they're, heeding the warning and taking shelter. I think they'll be chilling. That rotation is also to their north right now, but with that said, there's still damaging winds back off to the west. Thank you, Mike, for the super chat. Get yourself some cheese curds. How's the weather looking for South Lansing? I'd be monitoring the low tornado risk and wind threat for the next half hour, and then after that, I think things are winding down for Lansing. There's not really any sort of crazy rotation or anything like that near Newark right now, west of Plainfield, but we do need to watch this cluster here that is going to be beelining it towards Bolingbrook and Juliet. Could get a little inflow notch, and if that does happen, we could see an increasing tornado threat. Not a slam dunk or guarantee, but something we'll be watching. Storm chaser Ryan Scholl is on the storm near Morton, and there's actually a very tiny area of rotation, and he's looking at it right now. You can see, again, the very low clouds. Pretty crazy structure for it being almost 8 o'clock, and the sun's fully set.
Actually do anything, though, and I don't want to like keep going.
There's a non-zero chance this might try to produce something tornadic.
But holy,
I'd say the odds are low, but they're definitely not zero.
I think we have rain falling now.
Keep in bottom middle of your screen. Somebody put Rock McBay in slot 1. We no longer have any severe warnings at this point in Michigan. I think Lansing is honestly chilling. I know somebody was talking about it. Lansing, very weak rotation, and the winds are not very strong. We are still looking at a pretty significant damaging wind threat across Indiana right now, north of Fort Wayne. There's a small area of rotation west of Fairfield Center. We can sometimes get little QLCS tornado spin-ups in a line like this. So we're going to keep an eye on that storm in case it does try to do something. Everything else, though, from Indianapolis back towards Logansport is primarily 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. So not a whole lot there with those storms. Really, the main concern, in my opinion, at this exact moment is Illinois, and specifically Chicago. Obviously, we have some storms that are making their way across eastern Wisconsin right now, but like tornado threat-wise for Wisconsin, we only have 30 minutes until these storms are just offshore. So like there would have to be something very quickly in the next 30 minutes. And again, if something happens, we'll let you know we're here. If something actually does spin up here. We don't have any definitive areas of really strong rotation. There's, a few areas of very broad spin, but it's not enough for a tornado right now.
It just looks so suspicious right there,
But we got a lot of different areas of wind, for the most part, that are moving through Milwaukee. Got some big hailstorms also making their way across eastern Wisconsin right now, south of Oshkosh. Tornado warning still continues north of Round Lake Beach. Rotation is now going to be approaching Kenosha and Summers. We'll see if the National Weather Service extends the tornado warning into southeast Wisconsin. But right now, we have a severe thunderstorm warning for this area with a tornado possible tag. So I'm not sure if they're going to issue one, but that's the one thing we need to keep an eye on. And back over here near Chicago, got again a pretty intense line of thunderstorms racing towards the suburbs. 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds are coming, which is again significant. It could knock down trees, power lines. It could even, send a trampoline flying. Today is tossing trampolines on Tall Trees Thursday. It's named that for a reason, guys. Could have some flying trampolines. So that is one of the concerns that we have right now. We also have that same risk and threat for Morse, Ottawa, and then back over in Streeter.
That was like crazy though for
a little suspicious lowering west of Bloomington. The storm's now producing ping pong ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. A little suspicious.
It's got clear slot in it as well. It's for very weak rotation. This is an impressive storm.
Shout out to Michael for the PayPal donation. Get yourself some cheese curds. Hey, maybe.
Something changes, but...
Also, Adrian for the Venmo donation. Somebody just asked in the chat with the super chat. Anthony asks, "What time will the storm hit downtown Chicago?" I think anytime between 8:30 and 9.
One of the lonelier.
There is a little bit of rotation, not a whole lot, but there's a little bit of rotation there in the middle. Got a little bit of motion at least. It's very broad rotation. It's nothing that's looks that tornadic. See the little pink and orange there in the far background there. The sun setting.
Very much a surprise.
Got a few photos and videos that were just sent in. This one was from Milwaukee from Kate just a few minutes ago. For my bedroom window, the fog is insane. Really cool photo from Milton, Wisconsin of lightning across the sky and a double rainbow. Got a little bit of hail over in Janesville from earlier. Oh my goodness. The kindergartners are watching me over in, where is this? McHenry County, Illinois. They're watching the stream on the projector. It's actually pretty cool. That is pretty sick. So over in Indiana, got rainbow. It's also in Janesville. Another shot. This one's a double rainbow in Janesville. Haynes Point, Illinois, over in northeast, or near Oregon, Illinois from earlier. Big hail shaft. Another double rainbow. A lot of people are sending in rainbow photos today. It's been a barrage of rainbows. Almost every single photo is a rainbow. Literally. This is over in Lafayette, Indiana. Got some Cheetos clouds, orange tinge. This is kind of wild. Almost looks like pink. It's like cotton candy colors over in Belvidere, Illinois. It's from Morse, Illinois, where we have some overshooting cloud tops. Annville's kind of shooting out from the stronger upper level winds. And clear skies outside of that, leading to more instability, making the environment more unstable. Looks like we got maybe some flooding over in Brook Park, Ohio. This is dangerous. I don't know what was going on in Boone County, Illinois today, but this is an outdoor event that was happening, and we got a very intense thunderstorm that was rolling in. Off the record, there is a reason why I make these. We have these things on our website. They're called outdoor planner outlooks, or outdoor event planners, and all of northern Illinois today, guys, was in a red area. That means it's poor conditions for outdoor events. That's what that red means. So I'm guessing they didn't really look at our website. Maybe the event couldn't have been postponed, but if it could have, no, this would not been the area to have an outdoor event today. You want to check that out. Those outlooks are on our website, maxvelocitywx.com. There's another photo from Pulaski County, Indiana. Another double rainbow over in Enterprise, Alabama. Love your channel. Appreciate that. Beautiful photo of the storms here with the rays stretching across the skies. Beautiful sunset. This is over in Canada. Oh, no, apparently this is in Janesville. They put their location in some place in Canada, which I don't know where that is. This person had a rainbow right in front of them. Did you go to Rowdy Jim? Did you go get the pot of gold out there in the field? So it would be like maybe a half mile in front of you. Another beautiful sunset in Rockford. Got person taking a photo of the rainbow and another person in front of them taking a photo of the rainbow. Beautiful modest clouds over in Bureau County, Illinois. I think this wins so far today the best modest clouds photo that we've had. Double rainbow in Osceola, Indiana. Got a large tree branch on a house over in Wapaka County, Wisconsin. So the winds were obviously pretty strong, producing at least some damage. I doubt this was from a tornado, probably just from the damaging wind threat. This is Fort Wayne, Indiana from Alex. Great photo there of the lightning and the rainbow. And we got a few more photos, more modest clouds and an orange tinge. Beautiful, beautiful photos of the modest clouds here tonight. This was taken in Winona, Illinois. From the ominous skies. Wind picking up there in Kendall County, Illinois just a few moments ago. Our beautiful lightning strike with double rainbow. And then this is over in Columbia County, Wisconsin from that ice storm this morning. And again, if you guys have any photos and videos, you can send it in to us. QR code's on your screen. It's also reports.maxvelocitywx.com if you have anything from these thunderstorms tonight. All right, back over to our storms near Chicago. Once again, we have a pretty significant damaging wind threat that is now approaching the Chicago suburbs with damaging winds around 70 miles per hour. There is also a risk again for a tornado with this area of thunderstorms. It's all moving towards Chicago, Downers Grove, Bolingbrook, Oak Lawn, and Orland Park. You can see the very significant surge of wind moving right now to the east. There's a very small area of rotation near Aurora and Naperville. It's not enough really for a tornado warning, but have a little bit of rotation there moving into Wheaton and Elmhurst. We still have an active tornado warning currently just to the south and west there of Kenosha in Wisconsin. That area of rotation's got a lot broader over the last few minutes. It's not nearly as concerning near Bristol. I don't think they're going to issue a new tornado warning in southeast Wisconsin for this. It's just a very broad area of rotation. And we've been talking about this on our video today. We also talked about it on our live stream here today too. But a lot of the storms as they approach Lake Michigan, especially in Wisconsin, they tend to fall apart this time of the year just due to the fact we have a lot of cooler temperatures and daylight heating's running out too. So the storms here still producing damaging winds, but obviously the tornado threat is not as elevated as what we were looking at back over in like central and western Illinois and even southern Wisconsin only about 2 hours ago. We also have a little bit of rotation near Belvedere. This is going towards Marengo. Over the last few minutes, a small area of rotations come together near Interstate 90. Let me see if the other radar site's kind of verifying that. Yeah, there's a little area of rotation there. I'd be keeping an eye on this if you're in northern Illinois. Kind of draw a little polygon here. This is like the general vicinity that I'd be looking at for that little area of rotation there. I might try to produce the risk of a tornado. Shout out to Jen with the $20 super chat. If you're in a severe warning, I'd take shelter just in case. But if you're in like if you're not in any sort of warning, you don't technically have to take shelter. But definitely stay alert. That storm that Ryan Scholl was on that had that little area of rotation, still rotating for the record. Just at this point, becoming a smaller storm. The updraft is not nearly as intense. The cloud tops are getting lower and lower, which means it's likely a weakening storm. But the storm itself is towering up to about 37,000 feet there near Peoria. Still wouldn't rule out a low tornado risk, but I think the main concern will be damaging winds and hail. We no longer have any severe warnings in Michigan, 0 in Ohio. We got 1 in Indiana. It's north of Indianapolis. And that one's not going to continue either. So not too far from now, we're going to be down to like maybe, well, let's see. Yeah, we have about 7 warnings still. I think at least that one in Indiana will be canceled some point here soon. In Wisconsin, we're only about 15 minutes from basically being done if you're near Milwaukee. So stay tuned for 15 minutes in Milwaukee. After that, I mean, you can go dance or go do whatever you want to do. I don't know what you do there in Milwaukee. Maybe some people are going to go drink. Maybe some people want to go grocery shopping. Maybe watch TV. Maybe continue to watch the channel. I don't know. I don't know what you guys are going to do. Thank you, Nato, for the super chat. I don't know what that is, but I don't even know where Morton is either. Dance in the rain? I don't know who dances in the rain. I feel like that's just weird, and it's also, I don't know. I don't know about dancing in the rain. Personally, I just feel like that's kind of miserable. It does not look very exciting. All right, we have a big severe thunderstorm warning. This includes a lot of people. Somebody give me the National Weather Service graphic for this, for population and stuff. We have a severe thunderstorm warning for Naperville, Wheaton, Schwamberg, Evanston, Hammond, Joliet, Orland Park. This is really where we got to be locked in right now. All right, so we got 70 mile per hour damaging winds, which is a considerable damage threat. There's also a risk of some quarter-sized hail. Would not say that's the primary concern right now. And there's also some rotation embedded in this line, which could lead to a tornado. This is all the places that are included in this severe thunderstorm warning. You don't really see this very often where you have literally like 25 locations that are pinpointed by the National Weather Service graphic for this severe thunderstorm warning. We got a little over 6 million people in this warning. There's a tornado possible tag on this, obviously. So if you know one of those 6 million people that are in this warning, again, share the stream with them. We'll keep you posted if there's any tornado threat here. And we also got live cameras that are inside of this warning that'll have a shot of that wind as it continues to roll in. We've been watching a little weak area of rotation near Warrenville. That one's starting to diminish, but we have to watch this area too for at least a low end potential for a spin up tornado. This is the terminal radar site, and you can actually see a little bit more of that rotation along Interstate 88. And I don't think there's a significant tornado threat with this right now, but something to watch closely for. We did have a 65-mile-per-hour wind gust measured by an ambient personal weather station over Norway, Illinois, approximately 20 minutes ago. So this is obviously still producing some pretty significant damaging winds right now heading towards Chicago. Tornado warning for northeastern Illinois still continues for 11 more minutes. I think there's enough reason to cancel that warning, but they still have it in place. And then near Kenosha, 60-mile-per-hour winds, quarter-sized hail, still a concern with broad rotation about to move into Lake Michigan. So if you know any fish out here in Lake Michigan, you might want to alert them of a waterspout threat with that storm. All right, while we have a second, we have some more photos and videos that you guys have been sending in. This is a photo sent in from Lee County, Illinois, of a beautiful shelf cloud. This is from Wheaton, Illinois at about 7:45. Nice skyline photo. Kendall County has a nice little shelf cloud. Large overshooting cloud top with clouds spreading out as the winds intensify aloft here in Normal, Illinois. Cumulonimbus clouds are underneath it. I don't know why my pen is doing weird things, but that's that. So over in McHenry in Illinois, apparently there are tornado sirens going off there. This is from Peoria, Illinois, and this is also from Beloit, Wisconsin. It's from when the second tornado warning was issued there near Janesville. So a photo there from Fulton County. This is over in apparently an unknown. Oh no, it's not an unknown location. It's in Durand, Illinois. That is a pretty incredible looking rainbow. It's like thick. Nice little shot there of a thunderstorm over Washington, Illinois. Towering cumulonimbus clouds. Winnebago County, Illinois. Nice little sunset. Little time lapse of all the motion in the clouds here over in Rochelle. That's actually kind of cool. Look at that motion. I wish this was a little bit longer, but you can see like that motion right here. It's kind of like some up and down motion. Some clouds are going up, some clouds are going down. Time lapses are some of the coolest things. In Washington, Illinois, there's reports of heavy rain and wind, and also a little bit of hail falling. A little rainbow there in Belvedere, Illinois. My scaredy cat Thor is taking shelter from the storm. I thought we were looking at preparation stuff with the cans of soup, but I guess the cat is hiding. This cat does not want to be a part of this storm over in Wisconsin. Got more modest clouds over in Peru, Illinois. Lots of lightning over in Geneva. Got constant flashing of lightning. That's crazy. This must be a time lapse too. A little bit sped up. That's a lot of lightning though. Wow. I wish this video wasn't vertical like this. That is a really cool lightning effect in Naperville. If somebody can flip, actually, I'll just put it in chat. That is really cool. This over in Wisconsin. This is central Wisconsin where we had an ice storm. Again, a lot of power outages, unfortunately, near Stevens Point. And this is an example of why. Ice is literally putting the trees and like kind of sagging them down to the ground. So unfortunately, not a good scene there in Wisconsin. All right. Oh, there's another time lapse. Got the storm rolling overhead. Cool little time lapse there. Got a couple more photos here, and then we'll go back to radar. It's over in North Dakota. Cat watching the stream. And then the last one for now, Lakemore, Illinois. Looking at the ominous skies as a Supercell rolls in. Again, if you guys have photos and videos, QR code's on your screen. It's also reports.maxvelocitywx.com. All right, back over to live radar. Once again, we do have a large severe thunderstorm warning in effect. This one is going to include Chicago and Evanston for 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds. There's quite a bit of concern right now for the wind threat. There's obviously a low chance of a tornado with one of these storms. We got a couple areas of rotation that we are monitoring that are basically going right down Interstate 88 that are going to be going towards Cicero and Elmhurst and also the Chicago area. The radar site to the south also has a view of that little area of rotation. Again, it's not a lot, but there's definitely a little bit of spin in the atmosphere there near Interstate 88. So if you're in Elmhurst, definitely stay alert. I mean, damaging winds, again, is going to be the primary concern here. We have 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds that are happening around Chicago. So it's a pretty significant area of thunderstorms. There's no longer a severe warning near Eureka. None of the storms near Pekin or Lincoln or Bloomington are currently tornadic. The lift and instability in this area are decreasing, so there's not nearly as much of a concern for tornadoes. There is a new report from Mark, Illinois, that the Putnam County EMA reports a power line down in Hennepin. So we are getting at least some isolated power outages right now there. Over in Milwaukee, our most significant thunderstorms have now moved offshore. We still have some showers, thunderstorms, a little bit of lightning near Waukesha. That'll move into Milwaukee over the next few minutes. Could have a localized flooding threat. And then down near Kenosha, there's a broad area of rotation that is going to be moving offshore in just a moment near the Wisconsin Parkside University. That was a part of this tornado warning north of Chicago, but it looks like that area of rotation is now moving offshore, and it's not nearly as concerning as what we just had, again, not too long ago. But Chicago, we should be seeking shelter, staying away from windows as this very intense line of thunderstorms moves in. And as a reminder, guys, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. We do live streams like this all the time. We are going to be live through the extent of this significant severe weather threat. Obviously, we have 6 severe thunderstorm warnings still. We still have 1 tornado warning. It's been a very active afternoon of severe weather. And also, if you like the stream, that also helps get this out to more people. So make sure to like the stream and share it over on Facebook and Twitter if you have friends or family in the path of these storms. Some people don't know YouTube weather exists. I think it's the future of weather here on YouTube. Thank you, Zach, for becoming a member. The Windy City is getting windier. Literally, it is getting windier. Got a little live shot here over in Chicago of the interchange, and it's actually getting windy right now. All right, sounds like the tornado threat in southeast Wisconsin is increasing. Oh, wow, look at that. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, I was just going to talk about that couplet near Kenosha, Wisconsin via the terminal radar. Definitely starting to strengthen the last few scans here. Could wrap up shortly.
Thank you for the update. So Kenosha, Wisconsin, we have to be seeking shelter. There's no tornado warning here. There's a lot of people that live here too. But Kenosha, stronger area of rotations developing. And this is one of the reasons why I would be, again, taking shelter like in Kenosha. And I want to reiterate that, like, obviously these storms are moving offshore in like 10 to 15 minutes or sooner. But that right there is definitely a stronger area of rotation near the regional airport. And it's now going to be over the northwest side of Kenosha. We could get a brief spin up our tornado here right before it moves into Lake Michigan. There is even a possibility that if we have a tornado, it could even move into Lake Michigan as a water spout eventually, or develop into a water spout once it goes over water. So that's going to be approaching, it's basically over the community right now of Washington, Grant, Villa Carpe, and as well as Gateway. The tornado warning in Illinois will be allowed to expire in about 2 minutes. There's a live shot inside of this storm here. That is going to be this camera here in Kenosha. You can see the wind picking up a little bit. But if we have a tornado, it'll be over the northwest side of town. Again, it could be a brief tornado. It could be just a tornado in general. We don't really know. There might be one. Hey, Mog for the super chat. Also, Addison for becoming a member. That's near a hotel there in Kenosha. Again, a little bit windy. It's another one over on I-41. But that rotation, even though it's really quickly spun up here over the last few minutes, it is now moving offshore. So it has maybe a minute or two to produce a tornado on the north side of Kenosha. And then after that, it's offshore. The velocities really got strong there over the last couple scans. I mean, this terminal radar site, oh, wow. Actually, I mean, there could be a tornado. I don't know for sure, but like that rotation's tight. Like there could actually be a tornado on the ground in Grant and Washington. Look at that couplet. I know it's a little bit weird. It looks kind of like spotty here, but that is tight rotation. And they don't have a tornado warning for this. So hopefully anybody in this area is taking shelter and heeding the warning or here that I'm at least giving you on the north side of Kenosha. There's no debris signature, but velocities are awfully strong. In about a minute or two, it will be into Lake Michigan, but that's still possibly a tornado. Near Chicago, we are dealing with a pretty significant line of thunderstorms. We are only about 15-20 minutes away from Chicago getting hit hard by a significant damaging wind threat. We are monitoring a tornado threat as well, but the rotation for right now is not really existent. That's pretty weak, if there's any. That could always change in the short term. So again, if you're in Chicago, you gotta be staying alert here. Got damaging winds around 70 miles per hour near Streeter and Morris. Even a little bit of rotation trying to develop here near Wapanese, just southwest of Morris. I know we have a couple people tuning in from the Morris area, so definitely stay alert there. As a reminder, if you guys want to submit your location to our stream, it gives us a better idea of where we should be looking at. Go to reports.maxvelocitywx.com. Links on your screen here at the top left. Click the location report button and click where you're tuning in from. And then you click submit, and it will pop up on our map on the back end. And I know we have a lot of you guys tuning in right now from areas like Chicago. I mean, this is like literally the hot spot. We got a lot of people also in South Bend, Lansing, Kalamazoo. But almost 4,000 of you have shared your location on today's stream. So we got a lot of you guys tuning in right now from the Chicago area. Milwaukee's obviously very populated too, and Kenosha. Good thing is, I mean, like we have people tuning in from Kenosha right along that roadway where that strong rotation is. And hopefully we're at least helping you, take shelter for that area of rotation. I think it's about to be offshore if it's not already. And yeah, now it's offshore. So no longer a tornado threat there for Kenosha, but there was one. There might be even like a little water spout fishnado kind of going up the coast now, just south of Racine. Hey, hi there for becoming a member. All right, latest radar scan. Still a very intense cluster of thunderstorms making its way now into Chicago. Damaging winds, once again, around 70 miles per hour is the big concern. There is a risk of an isolated tornado with this thing. Quarter-sized hail is also possible. We got another cluster of thunderstorms going towards Kenosha. I know we just said Kenosha is clear from the tornado threat, but there is another cluster behind this that we need to monitor. At least for a low threat of a tornado. More than anything, a risk of damaging winds is right now moving towards Kenosha and heading towards Waukegan. So we're not done there yet. We're not done there yet. It's actually a camera shot here in Wisconsin. This is on I-4194. You can see the wind is actually a little bit stronger here. So we got some gusty winds paralleling the interstate, making its way into Kenosha right now. So another thunderstorm's rolling in. And then behind that, we have a third thunderstorm that's going to be coming in east of Belvedere. So we're going to get a trio of thunderstorms. So what it looks like over in Chicago right now. We got a camera bottom right directly in Chicago, Illinois. Very intense thunderstorms right now near Elmhurst, Bolingbrook, just north of Joliet. We go over to the terminal radar site. This will give us a better indication of any rotation that might be out there. Yeah, I'm not really seeing any tornadic rotation. It's mostly a damaging wind threat, mostly straight line damaging winds. The winds are actually getting pretty intense out here in Kenosha. See the wind swirling on the roadway. Hey, Carl, if for the 5 get to memberships. Appreciate that. Also, Word for becoming a member. We almost have 100 new members on today's live stream. Really appreciate anybody that's a member of the channel. We wouldn't be able to have all the storm chasers that we have without all the members on this channel. So, we had a team of like almost 20 storm chasers today out there in the Midwest. Which is pretty wild. Wouldn't be possible without you guys. I mean, like literally, at this point, most of the chasers are going back to the west for tomorrow's tornado threat. But, it's pretty wild to have that many chasers out there and that we're able to use. Not a cheap operation that we have here. Thank you, Brimstone, for the $50 super chat. Thank you, Max, and the whole team. Every one of you are rock stars. Keep up the amazing work. Really appreciate that. Thank you also, Bun, for becoming a member. Robert with the super chat just said, you need to start a GoFundMe for a helicopter so he can stream and chase at the same time. The mobile command center. What do you guys think? Do we get a helicopter? Should we get one? This is a live shot from downtown Chicago. We can kind of see off to the west there, the shelf cloud rolling in. Leading edge of damaging winds making its way into downtown Chicago here in just a few minutes. Why is everybody saying yes? We're not getting a helicopter. Thank you, Rudy, for becoming a member. That's what it looks like there from downtown Chicago. With our significant damaging wind threat now making its way to Oak Park. There's a little area of downburst damaging winds currently near Lamont and Hastings. That is going to be going into Sag Bridge in just a second. That could be a little bit more of an intense area of wind there, making its way towards Burbank and Oak Lawn. There's also another area of rotation that is developing. Very weak rotation. A couple little weak areas of rotation near Elmhurst, near O'Hare Airport. So this is right next to the O'Hare International Airport, where we have a little bit of rotation. Again, it's not really very tornadic, but if we were to see a tornado, it would be in the next 10 to 15 minutes, and it'd be, I think, right up here, going towards Evanston and the north side of Chicago. But most tornadoes in this environment are going to definitely be on the weaker side of things. Unless we get something down here near Morse, which that one looks a little bit more organized as it makes its way towards Shanahan. I'd say drones over helicopters are way better for storm chasing, though. We have a lot of storm chasers that have drones. And in my opinion, those are the way to go for being able to see storms. Storm chaser CJ Ziegler earlier had plenty of drone shots, too. Shout out to Jolk for becoming a VIP Velocity member. Really appreciate that. And Caroline for becoming a member. Can I see St. Louis? You can. Nothing happening down there. Got a couple popcorn storms going up, but nothing significant. Got also a couple storms that have been going up in central Illinois. Most of those, though, are beginning to struggle as our instability is decreasing. Back over in Indiana, we have a couple lines of thunderstorms. We got one southwest of Fort Wayne producing some gusty winds. Pretty low tornado risk at this point. And then back over here in Michigan, we have a lot of strong storms ongoing. Currently nothing severe. Storm Prediction Center did release their new outlook for severe weather tonight. They did remove the tornado risk from the Mississippi River Valley. There is still a 5% tornado risk in place, and it's a pretty large area, guys. I know we have storms going on right now in Chicago and Milwaukee. They're eventually going to move over Lake Michigan, and that could pose another risk of tornadoes down the line in Michigan, Indiana, and Ohio. So we have a large hatched area still. That is a SIG 1 is what we call it now, where a EF2 plus tornado would still be on the table. So we have a 5% tornado risk. Kind of looks like, I don't know, maybe half of a donut. But that's basically around Chicago, right around Lake Michigan, near Kalamazoo, St. Joseph, and South Bend. Damaging winds are still the primary concern. That's in the red area. So Milwaukee, Chicago, Pontiac, back into Bloomington. And then we also have a risk of some isolated hail for the next hour or two, mainly around Chicago. But the risk of severe weather is no longer enhanced. It is a slight risk of severe weather that is now in place. Regardless, doesn't matter what the risk level is, it can still be significant. Hey, Steven for the super chat. Tuning in from Oak Lawn area from the Firehouse. Appreciate you tuning in. Thank you also Jackie and Evie for becoming members. Really appreciate you becoming a VIP Velocity member. Here's the latest on our line of thunderstorms in Chicago. Again, damaging winds are the primary concern right now. Got a little bit of rotation again on the north side of or northwest side of Chicago, but nothing that is overly concerning in my opinion. Maybe a little bit more rotation there near Elmwood. Keep in mind though, again, the tornado threat here, it's low. If we have a tornado, it's going to be kind of equidistant to our damaging wind threat, which is 70-mile-per-hour winds. With that said, we can always get embedded tornadoes on a line like this. I'm definitely not going to rule it out, but we only have about 15 minutes until that northern segment of storms is over into Lake Michigan. So we got a very short time frame for a tornado threat. I'd be watching this down near Morse, to be honest. Like, I know we've talked about it a couple times here, but got a little bit of a nudger out of the southwest, and the rotation on this has been picking up a bit. It's going towards Manuka and Shanahan, and it will be eventually going towards Joliet. So if you guys are tuning in this general area, I'd be staying tuned for sure because of this thing here. There's a hook echo kind of forming and an inflow, and velocities are also picking up. They just issued a new tornado possible severe warning for this for Shanahan and Chicago Heights. So again, we're not done down here to the south of Naperville. Here's our latest update on our heat map. We got about 4,200 people sharing their location. If you want to share your location, it's reports.maxvelocitywx.com. There's a ton of people tuning in from Chicago right now. This is a live shot from Chicago. So you want to get that interchange camera on slot probably 2 in Chicago. You actually see the wind picking up a little bit now in downtown Chicago. This is probably our outflow winds. Camera's not loading. Never mind. Wait for that to load. Camera actually might have just gone down. It's not loading. Bottom right, though. I'm going to put bottom right camera there. That one is in downtown Chicago. Let's see if we have a view of this on the terminal radar site. Definitely have rotation near Morse. Just be a matter of if it actually tries to produce a tornado. It doesn't have a huge window, but this is going to be moving towards Chicago Heights and Hammond. Pretty populated area that we're looking at for this storm to the west of Shanahan. Got a little bit of an increased risk of damaging winds right now on the northwest side of Chicago. So downburst damaging winds are becoming a little bit more intense there. Outside of that, not seeing, again, anything really tornadic right now. Mostly looking at a damaging wind threat for the next several minutes. Stay away from windows, again, if you are in Chicago. If you are in Oak Lawn, Orland Park, Tinley Park, any of those locations, stay away from windows. Hey, Jen, for the $10 super chat. And Morris, I can share my screen so you can see it. But if the sirens go off, I'm downstairs. Well, I'd just be downstairs in general right now for at least the damaging wind threat. Looks like the latest scan's a little bit broader for rotation, but still need to keep an eye on that. Approaching Ox Stable here in a moment. Shout out to Brian with the $50 super chat. We love you, Max Riley and Cheese Curd from your friends at Reddit EF5. Appreciate that. Appreciate you tuning in, as always. Thank you for your continued support. Jane with the super chat just said, I got a call from Max Alert. Max Alert is helping people out here in the Midwest today. For those that don't know what Max Alert is, it's basically a service we offer now where I'll give you a personalized phone call. It's not AI, it's actually me. It's a personalized phone call if you're under a severe warning or a tornado warning. You can program it the way you want it for whatever alerts you want me to call you for, but pretty cool that we're getting people that are getting phone calls out here in the Midwest. And if you want to check out Max Alert and get phone calls during a major severe weather event, you can check it out at maxalert.net. It's also the top link in the description below. By far, one of the coolest things that we've come out with here this year. And we got a lot more cool things coming. Thank you, Margarita, for the $10 super chat. From Naperville, appreciate you tuning in. Good thing is Naperville is kind of past this line of thunderstorms. It is still producing a considerable amount of wind. 70-mile-per-hour damaging wind threat is still ongoing here. There is a risk for a brief tornado, but mainly looking at damaging winds currently, making their way here through Chicago in just about 2 to 3 minutes. So if you live in Chicago, stay away from windows. If you guys do have any photos and videos, though, from Chicago, feel free to send it in to us. It's reports.maxvelocitywx.com. Got a couple more photos and videos that have been sent in. I don't know if any of these are from Chicago. Oh, apparently we have a camera 3. I have cam 3 on. I'm keeping an eye on it. Actually, this is live in Chicago. I'm going to stay here for a second. You can see the lightning out in the horizon. This is in downtown Chicago. So this storm is about to hit this camera in the next 2 to 3 minutes. So we're going to see the really intense winds pushing into Chicago, which are probably, again, around 70 miles per hour. So all 3 cameras on the bottom of your screen, those are all live in Chicago, Illinois. That interchange camera's been struggling a little bit, but it's still there. It's a little hit or miss. But in and out. Chicago looks lively tonight. A lot of people out there still at 8:30. Almost tropical storm winds. Almost tropical storm winds. Tropical storm winds start at 40 miles per hour. I'm guessing you meant to say hurricane winds. So hurricane winds start around 75. So this is definitely tropical storm force winds here for Chicago, if you want to have that kind of analogy. Thank you, Gardner, for the super chat. Alexis for the super chat. Appreciate that compliment. Got a little bit of rotation developing on the west side of Chicago. I don't think it's going to have enough time to produce a tornado, but I'm going to go to that again in a second. I want to see this Morris storm and see if that one's been increasing on rotation. This one's going towards Joliet, Illinois. And that looks still fairly broad right now. See if we have any view of the terminal radar site with the storm near Chicago. And we're seeing big surges of wind. I would not particularly say we have a tornado threat currently in Chicago, but we do have a couple areas of larger wind. A big downburst area of wind is going right over Cicero near South Lawndale and approaching the University of Illinois. Definitely a big surge of wind right now going right into downtown Chicago. It's a live shot here from Chicago, Illinois. It's on the east side. It's pretty much going to get hit by this wind at any moment. Got probably about a minute until it's here. We've seen a little bit of lightning over the horizon. I know some of you guys that tune into these streams do live on like these taller buildings. And if you guys do, feel free to send us in a photo or video on our website, maxvelocitywx.com. There's a link down below to send us a photo or video. Just out of curiosity to see if we can see anything. This is a pretty good video, and this is what I'm talking about. We got a video here from one of our viewers over in Chicago, Illinois, of the ominous skies. This person said total nothing burger in downtown Chicago. Well, it hasn't hit you yet. This storm has not hit you yet. You got a few minutes. It'll hit you. I don't know how some of you guys get these kind of views, unless you like work here or have one of these higher up apartments or something like that. It's from Bolingbrook, Illinois, from a little while ago. It's from earlier today in Prophetstown. I'll look at that again in a little bit. It said Elmhurst, Illinois. The wind picking up here over in North Lake. I believe this particular segment of storms is warned for 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds, which again is a considerable damage threat. This person sent me an entire notebook of pronunciations in Wisconsin. I didn't think they were actually going to send a photo like this, but that's actually kind of funny. Appreciate that, Nikki. This is over in Duluth, Minnesota. We got snow happening over there. Crazy. All right, wind is now moving into Chicago. They got all three cameras there on the bottom of your screen in Chicago, looking at that damaging wind threat that's making its way in. This is a live shot over in... this is pretty close to the Western Powerhouse. Rain's now picking up. You can see the wind bottom left of your screen starting to intensify just a little bit. This camera too at the interchange, the Jane Byrne interchange. You can see the wind really picking up here. So it's getting really windy out there in Chicago. Hey, Joseph, the sewer chat said all the construction cones and signs go flying in Harlem and Burbank, just southwest of Chicago. We might have to make a risk score for that. Wow, the wind is really intense here in Chicago. Yeah, we're shaking like crazy. Very windy out here. Flying traffic cone risk is becoming a real thing, apparently. Thank you, Eric, for becoming a member. Will we see shame? I don't know. I don't know where you would park under an overpass here, to be honest. It just I don't know. I don't see really many places for that. This is a very large interchange. Camera just went down there. This is the one over at the Northwestern Powerhouse. We got heavy rain coming down. Got a little bit of gusty winds here. It's not as windy as that other camera in downtown Chicago. Looks like that interchange camera came back. Go back full cam to that. Is anybody tuning in right now from Chicago in the chat? Or in the suburbs? Got a ton of people tuning in from Chicago. It's really windy here at the interchange. I'm gonna keep that bottom right of your screen, but it's quite windy out there. Again, damaging winds definitely the big concern right now. There wasn't really a whole lot of rotation with this. Actually, well, there's a little bit more rotation over the last couple scans. It's not enough for a tornado, but we definitely have some rotation over Lincoln Park that's going to be moving into Lake Michigan, so that could lead to a water spout west of St. Joseph, Michigan. We are still keeping an eye on this storm near Minoka and Shanahan for mainly a damaging wind threat, but there is a little bit of rotation still, and this is going to be moving into Joliet, Chicago Heights, and Hammond here soon. Outside of these warnings, there are no severe thunderstorm warnings right now, which is pretty impressive. We have some strong storms making their way across Michigan right now. Gusty winds and a little bit of rotation too, but not enough for a tornado warning as of right now. But we're keeping an eye on that activity, just in case. Got a little bit of rotation too, southwest of Kenosha. We got to keep an eye on this still. Strong thunderstorms will move into Kenosha once again. So if you're over in Kenosha, definitely stay alert. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, real quick, wanted to talk about tomorrow. So tomorrow we do have an enhanced risk of severe weather. Same risk as today, but it's not going to be driven by the same things. Today's enhanced risk was driven by wind and tornado threat, but tomorrow we're going to be driven by only a wind threat. If we take a look at our hail and tornado threats, we can see that we do have a SIG 1 15% chance of hail and then a 5 SIG 1 risk of tornadoes tomorrow. So today we're dealing with a 10 SIG 1 tornado risk. Tomorrow it is a little bit lower. And if we come over to the HRRR and take a look at what tomorrow looks like, I think it's pretty clear why. So today we basically had the same sort of system as what tomorrow is going to be, but today had a lot more robust environment, and we had supercells that were forming in our open warm sector. This is not the same system that we're going to have tomorrow. If I go ahead and start dragging the slider out, the time is covered by my head, so I'll just sort of keep you updated on that. This is right around noon. We have a lot of sort of showers and clouds in the area of interest for tomorrow, and that's going to limit how well the warm sector can develop in terms of tornado potential tomorrow, and it's basically going to inhibit the ability for any robust convection later on in the day. If I drag the slider further forward to around 6 p.m., remember, this is where we have that 5% tornado risk. There is not a lot of robust convection in this area. This is where the best tornado environment is going to be tomorrow. If I throw it over to the significant tornado parameter values, you can see that very, very clearly. That's where we have our highest values, around our 3s, all the way into the 4, 5s, with a localized maximum around 8. That is where the severe environment is tomorrow. But when you flip it over to reflectivity, we just don't have storms there. However, we do still have that 5 SIG 1 tornado risk, just because if there is somehow a storm that does manages to fire in this area, the environment is there for it to produce tornado. However, it is very, very questionable about whether or not we will see robust convection and supercells in that area.
Hey, Riley, for the update. And as a reminder, guys, we're obviously live here for probably the next couple hours. And on top of that, we're live tomorrow. So if you're new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. Again, we do live coverage like this all the time. We're covering very similar areas tomorrow, like today. So, if you are living anywhere here in the Midwest or Ohio Valley, subscribe, click the bell icon so you're notified with the latest updates. And as always, we'll have a video tomorrow morning talking all about it. We always have daily videos as long as there's weather happening. Sometimes there's not, but right now there is. Shout out to Rudy with the $10 super chat. All right, we got some more photos and videos that you guys have sent in. Let's kind of go through some of these. We got a lot of new ones that I've not looked at. And I know a lot of you guys are sending in photos and videos. And again, we try our best to approve as many of these as possible. It's just difficult because there's so many of you guys that submit photos and videos. This one's from Peoria, Illinois. Really ominous skies here as the sun was setting this evening. Another photo here from Peoria. Beautiful rainbow. Car is parked perfectly here over in White County in Indiana. Is this guy parked on the road? Am I tripping, or is this an actual road that this guy parked on? Don't know if that's legal. Thank you, Nick, for becoming a member, or for the super chat. That guy's just parked on the road. It's over in Yorkville, Illinois. Appreciate you sending that photo in. You're a huge Max Velocity fan. This is a time lapse over in Lakemore, Illinois. Blocking traffic for a photo. Good job. I don't know if he was blocking traffic. I didn't see anybody. It's from McHenry County, Illinois. Sent in by Rick. Appreciate you sending this in, Rick. And this is over in Chicago. From near Midway Airport. This isn't sped up, apparently. I'm going to take the header off so you can see everything. But the clouds are moving really quickly here just a few minutes ago over in Chicago. As a reminder, if you guys want to be featured on the stream and you want to send in a photo or video, the link's on your screen. It's also reports.maxvelocitywx.com. I know a lot of you guys are asking. And in the future, we'll make it a lot easier for you guys to send in stuff like this. That's a really cool video there. This is a photo from McHenry County. Can't subscribe because you don't have a YouTube account. Who doesn't have a YouTube account in the big 2026? And all you need is a Gmail, I'm pretty sure, or just an email. It's over in Wheaton, Illinois. Heavy rain and strong winds. Looking out the window, you can kind of see the strong winds there on the bottom left. Here's a video from Beardstown, Illinois. Another time lapse. Just this is a hyperlapse is what they called it. Beautiful time lapse here. I love time lapses. Anybody else just love time lapses? It's probably my favorite video type. So cool. Watching the lightning from Gary, Indiana. Appreciate you guys tuning in, Tom and Melissa. This is over from Stoughton. I don't know, Staunton and Wisconsin. Nice little crespilar rays, I think is what they're called. Might be mispronouncing that. Got some rays kind of going across the sky from the sunset. A little bit of cloud-to-cloud lightning in Kenosha, Wisconsin here tonight. And they also said crazy wind. Great view from the UPS in South Bend this evening. It's from Blake and Nicole. That's a pretty big hail. Over here in Washington County, Iowa from today. That's probably golf ball sized hail. Hey, Ert for the super chat. Spooky clouds over in DeKalb, Illinois. It's a pretty decent storm base right there out on the horizon. Definitely scary looking. We're going to go back to these photos in just a second. I do want to quickly go back to radar just in case we have missed anything. We have a lot of photos to get through. Back over in Chicago. Again, the most significant storms are now making their way across the Midway Airport near Garfield Ridge in Cicero. We did have a 69-mile-per-hour wind gust measured over at Midway Airport. That was an ASOS. So the winds have definitely verified, by the way. I know some people were saying, like, it's not really windy out here in Chicago. Well, there's a lot of buildings that do block the winds, but very interestingly enough, we did have nearly a 70-mile-per-hour wind gust here. So I was just east of Bolingbrook. We do have a damage report, too, of an 8-inch tree branch that's down over in Winfield, Illinois. And there are strong storms, again, approaching Kenosha again, Waukegan, and Racine. You guys are not done with at least severe weather right now. Tornado watch should continue for a little bit longer. And then down to the south and west near Shanahan and Minocqua, we're still watching strong to severe thunderstorms producing 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. And if this storm can get a little bit more of an inflow and organize a little bit, there might be a tornado risk down the line just south of Chicago. We're also still watching Michigan as there are some strong to maybe even severe storms here that are still coming in. Here's a video sent in from Wheaton, Illinois of some of the lightning out there from tonight. Thank you, Music, for the $20 super chat. Wondering if these storms in Chicago will move into Ohio tomorrow. I don't think Ohio is going to see much tomorrow. Western Ohio has a low risk of severe weather. This is from Kenosha, Wisconsin, of a downed tree in my front yard. Glad it fell away from our house. Yeah, that's a big tree. So this is some of the storm damage that we're seeing out there in Kenosha. Did have a little tightening on radar earlier too, so I'm wondering if that might have been part of a possible tornado. Here's another video from Whiteside County, Illinois. Saw these few photos from earlier. Skip ahead a little bit. All right, these are the newer ones. Ottawa, Illinois. Beautiful photo of the storm there from earlier. This is also from around Chicago of the storm rolling in. A little bit of lightning, heavy rain, and some gusty winds. So another video or photo. This photo is from Katie in Chicago, Illinois. Or no, that is a video. How many of you guys have like anybody in the chat that's in Chicago right now that like lives or is on one of these skyscrapers? It's crazy how many people send us stuff from there. This is from Bradley, Illinois. Apparently this was a funnel cloud over in Bradley from earlier. So maybe some sort of funnel cloud developing there. Could have been a shear funnel. It's another video from Chicago, Illinois, the skyline. Tons of lightning. Another video from the Chicago area. This is sent in by Jess. Lightning illuminating the sky out here. Here's a video also from Cook County, Illinois, from Tracy or Trace. I mean, again, the wind that was measured at Midway Airport was about 70 miles per hour, and that looks pretty close to 60 to 70 miles per hour there. Wow. Look at this. This is in Chicago. Well, this is definitely pushing 70. Like a wind tunnel down the roadway here over in Chicago. This was specifically in Elmwood Park in Chicago. It's also from Nick over in Chicago. Just a few minutes ago, some people are saying free car wash. It is a free car wash. I'm telling you guys, like, I don't know how many people watch these streams that live on these skyscrapers in Chicago, but it's low-key impressive. Got another video. Rain and wind moving into Chicago. This was sent in by somebody anonymous over there. West Loop of Chicago. See the wind going across the skyscraper. Keep in mind, the wind off the ground is obviously going to be a bit higher. So the higher you go up, there's a lot less like structural stuff that's in the way, and the winds are naturally stronger as you go up with height. So the wind's definitely going to be higher in these like skyscrapers. You can kind of see it whipping across the lights there. Shout out to Slim with the super chat. Should Minoka, Illinois be clear for the rest of the night, or is that going to keep getting worse? I would say, generally speaking, like Chicago southward, we still need to be staying weather aware here for the next little while. I don't know what this video is. It's apparently a black screen. I don't really see anything. Southern edge of the tornado warning cell near Lake County in Illinois from a little while ago. Another video here from Chicago. Crystal with the super chat says, I got off work at Midway Airport. I got caught up in the rain, seeing the rain literally moving in. Appreciate the super chat. This is from about 7:30 tonight over in LaSalle County, Illinois, sent in by Jared. That shelf cloud goes for probably over 50 miles, maybe even more than that. Here's a video from Chicago from Dimitri. Heavy rain and strong winds moving across the city here this evening. The only damage report that we've had so far near Chicago was some traffic cones being flown around. So we've at least had that. Got a little bit more lightning in LaGrange. Wow. Did this actually happen? Apparently lightning struck the Sears Tower. It's sent in by Max over here in Chicago. There's also a video from Chicago. Some of the lightning across the sky. Cool cloud to cloud lightning there. Another video from Chicago. Person said, Max, this storm is a fine spring day in Chicago. It's a double nothing burger with a side of chili, cheese fries, and karate, my friend. Thank you, Sean, for sending this in. It's a nothing burger, apparently, for Chicago, according to Sean. This is from Oaklawn, a little time lapse. I'll take the header off here. Time lapse of the storms rolling in. How fast the clouds move. Obviously, it's sped up, but got all the clouds moving different directions. It's pretty cool. These low-level clouds here are moving this direction. All the clouds aloft are moving a different direction. That gives you an idea of how much spin is in the atmosphere today. That's one of the reasons why we look at like hodographs, for example, which show you the different wind speeds as you go aloft. They change directions. Say video sent in Chicago as well, some lightning. A really quick lightning flash there. Little cloud-to-cloud lightning. Iowa City in Iowa. Apparently saw a little bit of lightning there too. It's a phenomenal shot from Chicago. And all these videos within the last 15, 20 minutes. A lot of lightning here in downtown. Got about 8 more. This is another crazy wind video coming in from Chicago. So again, we had upwards of 70-mile-per-hour winds in Chicago. This at least looks like it's 50 to 60. A little bit more lightning there in our land park from Jamie. God, a lot of you guys have rooftop views here in Chicago. I'm kind of jealous. If there's ever a severe storm in Chicago and you got one of these rooftop views, it's pretty cool. This is a time lapse from Chicago, from Wrigleyville specifically. It's fascinating. Thank you, Rebecca, for becoming a member. Gonna go back to radar here for a second since we're looking at a lot of photos and videos. You have a pretty intense thunderstorm moving into Joliet right now, Tinley Park and Chicago Heights. Again, big concern right now is 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. There is a tornado possible tag still on this area of thunderstorms. So if you live in these severe thunderstorm warnings, again, continue to stay away from windows. We got some more strong storms back off to the west that are also moving into Ottawa, Aurora, eventually heading towards Chicago. And then we also have some strong storms across Michigan right now. And these aren't overly impressive, but there is some broad rotation on a few of them. And so we're, again, keeping an eye on at least a low-end chance of a tornado. I'd say the chances, again, of a tornado at this point are dramatically lower than earlier, but they're definitely not zero. It's definitely important to still stay weather aware here across the Midwest, just in case something happens. We'll be live as long as needed here, but we still have a damaging wind threat making its way towards Tinley Park and Chicago Heights right now. No active tornado. There's no tornado warning as of right now. The rotation's pretty broad, but we'll keep an eye on it in case something does happen. All right, back to some of our photos and videos. This is sent in from Amkush. Some of the lightning. It's also from Chicago. Wave 2 of storms in Kenosha. So Kenosha's getting hit by a second line of thunderstorms now. It's not severe, but got some strong storms that are producing at least some gusty winds and maybe some small hail. There's another photo here from Chicago. Beautiful photo there of the skyline. And again, if you guys have photos and videos, QR code's on your screen. It's also reports.maxvelocitywx.com. If you guys do have any photos and videos of the weather, any storms that have happened today, again, feel free to send it in to us. It's always cool seeing your different photo and video submissions. We got a little area of stronger winds, maybe a little area of convergence right now coming together near Homer Glen, Illinois. So this is going to be approaching Orland Park and the Tinley Park area in just a moment. And we got a bunch of cameras on the bottom of your screen, all being hit by storms right now. Obviously, bottom right's in Chicago. Bottom left and bottom middle are located in Wisconsin. Got a little area of elevated wind potential right now near Homer Glen, so we need to keep an eye on that. I do want to urge everybody, again, there will be a risk of severe, we're going to be live here for a while, but there is a risk of severe weather, even possibly into the late evening tonight. I know some of you might go to bed. As a reminder, if you want an extra way to receive weather alerts, obviously a weather app and a radio can do pretty well for you, especially if you have a weather radio. But if you don't have one of those, or at least have a weather radio, I would definitely check out MaxAlert. It's basically where you'll get a direct phone call from me if you're included in a tornado warning or a severe thunderstorm warning. There's a link at the top of the description if you want to sign up for the service. It is, again, really, really inexpensive. I mean, like, I'm talking like less than $15 a year. It's the cheapest price point that we could make this to basically give you an extra way to receive weather alerts. It's less than 5 cents a day. It's the price basically of a double arch or an arch burger at McDonald's. I mean, it's literally the same price almost. Like, it's really inexpensive. And it can be the difference between you waking up from a tornado, you know, hitting your area, or maybe not. You know, it can be that kind of difference maker. But it goes to your exact geolocation. So you put your exact location on the map, and essentially what will happen is that you'll get a warning and you'll get a call if you're actually in the warning. If you are not in the warning, then you're not going to get that false alarm tornado alert. Some weather apps do that, by the way. If you have a weather app, a lot of the time, they will give you a weather alert for your county, but not your exact address. So this takes that guesswork out of the way. So if you want to check it out, it's maxalert.net. It goes for all these different weather types too. But it's only $14.95 a year. It's, again, very inexpensive. And I know it costs money and it's not going to be for everybody, but it has helped a lot of you guys. I mean, we have a lot of you that have signed up for Max Alert. And a lot of you guys have gotten already phone calls from me from these storms that have happened. And this goes, by the way, for the next 12 months. Like, it's worth it for an entire year. Almost basically $1 a month. At the end of the day, $1 a month is really, in my opinion, really not much these days. So, and if you do join Max Alert, it also supports what we're doing here on our end with all the coverage that we're doing. So, it'll benefit you significantly whenever storms hit you. It also helps us to grow our team and grow our network here. Once again, if you're just tuning in, we do have 2 severe thunderstorm warnings, and we got some special weather or special marine warnings going up. All the severe weather currently is located here near Chicago. We still have a 70-mile-per-hour damaging wind warning for Chicago and some surrounding areas as more thunderstorms are coming in. So we're not done again in Chicago quite yet. We still have severe weather ongoing, and it should continue at least for the next half hour to 45 minutes. And then down to the south near Chicago Heights, we're watching mainly a damaging wind threat. Downburst damaging winds near Shanahan are currently tracking to the east. We just had a new wind gust report out of Logan Square, which is on the northwest side of Chicago, of a 64-mile-per-hour wind gust. Our highest by far was 69 miles per hour at Midway Airport. We should do a 1-month free trial to see how people like it. Honestly, we should give away some at some point. We should give away some Max Alert subscriptions for a year. It can't really do it for a month, but we can do it for a year. We can do some giveaways at some point. What do you guys think? Give away some Max Alert subscriptions. Could do that. It'd be a year. It wouldn't be a month. Thank you, Neil, for the super chat. Is there a way to give you a live stream with my webcam? I'm on the 33rd floor of a downtown high-rise, and I'd be happy to give you the feed. Reach out to us. You can either email me or send me a contact form. We have contact form on our website, so that would be probably the best way. So if you go over to our website, we got a lot of weather stuff on here, by the way, but if you click the contact us thing, you can do it here. We have all sorts of cool stuff on our website, lots of weather headlines and stuff like that, but kind of a cool little feature on this website. Shows you all the storm reports for today. We have 4 active warnings right now, 3 active watches. We have 2 tornado reports so far today, 38 hail reports, and 79 wind reports. And these are the details on all those different wind reports. The most recent one was in Winfield, Illinois, of an 8-inch tree limb that was downed. So pretty cool. Highest hailstone that we had today was probably about lime-sized hail. And then damaging winds mainly peaked around 70 to 79 miles per hour. Trampoline meter today was definitely in the high-risk category here across the Midwest. We need to add a flying trampoline meter map or something. We got to add it at some point. Thank you, Emery, for becoming a member. We are 2 members away from hitting 100 members on today's stream. We do have a pretty significant area of damaging winds developing right now near Homer Glen. This just went through Joliet and is now approaching Orland Park and Tinley Park. So if anybody right now is tuning in from those areas, I would be staying away from windows. And ideally on the lowest floor possible. So there's a pretty strong area of damaging winds that is moving through your location right now. It's going to be approaching the Tinley Creek Forest Reservoir, Harvey, and Dalton. And then Hammond is also in the path of that, just south and west there of Oak Lawn. Not really seeing much rotation, but definitely a big downburst area of damaging winds. Basically winds coming out of the storm, hitting the ground, then spreading out. Elisa, Tarv, and as well as Nin for becoming members. Officially hit 100 members on the day. W. Somebody just said in the chat, I'm glad I'm not at work today. That would not be an ideal day to be at work. That's for sure. Hey, Danielle, also for becoming a member, and also 19 months with Jessica. I do want to quickly talk about tomorrow. I know Riley talked about it a little bit, but again, we do have an elevated risk of severe weather tomorrow, and we're going to be live, tomorrow as well, not just today, but tomorrow. We have a risk of severe weather, unfortunately. But before we talk about that, we do have a risk, obviously, tonight. We still have a slight risk in place. There is an elevated tornado threat, too, that's still in place. We have a large 5% tornado risk. So we're not done with severe weather quite yet here in the Midwest and the Ohio Valley. But tomorrow has the potential to be somewhat significant. I wouldn't say it's going to be a major day of severe weather. I would just say right now it looks a little concerning for some places. Before we talk about that, we just got a new severe thunderstorm warning. So this is going to be for the south side of Chicago for Homer Glen, Orland Park, Tinley Park, and Harvey. This is going to be for 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds, quarter-size hail. There's also a tornado possible tag on this. So a lot of people in this warning, again, take shelter now if you're in that yellow polygon that's flashing on your map. That's where we're looking at the most significant damaging wind threat right now here in Illinois. All right, as I was talking about, we have an elevated risk of severe weather for tomorrow. This is your risk right now. So we have an enhanced risk of severe weather that does include the south side of Des Moines, north of Kansas City, slight risk, which is a level 2 out of 5, just east of Lubbock, north of Dallas, Oklahoma City, Tulsa, Wichita, Springfield, and western Illinois are included in that. The greatest concern will be damaging winds and large hail tomorrow across the board. There is an elevated risk, though, for tornadoes, and that's going to be primarily back over in that enhanced risk of severe weather. Let me pull up that graphic here. I have it somewhere. I have it here. Here we go. So this is the tornado threat for tomorrow, which I just closed it out. That's unfortunate. Let me go back over to the other graphic. I think I've loaded now. Here's that tornado threat. So we have a 5% hatch tornado threat in southern Iowa and northern Missouri and western Illinois. So it's almost the same exact area that we just covered today. So I know a lot of you that are tuning in these areas are going to be right back here tomorrow for more severe weather coverage because you live in this area. We do have a tornado risk, not necessarily for Chicago, but down to your south, there's a low tornado potential. There's also a tornado threat all the way down into North Texas. So we are covering a pretty large area again tomorrow for some significant severe weather, including the possibility of a couple of strong tornadoes. So tomorrow's a day that I would be staying alert. I'd have ways to receive alerts, have a tornado action plan ready to go, subscribe to our channel, and click the bell icon so you're notified so you know when we go live tomorrow, as it's going to be, again, another pretty active day, I think, of severe storms with damaging winds and hail kind of ruling the day in general, but the tornado threat is definitely there. And there's definitely a possibility for a strong tornado, but that would be primarily in northern Missouri, southern Iowa, and western Illinois. It's crazy, though, how similar it is to today's severe weather setup for the tornado risk. I mean, this is today's. Granted, tomorrow's, like, if you kind of flip back and forth between the two, this one is a little further back off to the west, but still talking about very similar areas tomorrow afternoon. Going back to live radar, we do have a significant damaging windstorm making its way again across southern Chicago right now near Orland Park and Tinley Park. We had 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds making their way towards Interstate 294. Mainly over Homer Glen right now. So Homer Glen's going to hit pretty hard. And that's going to be approaching Orland Park over the next few minutes. Palos Park, Oak Lawn, Midlothian, and Oak Forest. Thank you, Billy and Jory, for becoming members. We got a lot of new members. Also, shout out to Lost, Danny, all for becoming members. For the record, if you guys do become a member of the channel, it does support what we're doing here. We have a massive team of people at this point. We have, again, over 15, 20 storm chasers we've had today. We have people on the back end too, so it really does help out the channel a lot, what we're doing here with our operation, which is becoming very large now. And sooner rather than later, we're going to have a lot more stuff coming outside of just adding people. A lot of stuff planned for this year. Thank you, Donut, for becoming a member. Huge shout out to Carlo with another 5 gifted memberships. And Bree for becoming a member. Most significant thunderstorm right now is over here in Illinois. Back over in Indiana, we have strong storms now making their way into northwestern Ohio. Just to the east of Van Wert, we do have a camera there. Not seeing a whole lot of lightning right now, but temperature is about 70 degrees, dew point 62. So pretty humid out here. Some strong thunderstorms producing some gusty winds. And then off to the south and west of Detroit, we're still watching a gusty wind threat. These storms, again, should generally be weakening as they continue to move towards Detroit. Would be watching, again, for mainly an isolated damaging wind threat, but tornado risk should remain pretty low there. Hey, Midwest for becoming a member. And also shout out to Dylan for the super chat saying, just wanted to say thank you. I live in north of Janesville, and our little Facebook community of about 10 to 15 people recommended your stream to people who had questions about the storms. That is honestly really cool. Hey, Crystal for becoming a member. It's really cool. I mean, the amount of reach that we have obviously now, and with everybody, sharing our stream on social media. Again, social media has become the platform of weather at this point. Like, weather is on social media more than anything now. TV markets and stuff, that's not as relevant anymore. Like, a lot of people are tuning into our live stream for weather coverage, and it's a huge privilege to be able to have, as many people as 20,000 even right now. And at our peak today, we're at like 45,000 people. Now we're watching our live coverage. It's incredible how many people we can reach on YouTube. So I want to really thank you all for those that share the stream on social media for helping spread the word about what we're doing here, because there's like just very little chance we'd be able to provide weather coverage for this many people if you guys did not spread the word about us. So got another photo here from Lake County over in Illinois. I have a large tree branch, or a large tree that went down. So this is one of the new damage photos that just came out of Lake County. Huge tree down. These are some of the videos earlier also over in Kenosha and the Chicago area. Some of the damaging winds that rolled through. Hey, Core for the super chat. Thanks for your awesome coverage. It's been a lifesaver. Well, I appreciate you tuning in. I'm glad I can help. Hey, so also Dan for the super chat. I got ice today. Do you think Marquette County and Wisconsin is safe from all that stuff tomorrow? Unfortunately, there will be more ice. We'll talk about that in a second. If you guys do have any photos and videos, you can send it in to us. QR code's on your screen. It's also reports.maxvelocitywx.com. All right, going back over to live radar. I know somebody was just asking about the ice tomorrow. Let me go ahead and talk about the future radar in general. This is the HRRR here. Over to our precip type here. So obviously we had an ice storm tonight. Tomorrow we'll have more severe weather and also more snow and ice, unfortunately. So this is what we're looking at tomorrow. Again, this is pictured here about 12 o'clock. I don't expect any severe weather until probably about 3 to 4 o'clock in the afternoon. And it'll start over near Des Moines and make its way all the way down towards Oklahoma City. All hazards are going to be possible, right? 5 to 6 o'clock, severe weather will continue and it will really ramp up during the evening hours. All hazards, again, being on the table. And as we approach the evening, by around 9 to 10 o'clock, those thunderstorms are going to make their way towards Davenport, Fort Smith, Fayetteville, Springfield, and Columbia. In my opinion, tomorrow is a day that I would make sure that you have ways to receive alerts, because some of this severe weather threat that's going to happen tomorrow will wind up being a nocturnal severe weather threat. And it's a good idea to make sure you have ways to receive alerts. Max Alert, honestly, would be a great help for tomorrow. If you guys want to check out Max Alert, again, it's the top link in the description. That way you get warnings in case you have severe storms again overnight tomorrow night, because there will be storms probably still severe at least until midnight tomorrow. And that'll continue into the early overnight hours as they continue to move to the east. Now, I know I have some people asking about the ice and snow here in the Midwest. There is going to be ice. It's going to be further to the north, though. It'll be more up towards Wausau, Merrill, and back near Ashland. And then snow will be falling as we head into Saturday evening across parts of Wisconsin. So we're on kind of the flip of the switch here across the Midwest tomorrow. But heavy snow possible across central and northern Minnesota, while ice blankets the UP of Michigan and Wisconsin. Back over to live radar. We still have a severe thunderstorm warning here for Orland Park, Tinley Park, Chicago Heights, and Oak Lawn. 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds are still moving into Oak Lawn right now. There is still a tornado possible tag on both of these storms. I'm not seeing nearly as much rotation right now, but damaging winds a big concern. We have a pretty big surge of wind right now back over here near Orland Park and Tinley Park. That'll be approaching Interstate 94 here pretty soon. Hey, Hunter for the super chat. And also Jackie for the super chat. Straight Goat, you're outstanding. Appreciate that. Thank you also, and for becoming a member. I don't use social media, but I hear you on YouTube. There you go. I mean, that's all you need. We are on Facebook. We're on Twitter. If you guys aren't already following us over there, we have a lot of posts that go up on our social media platforms. So if you aren't already following us on Facebook and Twitter, make sure to do that. It's at Max Velocity WX. Amanda with the super chat says, if I go on vacation, can I change my max alert location? You can. Love your late night coverage. Hey, we're here. I know there's only 2 warnings, and I know the weather's not nearly as intense as earlier, but I mean, we've only been live for 6.5 hours, and I kind of figured we'd be live for like 8 hours today. So, you know, I feel like it's worth being live right now, especially since we still have a lot of wind here near Chicago. The wind threat's definitely the most concerning here near Chicago. This is our latest update on where everybody's tuning in from right now. This is our heat map. It's pretty crazy. The pink again would indicate, or the purple would indicate where everybody's basically where the highest population centers are. It's pretty impressive. If you guys want to submit your location, you can go to reports.maxvelocitywx.com. About 4,200 of you are sharing your location here. Got a lot of people over in Europe. It's actually pretty impressive. We got a pretty big poll over there in the United Kingdom and in Germany. Got a pretty big poll apparently in North Korea too. I don't know how that's possible. South Korea, Japan, got a couple people in the ocean apparently. Apparently we got a fish tuning in out here. A little fish out there in the Pacific Ocean. You people in Alaska, got people in Hawaii, Jamaica, Bermuda. We got a couple people in Bermuda apparently tuning in. That's pretty cool. Or at least one person. Hey, Pamela for becoming a member. Let's go ahead and do that. Thank you, Metal, for becoming a member. Where's everybody tuning in from? Let me know in the chat where you guys are tuning in from. I'm guessing quite a few of you are still in Chicago. If you're over in Wisconsin, we're done with severe weather. All right. If you're in Iowa, we're done with severe weather for tonight. Tomorrow is going to be a different story. If you are in Illinois, we still got severe weather ongoing. Got a lot of strong storms across the board, stretching from basically St. Louis into Ottawa. Again, mainly looking at some small hail, gusty winds, some lightning. Not really a whole lot of activity when it comes to a tornado risk right now. Mostly just gusty winds. And then our main severe core is right here, right along Lake Michigan almost, just south of Chicago. That's still producing 60 to 70 mile per hour damaging winds. And there's obviously still a risk here, maybe for an isolated tornado threat here before this thing's all said and done. Got a lot of storms moving over Lake Michigan. So if you live over here in Western Michigan, there is a risk of isolated damaging winds and a brief tornado threat once these storms make it over the lake. So Michigan's not necessarily done yet. Indiana, I would say, is mostly done unless you live over here. All right, so kind of in northwestern Indiana near South Bend, we could still see this cluster of storms produce severe weather through northwestern Indiana for the next 2 hours or so. But the big concern right now is a big surge of wind. Those downburst winds are all surging right now towards Harvey, Dalton, and Hammond. Got a lot of people tuning in from Michigan right now. We got a few people from Texas, got Georgia, California, Ohio checking in. Good news is I think Ohio is going to be pretty chill for tonight. Tomorrow is going to be a little bit different. Again, we'll be live again tomorrow. If you're new to the channel, make sure to subscribe. The tornado threat for tomorrow is obviously going to be elevated in Iowa and Missouri, but the severe weather threat basically goes anywhere from Pennsylvania into Texas. It's a pretty large area tomorrow. But the main tornado corridor will be from central Indiana down into Texas, with the primary concern being in Illinois, Iowa, and Missouri. That hatched area representing an area where we could see strong tornadoes. Also what we would call a Sig 1 tornado threat. But we do have a level 3 out of 5 enhanced risk for a pretty similar area tomorrow, just south of Des Moines. Should Oak Lawn get to our basements? I think you're okay. I mean, again, if you want to take that precaution, I would, but like, you don't have to. But Harvey, Dalton, Hammond, and Chicago Heights and Park Forest, I would at least be staying away from windows. Hey, Julie from Becoming a Member, and also Hunter for the super chat. Ideally, with a cluster of thunderstorms like this, you want to put as many walls between you from the outside as possible because we can't have damage from these storms. We've already had like this, for example. One of our viewers sent in a photo from Lake County, Illinois, of a large tree coming down. And imagine you living in a home, right? I'm going to draw like a little home here, even though the pen is really broken. And a tree's right here, and the winds are coming out of the west, for example, and that tree comes falling down. That's going to fall right into your house. And that's why we remind you, like, if you're in like a severe warning, for example, the best thing to do would be staying away from windows and being on the lowest floor possible. But for this exact reason, you don't want a tree falling on your house while you're looking outside. Thank you, Karen, for the $20 super chat. A lot of videos tonight here from the Chicago area. Just one of the photos that we got sent in of the Sears Tower getting struck by lightning a little about an hour ago. Pretty cool photo there. Hey, 12 dozen for becoming a member. All right, we need to figure out a meal. What are you guys thinking? We're doing a DoorDash something. What are we thinking for food tonight? I did a salad last night. Need some ideas in the chat. What are we thinking? What is the big thing, by the way, with Sears Tower and stuff? Am I like, I don't know what the whole thing is. People are saying, thank you for calling it Sears Tower. I don't know what this is. I mean, I don't live in Chicago. So. Mexican food? Not Mexican a lot in these last few streams. Steak and Shake? Maybe. Is Steak and Shake open, Riley? Look and see. It was renamed to the Willis Tower? I don't know what the difference is. I'm not really involved in the whole history of it. I guess we're getting Steak and Shake. Maybe the same thing, and not the onion rings, but what about a milkshake? Look at the milkshakes. I'm curious. I probably shouldn't have a milkshake, but I am curious. Nah, it's fine. That meal's fine. I'm getting a garlic butter burger, or whatever it's called. Does slap. That's good. Yeah. Little update, all of our watches have now been canceled aside. I don't think the tornado watch has fully been canceled, but we still have a tornado watch in effect for literally like 3 counties. So the only tornado watch that we have is right here for Chicago. So that'll be Chicago, Joliet, Chicago Heights, and Hammond. And then we still have a severe thunderstorm watch in place, which I believe was canceled, but it's still showing up on here. If I'm not mistaken. So that might have been canceled. This is a pretty cool video that somebody sent in earlier of the lightning streaking across the sky. Really cool. Look at that. Somewhere in northern Illinois. Really cool lightning across the sky here. A CD for the super chat. Also, thank you, Tommy, for the super chat. New company bought it, renamed it Will's Tower. Nostalgic and pride keeps the Chicago people calling it Sears Tower. Gotcha. Makes sense. Thank you, Milk, for the super chat. I'm not getting Wendy's. If you guys have any cool photos and videos from today's storms, feel free to send it in to us. Again, it's reports.maxvelocitywx.com. There's also a QR code on your screen. I know some of you guys are sending in some stuff. Keeping an eye on your photos and videos. Seems like the last 9 that were sent in just got denied by Riley. I think Riley has control right now of all the photos and videos being approved and not denied. So if your photo or video is not shown on stream, everybody can blame Riley. Apparently somebody sent in feet photos 7 times, so that's probably why. All right, thank you, Blair, for the $10 super chat. Popeye's tenders. Popeye's tenders are so mid. They are so mid. I feel bad for the people that have to approve our photos and videos because there are things that I've seen, they're not pleasant. I mean, like, some people just cannot, for some reason, handle themselves submitting actual weather stuff. So, at least I don't have to look at anything on stream. I'm just here. I'm doing the live coverage. Thank you, Tony, for the super chat. Culver's is amazing. The 20 different frozen custard flavors is also worth trying. I've tried a lot of the ice cream at Culver's. It is pretty good. If you're over in Orland Park, Joliet, we do have more storms coming. The severe storms are done for now, but there's another cluster of storms coming out of the west. Again, I'd still be staying alert for the next hour or two if I live, or if you live, I should say, anywhere near or south and west of Chicago. The severe weather threat out of this next cluster of thunderstorms is not as concerning, but it is still possible we could see isolated wind and maybe a low tornado risk. Hey, Patro, for becoming a member. I miss Midwest food. What does the Midwest have that's good for food? I've never been to the Midwest other than, like, I've been to Wisconsin and Minnesota, but I've never been to, like, Chicago. I'm just curious, like, is there, like, a food type out here that people really like? Maybe one day I'll go to Chicago. Thank you, Patty, for becoming a member. Raising Cane's is good. I don't have one near me though. Thank you, Fly, for the super chat. Pizza and a beef sandwich. What's the beef sandwich all about? I guess pizza is really the big thing. Hey, XD for the super chat. Outlook for DFW and Shreveport for Saturday. A lot of storms in the morning. Afternoon should be much more clear. Plenty of thunderstorms in the morning. Italian beef sandwich. Al's beef is top notch, apparently. Thank you, Kara, for the super chat. Portillo's in Chicago. I'm pretty sure that exists in Florida. I could have sworn I've seen one before. I don't know what it is. I've never been there, though. Unless it's a different type of Portillo's. I watch you on YouTube and you've saved my life twice. You're the GOAT. I'm glad to hear. We do get stories like that. I mean, like, I think some people, you know, watch our stream sometimes for just like the entertainment value, but like there is a degree that, like, I mean, there's a very large degree that we actually help a lot of people. Like it's remarkable, like the amount of people that we help with these live coverages. I get emails almost after every single tornado event that we have, and it's like, you know, somebody will email me and say, you know, you saved my life. You know, I would have never known about this if I wasn't watching your stream, or, you know, I would have never gone to my safe place if I didn't see what was happening on your stream, sort of thing. So, you know, our coverage, I do think, makes a major difference here in the weather space. Hey, Nathan, for becoming a member. Hearts for the super chat. The Arby's roast beef sandwich I left in my car overnight. Really? Okay, appreciate the super chat. Thank you also 12 for the super chat. Most random message ever. Coverage is better than any TV coverage. Yeah, the goal really, I mean, at the end of the day, like, our goal is to be the best weather coverage out there. Like, obviously, there's a lot of things that go into that, but like at the end of the day, that's the goal. Provide the best and most important life-saving weather information we could possibly provide you. Now, granted, we can't do like everything that local markets do. We can't do everything that, you know, a state market does, for example, but I think we can provide a very good nationwide, you know, coverage. It's almost impossible to cover every single place, though. It's very, very difficult, in my opinion, to cover a certain region if we have 15 tornado warnings. And that's why sometimes local news can definitely be better. And I think a lot of the time local news and local coverage can be better for weather events, but you know, we just have such a large scale here of people that we reach with our coverage that, you know, in some events like today, it gets to a point where we have like 6 tornado warnings all in different places. It can be difficult to cover all 6 of them, but like we do our best. And we cover whatever is the most significant. Hey, Steve, for the super chat. Also, shout out to Kiwi for the $10 super chat. We have some thunder now in Michigan. There you go. If you're just tuning in, we still have severe storms south of Chicago. 70-mile-per-hour winds, the big concern. I do think here pretty shortly, these severe storms are going to move into Lake Michigan. So there is a real chance here shortly we will have no active severe warnings. It is possible. We'll see. We still have some strong storms to the west of Chicago that have been going up. And those will produce some gusty winds, lightning, small hail, and heavy rain. Hey, Mobius for becoming a member. Also, XD for becoming a member. We have a lot of new members on the channel today. You do a great job covering the weather. Appreciate it. For those that are tuning in from Michigan, again, our next threat of severe weather, which I'd say is going to be more strong storms, will be over here in western Michigan. Yeah, we got clusters of thunderstorms coming off of Lake Michigan right now, approaching Grand Rapids, Hart, and Ludington. And we have some strong storms over near Detroit, but those, in my opinion, not very concerning. I think it'll be mostly just gusty winds. Again, tornado risk is very close to zero right now. Fort Wayne in Ohio, we got some strong storms that are weakening now in northwestern Ohio. Those are, in my opinion, again, not very concerning anymore. And across most of Illinois, again, a lot of strong storms from St. Louis back into Chicago. And elsewhere, there's really not much going on. Wisconsin has a few thunderstorms, apparently, or at least a little bit of lightning. Somebody said there's lightning, might be up near Oshkosh, but nothing in terms of significant storm activity anymore there in Wisconsin. So if you're in Wisconsin, Iowa, you guys are safe to go to bed. I would still have ways to receive alerts anyway, but I don't think anything's going to happen. Missouri, you're basically done. St. Louis, still a strong storm possible, maybe a severe storm. But other places we're still keeping an eye on. Michigan, northern Indiana, and then here over near Chicago, we're still keeping an eye on these storms. Hey, Michael, for the super chat. We appreciate everything you do. Everywhere I do spot in Indiana, you get mentioned at least once. That's pretty impressive. We really have a big following in Illinois, Indiana, Michigan now. We're growing rapidly in the Midwest, and we always have had a big audience in Texas. Texas has been the biggest audience that we've had across the board. Granted, Texas had a pretty quiet severe season so far. I don't know if that's going to last, but the Midwest has just been so hyperactive. Thank you, Anthony, for the $20 super chat. In Ottawa, Illinois, and it sounded like all hell is breaking loose outside. Well, hopefully you stay safe out there. Thank you, Jess, for the super chat. What do the white dashes mean on the severe weather overlay? Why are the dashed areas much bigger this year than they were last year? Yellow dashes? What do you mean? Are you talking about the outlines on the stream overlay? I don't know what you're talking about exactly. Leonatus for the super chat. I have several weather apps, and for some reason, none of them ever notify me about tornadoes without your channel. Hey, low key, just get Max Alert. It'll notify you. At least your address. Thank you, Janine, for becoming a member. I don't know what outlines we're talking about. I'm so confused. Talking about SIG risk? Oh, are you talking about the SPC risk? Yeah, for those that don't know, this got introduced in early March. We basically have a new SPC outlook criteria. I'm guessing this is what you're talking about. And so there are these things now called SIG 1, SIG 2, and SIG 3. So if you look bottom right, there are different intensity levels to hatching. And what that basically means is that, like for tornadoes, for example, if we get a hatched area like this, there's a higher probability that if a tornado happened in this area, it would be EF2 intensity, which is strong. If we had an intensity 2 or SIG 2, that would mean EF3 tornadoes would be more likely. And then intensity 3 would be basically, very significant tornado threat. That would indicate that there is a risk of EF4 tornadoes, more stronger, and that's kind of like the more probable peak intensity sort of thing. And then wind and hail are kind of the same way. Wind, this is 74 plus mile per hour winds being possible, 84 mile per hour plus winds, and then 94 or higher for intensity 3. And then hail is going to be 2 inches in diameter or greater for hatch 1, and hatch 2 is going to be greater than 3.5 inches in diameter. The communication message, in my opinion, can be kind of tough with some of this, but at the same time, this does give meteorologists, including myself and a bunch of other people, it makes it a lot easier to be able to tell people like what the most probable peak intensity of a certain weather event is. I did make this post on Twitter a couple days ago. I think it was actually yesterday, but I was talking about how almost every tornado event we've had this year has had such a large hatched area for tornadoes. And granted, I get it. like, you know, these hatched areas, like I get that this time of the year, it's more likely we're going to see EF2 tornadoes and stuff like that. I do think though it gets to a point where it's a little bit too much. Like we have had almost every event before today and yesterday and tomorrow, you know, with a large area being hatched, almost the entire risk area. I like how tomorrow looks like for the hatching, because like I realistically agree that if we were to see strong tornadoes, it's going to be here. Like we might have an isolated one somewhere else, but the risk is way lower. So the communication message to me with the whole new risk outline, stuff like that, I really like. I do like that they've at least gone back a little bit on hatching literally the entire area for strong tornadoes. Because like, yes, it's possible, but if we bullseye it into a more localized area, I think people will take it more seriously than outlining the entire region and not seeing strong tornadoes like almost anywhere. So I don't know. That's just more of I guess a me thing, but I think that's kind of the way I really do like the way that the SBC outlooks are going though. Thank you, Lisa, for the $20 super chat. Always keep us up to date. Portillo's in Florida is the same chain as Chicago. Good to know. They also wavy for the super chat. My mom loves you. She canceled our cable once she found you. You're our new weather channel now. W. They also Karen and also Tornado for becoming members. A report in the chat of a strong wind gust over in Holbrook, Arizona. I don't know the last time we were live when we had no active warnings. I don't know the last time we were live with no active severe warnings, but we have 0. Actually, low-key impressive. There are very few times where we are live with no active warnings. Thank you, Bonham, for the $20 super chat. Love your weather coverage and live streams when severe weather is forecast in my area. You're my go-to source for live coverage. I appreciate that. Thank you so much for the support. Usually this is back when Max would end the stream. I don't know. I'm chilling. I mean, I know we have no severe storms, but yeah, we don't get that many. There's not that many opportunities where we're live where there's no warnings and we can actually just talk about stuff, whether it's weather related or not. It only happens so often. I mean, there's always a chance too. Like there could be an isolated, you know, storm here that produces some level of severe weather. I don't think there's much left, but got a lot of strong storms out there. Storm just blew through here, a little disappointing. I mean, in my opinion, it's better to be disappointed than excited. Have you ordered your food? I did order my food. It is on the way. Thank you, JA, for the super chat. Funnel cloud earlier today in Fort Myers. I sent a picture. Let's see. We have had some new photos and videos since then. I don't know if any of them gotten approved. All right, we got some. So instead of those feet photos, we've got actual photos approved now. This is sent in from Yorkville, Illinois. Shout out to everyone in Yorkville, apparently. Cool clouds there. Max, I bet you've never seen a moon picture before on stream. I have never seen one, actually. This is our first ever moon photo that has been sent in to us. This is from Drew in Nebraska. It's a really cool photo here. Artemis 2 is going to the moon. It's from Kings Island, Illinois from earlier. What kind of clouds are these? They just look like normal cumulus clouds. I don't see anything too unique there. It's from Blake. Backyard full of hail. This isn't even the worst hail I've seen. I've seen a lot of yards over the last couple days just covered completely in hail. So this isn't actually the worst I've seen it. There's quite a bit of hail there. Got another photo here from Davenport, Iowa. Drone shot out of Davenport about 6 o'clock. A large shelf cloud rolling through. What do we take this photo on? Did we take this photo on like I don't know, a Nintendo DS, iPod Touch? It's a cool photo. I just don't know what kind of quality this is. This is also sent in from Peoria, Illinois from Gabby. Went storm chasing with a couple of my friends. I'm the radar and storm spotter photographer in my friend group. That's cool. That's AI. If this is AI, I'm concerned about our future of AI. Like, guys, we can't be serious. There's no way you think this is AI. Unless they really reduce the quality of it substantially, I don't think that's possible. And also, what is this name? That's one of the worst photos I've ever seen. you have any photos or videos, you can send it in to us. QR code's on your screen. It's also reports.maxvelocitywx.com. If we got 140 pixel photos with AI before GTA 6, that's quite impressive. Max is AI? I guess, man. I guess, bro. I'm gonna miss my first live stream tomorrow. How dare you? Can never do that. It will be interesting to see how tomorrow pans out. I'm not entirely sold on tomorrow being anything that crazy, but let's check it out. This is the latest HRRR model run for tomorrow. We got some storms that go up in Iowa around 3-4 o'clock. Tomorrow looks terrible in terms of like the risk of severe weather. I don't know about tomorrow. I mean, maybe something uptrends, but I don't want to be the person that downplays a weather event that actually performs, but this does not look like something that would perform. Wind, yes. Tornadoes, I mean, there's a lot of wind shear tomorrow. I mean, it could be similar kind of to today. If we get a discrete sellout in front of that line, there would be a more heightened tornado threat. I mean, the significant tornado parameter values are around 2 to 3. But generally speaking, it would take a storm firing in this environment. Here's a hodograph. I mean, the winds are really curved tomorrow. We got a lot of veering near the surface, veering winds, and then very strong winds aloft. There's plenty of wind shear, so and if a discrete cell formed tomorrow, it would definitely be go time. I'm not very confident that's going to happen, but definitely wouldn't rule it out. Yeah, I don't know about tomorrow. And then Saturday looks pretty much like nothing too. Saturday will be mostly an isolated wind threat, maybe a brief tornado down the deep south. So I think tomorrow will be our last live stream until we go into a slight break period. We go over to the future radar for the next like 5 to 7 days on the European. Again, a winter storm tomorrow night into Saturday across the upper Midwest, northern plains. Severe weather possible Saturday in the Ohio Valley and the deep south. Sunday, that moves to the East Coast. Not much left over on Sunday. Monday, a little bit of snow in the Northeast. And then Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, I think will be quiet. I really think our next big storm system will probably ride around Wednesday or Thursday of next week. But whether that produces significant severe weather, really not sure yet. I think we'll start to see an uptick of severe weather around April 10th and 14th. Just granted about 7 to 8 days from now, but that'll probably be our next big shot of severe weather outside of tomorrow. And again, we'll have a video tomorrow talking all about the severe weather upcoming, and then Saturday we'll have a much more detailed video talking all about the future of all the storms that are coming. So make sure to subscribe to the channel and click the bell icon so you're notified with the latest updates. Thank you, Karen, for the super chat. In Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, any severe weather heading here this weekend? There'll be an isolated risk of severe weather tomorrow. But this weekend, I'd say probably not. Maybe Saturday for isolated severe weather. I just think the risk is pretty low. Lindsay with the super chat says, I'm in Newark, Illinois, and it looks crazy outside. Hopefully you stay safe. Thank you, Jessica, for the super chat, too, from Michigan. There have not been any active warnings for the last 5 to 10 minutes. Thank you, Kimberly, for becoming a member. Also, shout out to Christopher for the Venmo donation. What's the forecast look like for Decatur tonight and tomorrow in Illinois? Tonight, a couple more strong thunderstorms. Tomorrow, isolated risk of damaging winds probably after sunset, and maybe a low tornado risk. And if you guys ever want a forecast for your specific location, you can go to our website, maxvelocitywx.com. There's a link at the top of the description. You can check this out. It has all the forecast details, even for your location. If you go to the Your Weather tab, you can get a detailed forecast for your exact area. We have a risk score algorithm built into this website, too, to give you an idea of what the risk of significant weather, active weather is for your area. And so for Nashville, for example, it's a 3 out of 10 tomorrow and then a 4 out of 10 on Saturday. So pretty cool. Got your own flying trampoline risk, too, for your location. So make sure to check this out. We got all sorts of cool weather outlooks and forecasts on the website, too. And if you want to sign up for Max Alert, so that way you get weather alerts overnight tonight in case something does happen in your location, click this button. Go to maxalert.net, sign up for Max Alert. We've had a lot of you guys sign up for this. It's Again, a lot of you guys are getting phone calls, literally, from us, or from me directly, if you're under a tornado warning or severe warning. And it doesn't just go for that, too. It goes for other weather alerts like flash flooding, and you also got lightning detection. It goes for your exact geolocation, though. It's only $14.95 a year. It's basically $1 a month, which is, again, basically nothing in today's economy. So it's a very, very small amount to give you a little bit more peace of mind when the next major severe weather event happens, and maybe it happens overnight. It's a great tool, especially when it comes to nocturnal tornado threats. Hey, Car Free for gifting a membership. Also, shout out to Kimberly for becoming a member. Is the call pre-recorded? It is pre-recorded, but it also is for your exact location, and it's also me talking to you. It's not AI or anything like that. A lot of people ask about that. It is not AI. It is my voice. All right. Well, we have no severe storms anymore. We've been live for 7 hours, but we're going to go and wind it down. However, if you do live in the risk area, we have our 24/7 live weather stream still going. It's on the More Max Velocity channel. If you stay on the stream, you'll be redirected automatically to our 24/7 live weather stream. All right. It is, again, More Max Velocity on YouTube in case you don't get redirected, but you should. If you just stay on the stream, you'll be brought over to our 24/7 stream. We have live radar, live weather cameras. We have live, severe weather outlooks going on there too, live weather reports, and also weather alerts. They're all on there. So it'll keep you posted here tonight and also tomorrow. Before we go live tomorrow, we'll have Storm Chasers live over there in cameras, so check it out. Again, stay on the stream. You'll be redirected. Make sure to follow us on Facebook and Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. Join our Discord server if you've not already. There's a link in the description to that. And also, make sure to check out our second channel and subscribe to this channel if you've not already. We'll have a video tomorrow morning, bright and early, and then live tomorrow afternoon. All right? Have a great night, and we'll see you guys all again in the next one. Goodbye.